Oh, there we go. Okay, it is working. All right, awesome. All right, guys. Welcome to the stream, and we're going to be talking about some selection. All the selections that happened tonight. I know we had a bit of an extended squad, but there's obviously been a bit to talk about, so we'll just get into some of the stuff. I'll probably just wait for a few people to hop in. Hey Benny, so we got two people in at the moment, so I'll probably just give it a little bit. I'll also put a link if I can find where the link is. That would be great, wouldn't it? Not that one. I can try and get. Benny, you might actually know. Oh, yeah, there you go. There's Matt's put it in there. So yeah, if anyone wants to jump on, we'll have a bit of a chat, make it a bit of a group thing. Obviously, I'll have my opinions and stuff, but yeah, once we get some people in, we'll just make it a bit of a group thing, and I'll have some topics to speak about because I've got some other stuff like I've even got some thoughts on a NGA kid that's going to get drafted not this year but next year. So there was a video that was posted today. Don't think we can watch his highlights. I'm not sure how that's going to go, so we'll just play it safe there and not watch that. But anyway, we've got a ton of stuff to talk about, and so people just want to jump on and be a part of it. I'll just get into the teams at the moment. In fact, I'll actually, if I can share my screen. You know what? I might. Yes, there we go. All right, that should have. All right, awesome. All right, so that's basically the screen there. I'll see if I can get a bit of a better. Can we? Yep. All right, awesome. All right, that seems to be. Yeah, don't we have a lot of outs? That makes it a bit hard to get that all captured, but I think I've done well there. Or have I? Is there another two that I need to get? Okay, let's see. I might need to. Damn. Okay. All right. There's a little bit. Unless if I can do this. Nah, that's not letting me do it. Oh, here we go. All right, that's gonna help. And I've also just noticed Finlay's also getting a game this week too. There you go. So we can also talk about that. Wouldn't that be awesome if he can get a game against his old side and play well? And yeah, all right. So if anyone wants to click on the link, Matt put it in before. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Anthony. I reckon our team's actually like. I think this is actually for the better. Again, you guys know how much I speak about, like the saying about the fresh loaf of bread. This is exactly that. I feel like this is going to be a bit of excitement. Where we're going to be getting some youth in the side. I personally, I think that this is something that at least I've been wanting for a while. So, and I know it's a bit of an extended squad, so we'll see who probably misses out. Like you would think Harry potentially misses out, probably a Ryan misses out, and God, who else is there? Maybe like a Hayes potentially misses out. But we can get into all that stuff, and the link is there in the chat if anyone wants to join. So obviously just to go into the the players that have been picked. Well, first of all, let's actually just in the chat. What would you rate this selection out of 10? So obviously knowing that we've sort of obviously playing the West Coast team, we are going in with a bit of a more inexperienced side. But if you look at, say, a Rone Steele, you look at a Swadling, you look at a even Hayes to a certain extent, like there's actually a bit of pace there. Even Harry has a bit of pace. I can potentially play that bow role if he plays. Then we've also got some security down back. Parker's, although I wouldn't say he's very quick, but wouldn't say he's necessarily slow. Definitely has youth on his side as well. But if we needed an extra defender, we could go down the Will Parker route. This to me, if we even have some guys drop out of the main side, I can, we get a game out of or even a first gamer in Harry, or even if someone like a Parker or even a Ryan plays, I feel like there's going to be a lot of freshness in this side, and I'm just there's definitely a lot of positives that I can sort of see out of this. I might just quickly just put the link in the chat again, so whoever needs to, if you just want to come on and just give your thoughts on the stream and in terms of what your thoughts are on it. It's also interesting how we've also got a Finlay McRae playing this week as well. So hopefully he goes well. And God, wouldn't it be a bit of a interesting situation if Finlay McRae is like one of the better sides on Sunday? It's going to be very interesting. That. So I mean, we'll obviously go through the team. So obviously we'll go from top to bottom. We'll go through the forward line. So we've got Tim Membry, Anderson, West, McCreary, McStay, and Schultz. And then who would potentially be the forward off the bench? And I've just noticed Lockie Sullivan's also included as well. So maybe Lockie Sullivan. He's probably one of the ones that probably misses, you would think, as well. So, maybe we do get a first gamer. All right, we do have someone that has just entered the chat. We'll just get him on. Hey, Daz, what's going on?
G'day,
Are you there, Daz?
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. Okay, you're doing the chat today, are you, with Matty having a break?
Yeah, just thought. I just asked him if we were going live tonight, and I think he's going to come in a bit later. But I just said that I was ready, and
good.
Yeah, like I've got some thoughts, and especially when we do these streams, it doesn't take much to have a topic, and next thing you know, we're here for 2-3 hours. So as long as we can have the quantity, the quantity here, the quality's like never too far away. So.
No worries. Yeah, I'm not going to be on long, Ultimate, because I've got a bit happening a bit later on, but I thought I'd just jump on. Just coincidental that you were doing something as I was scanning through a few things after looking at the team. So I'm sure you get quite a few people through the evening. Your thoughts on the I know you're going to go through it, probably through the whole team, but just off the top of your head, what's your first thoughts when you went through that team?
First thoughts is, straight away you look at the ins, like these are the guys that we've been wanting to get a consistent game all year. So, again, opportunity is awesome. So, the fact that we're going on. Are you good here, Daz?
I can hear you. Yeah, no problems.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment on what you're saying. It's a little pretty tough on these guys, Noah Howes or Jacob Ryan, to actually try and sort of like cement, not only you cement your spot in the team round 21, but to be doing it in the last 3 rounds, basically before finals, when you haven't played basically all season. It's pretty rough on and we're only doing it really on the injury situation at the moment. I mean, we would all know you've seen enough VFL watch-alongs, and I go to the games as many as I can. I actually study and watch everybody, so I look at everybody as to how they're going and where they're progressing, their development, and where they're heading in regards to future weeks or future games and things like that. And it'd be fair to say that Jacob Ryan's been doing that. He's been on the positive, I think, for most of the year, and just hasn't got a game for whatever reason. Now it's again, he's sort of like he's possibly in, possibly out. If he can't make it this week with all the injuries, there certainly, that pretty much says he's not required next year, which is unfortunate. But how do you feel about guys coming in this late in the year only because of injuries, and they're really playing for their careers? And yet we've not really been giving him a fair crack at the game in regards to selection through the year. And I'm always of the opinion that you give some of these guys a few weeks, consecutive weeks, maybe a month of football, you'll get a fair understanding of where they're at. And also, they're not going to want to blow the charts, are they? They're not going to want to, let this opportunity go past them. They'll want to still see themselves in the picture in regards to the future. So I am really disappointed that it's taken this long, and for the reasons being simply because now we've got a crisis of injuries, that they are now getting opportunities when really it should be an even development and an even strategy to select these people earlier in the season. What do you think about that?
No, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, I mean, I think it's good that they are doing it, but it is a bit, it's kind of like Oscar Steen in a way when we sort of played him. Like, I was sort of banging down the door last year in terms of like, he should have got games in the back half. We kept giving games to Cox, and people can say, oh, but the club didn't know if they were going to if they were coming to get rid of him or not. But I think that still comes back onto the club. Like, if the club doesn't know if a player is going to be there or not, it's sort of, that's on the club not being good enough. I mean, I've even mentioned Malthouse multiple times, when one of the best things about Malthouse was every single year you'd find like 5-6 players would be in the side that wouldn't have been in the side last year. And whether if that's guys through injury, whether if that's through getting some kids through the draft, or getting some targets through free agency and trade periods and all that stuff, every single year it always felt like, regardless if they were good or not, round one always felt like Christmas in a sense, where, I mean, obviously Christmas, you can go and get Christmas presents, and you can have some very good and some maybe not so good. But that's the whole excitement of it. Like, you don't know what you're going to get. Like, you're gonna, and I think that's a good thing. I mean, obviously there is a part of it where, okay, well, don't go throw in a ruckman that's only 18 years old. Like, don't go and do that. But there has to be some common sense of, okay, let's go get a Tom Langdon and throw him in the deep end. Let's go get a Swadling and throw him in the deep end. Like, Swadling should have played round one. Like, he should have played round one. And I don't know. In a sense, it is a bit of a crying over spilt milk. And at least to us as fans, it is a bit sort of, okay, well, we know it worked out in the end. But at the same time, like, it's still not good enough from the club, because the club, they know how the players are traveling. They know, they know far more than what we do. They have so much more information than what we do, because they see these guys, every day. Like, they see these guys in an environment, in a football environment, where they'll know, okay, there's a bit of like this guy has a bit of a future. But I don't know. I feel like with Fly, it's he seems to have this philosophy where to come into the side, you've got to be this established player, and I don't see that as a good tactic when it comes to bringing players in. Personally, I think because and I think it was actually interesting because I saw a video today about Hoyne from, I think, where is he from? SEN or Fox Footy or anyway, one of those places, and he was talking about the Geelong dude, Nigel Lappin, how he's gone off to Tassie, and basically he was talking about how, and he was basically talking about how with not Nigel Lappin, the Nigel Lappin Academy, where they would always be developing the kids, but the kids would also get games. Yeah, they may only get 4, 5, 6 games, but you're still playing them throughout the year. And then once they get, say 5 or 6 games, okay, they're no good. All right, cool. Let's throw them back in the VFL, because I think that's probably the thing that we have missed in terms of the whole process, in terms of developing these kids, is we have them in the VFL and we sort of leave them stranded in the VFL a bit. Like, we don't and again, it's hard to know exactly how they're feeling because we don't know until they speak publicly about it. And, when they're in the club, they're not going to say anything because I'm sure there'll be something around the fact that they can't. But, playing to the level of that grand final side in 23. And it's sort of where you've made a mistake on both ends. You've destroyed the confidence of a VFL player trying to make his way into the so in terms of the younger players, you've essentially destroyed their confidence into making it into the senior team. But then you've given so much job security to the senior players, they don't seem to have the desperation to want to keep their spot on the side. And I think, and as much as we can mention like Lipinski and stuff, like again, and how he's not necessarily been the greatest this year. And I mean, recent form he's been better, but again, it's one of the things I always keep mentioning is the 23 grand final is that he was one of our better players, and he was a sub. He only played 2.5 quarters, and if you actually take that 2.5 quarters and you times it by however much to have to play out a full game, you could make a good case he was probably our best player. So, because I think in the end, I think he had like 16 disposals, 17 disposals. I'm not sure if he kicked a goal or not, but yeah, and if we know what happened in that process, it was basically the fact that like Lipinski wasn't a lock in our side, like because he was oh God, now I've got to remember what happened there. But I know obviously when we played the grand final, he was a sub, so there wasn't this okay, Lipinski's on the wing and no one's touching him. You know what I mean? So that in terms of his confidence, he had enough confidence to obviously play well, but his feet were towards the fire to the point where, damn, if I'm not careful, my feet's going to go in the fire and I'm going to get burnt alive. You know what I mean? So it's sort of, I feel like a lot of those like fringe players, you've got to, or even just any player outside of probably like the outside of maybe the top, say, 6 players. Those players need to feel that, because then if you just think, oh, I'm just going to get a game every week, and I guess it's also potentially different for certain players as well, because some guys could be very reliant on like their confidence, but others it doesn't sort of phase them. So it depends on like the person as well. But at the same time, for someone like Lipinski, like I feel like if we were to even say playing in the VFL for say 6 games in the year, is that really such a bad thing? And just about, hey mate, like we think you're kind of injured to the point where you're just not performing to the role that you have. We need you to be performing. I mean, at the end of the day, Lipinski is our best winger, so he needs to be performing as our best winger. So, as much as we can sort of look at that and go, okay, maybe it's harsh for him to play VFL, but it, there needs to be some level of standards that we need to hold our players to.
Yeah, he's not the only player to Ultimate. You could name
no, but I'm just saying,
4
like,
or
as an
5.
example, like in terms of the selection integrity, you need
I
to
agree.
promote the younger guys, but you also need to put the feet to the fire of the players that aren't doing well in the seniors as well.
Yeah,
And because we're not doing
agree.
it, we're not having that sort of that healthy in and out of, like, the first 15 rounds, we should be having 3-4 changes every week, because we should be moving the puzzle pieces and we should be doing all these things to where, okay, what's the right fit? And then once we get to, even if it's say round 20, and then once we get to round 20, it's okay, this is the team. And it's so then you have that team locked in for finals, and for the next 4 weeks, you can then sort of see how everything like gels and all that stuff. Obviously, I say that in a very like vague sense because, like, there's going to be certain things that happen, injuries, all that stuff. But you really should be experimenting at least for the first 15 games of the season. And I think because and I think it shows. If you look at the VFL side don't have the confidence when they play because they just know they're facing such an uphill battle when it comes to selection for the senior side. But then it's the complete opposite for the senior guys, because there's a lot of guys that probably don't deserve a spot on the side, but they have so much job security. They're not like scared that they're going to play VFL because they know, oh well, I'm just going to get a game next week. So, I mean, even like the effort that Lipinski had on the
basically. But yeah, what I was actually saying was that Lipinski, you're right on, spot on regarding that. But you could probably name another 4 or 5 Collingwood players that probably have been underperforming over a long period of time. But I look back to our premiership in 2023. We didn't really do any planning after that, so we went again. Pretty much same quantity of players. Not a lot of change. Yes, we drafted a bit, and we didn't have a lot of good picks. Obviously, you don't get that when you're number one, when you win a flag. But then you still got to do your homework and trade. You still got to trade. The trade is equally as important, if not more important, to an aging list than drafting players. So if you know you can't draft, you don't get good numbers in your draft and high quality draft picks, you should be doing absolutely everything to trade when you know, and I won't use the word cliff, but when you know that you've got an aging list and you know that you're going to have to replace some of these players that have been around for many years, that have played 200, 250 games, 300 plus games, they're all happening right now. You've got to be able to do that. So when you trade, you've got to trade for the future, trade for not only for the future, but you also got to trade for the present, because as we've seen right now, you have to call on those people that might be playing VFL football, and they have less experience, less games at AFL level. They may be debutants, but you still got to have those players up your sleeve and the depth there. So trading is so important there, because with injuries, no one knows how bad injuries can get within your club from round 1 or opening round right through until round 24 or through finals. You could have a really good start and no problems with injuries, which seemed to be the case with us earlier this year. But then middle of the year, we started getting them and they started climbing and climbing and climbing. And that is when you've got to have very, very good depth, but not only good depth, you've got to have faith in the guys playing underneath the AFL guys. The coaching panel and the coaches have got to have the confidence and the faith. Now, it's so demoralising when you ignore people who have been playing well. They're not. It's not at AFL level, but it is the next best level at VFL level, and they're performing. They're contributing. They're putting their hand up. So therefore, don't ignore them. And what I see right at the moment is a case where Fly's hands were tied behind his back, and he did not want to make an effort to try and release the rope that was behind his back and pluck some of these guys early in the season. The time to do it, I think, was about round 15, round 14, around that time, around the middle of the year, and get some games into these guys then, and don't wait until we get to round 21 or round 22 when we got a really tough run home and we might be sitting somewhere in around about 9th or 10th. Let's face it, we haven't on the ladder, we haven't been higher than about 7th on the ladder. And if we've been 7th, it's been for about a week or maybe even for a 24-hour period. So we've been, floating around between about 8th and 12th for most of the year. So we've actually been on that real slippery slope, if you might like to describe it that way. So the time to actually get some games into these VFL players, particularly people like Jacob Ryan, was, in my opinion, Sam Swaddling's another one, was around about that round 13, round 14 period, and get him in for a month, get him in for 4 games, 5 games, and see their growth and see their development in the AFL one, in my opinion. And that's when we talk about this selection integrity. And I won't buy anyone saying that if you put him in too early, that they'll just burn out. How do we know they'll burn out? Has anyone got a crystal ball and they're going to actually burn out before we get to round 2021 at the back half of the year? How do we know? I mean, they were saying the same about people like Oscar Steen and Sam Swaddling, that they were all going to burn out because they're too young. Don't pick Charlie West because he's going to be burnt out before he's going to be playing as a key forward, and he's just going to burn out before round 24. It's crap. I mean, have a bit of faith in these guys.
Yeah. Well, it's also more to the fact of, if you think of it more like oxygen. If a game is considered oxygen to these players in terms of the confidence, their belief, how do you expect a player to have their belief and their confidence when they're not getting their games, aka the oxygen? If that makes any sense. So if we're not, and that's the thing, and like when it comes to the season, we're not saying, someone like a Jacob Ryan, I'm not saying he needs to play every game, needs to be a lock starter every single week. But what I am saying is that we need to give him 4, 5, 6 games, even if it's, say, 3 games, but like have 2 runs at it. I don't agree to the fact that that's too much to ask for, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like we should be doing it, and it's when you're. I'll just get Chris in real quick, actually, but I'll continue my point. But like when you're getting these players, it's like, it's kind of like breathing. Like, if you don't breathe for a certain period of time, you then collapse and you pass out, and like you do these things, and it's okay. Well, you're passing out because you're not breathing. Like. And then we're sort of sitting there being confused. Oh, why did he fall over? Why did he pass out? It's that sort of, the way I'm sort of like looking at it, is that, okay, let's show that we have some confidence. Let's actually show we're having some faith in these kids, because having them just be in the VFL, I'm sorry, but that's just not good enough. Like, just the fact that they're playing VFL. It's just not like I just don't subscribe to the fact that we are essentially just using the VFL as like essentially a graveyard. It's okay, we'll just throw you to the graveyard and we'll just worry about you until we need you. Like, you know,
like a conveyor belt, Sean. Ultimate. It's like the conveyor belt gets turned on, and we just select, or randomly, but we ignore anything that's brand new or in a packet that's not been opened up before. We just let it go through the conveyor belt and go into the bin. Basically, that's what it reminds me of. Fly just turns the conveyor belt on, and he picks something that's already been opened up. And he chooses that instead of the thing that's already has been wrapped, hasn't been opened up, and he just lets that dive in to the bin. And that's what his selection integrity is all about. And Fly, I don't care what anyone says, he has been disastrous this year. And I started seeing it towards the back half of last year as well. Some of his disgraceful, deplorable, horrible decisions in the back half of last year. It didn't help. His constant, I think, stubbornness as well. He's been even more stubborn this year. And then he tries to defend himself. And then the big whack came 7 weeks ago when he said that, come on, those guys in the VFL, put your hand up. Where are you? Because he was questioned by a journo. Why aren't you picking some of these guys in the VFL?
I'm sorry, but
for a game, and he just he put it on him. He put him under the bus, and he says, "Well, we want to see them put their hand up." Well, mate, go to a game, watch a game, and pick them, mate. Maybe just show some interest that way, and teach these guys that they're in the picture. Speak to them. You're the senior coach. Whether you like it or not, mate, you actually have a playing list. It's not a playing list of just 28 players, Fly. You have a playing list. You have a squad of 40 plus players. You should be treating everybody equally.
Yeah, no, that was one of, and he's had a few moments this season, but that was one of the moments where that was one of the most pathetic things he's done this season for sure. Yeah, I mean, the other one was probably the comment about the picks over players, and he basically said that, but Justin Lepage told me to say that. It's just such a cowardice move, and he sort of, and that's the thing, like, he's had a few moments like that this season, and it's really turned me off of just this season, just in general. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, we need to be trying things. We need to be experimenting. We need to, I mean, and that's the thing, even like this week with West Coast, like, Finland McRae's playing for the West Coast Eagles. So, and mind you, I don't know if he's contracted or out of contract, but there's probably a good chance that, West Coast are going, well, damn, he's going to get cut. But we picked him up. He's been in the system for a couple of years. He's got, say, 10 to 15 games under his belt. Let's just give him a game and just see how he goes. Because if he just comes in and gets 25 disposals and gets, like, say, 5-6 clearances and even kicks a goal, we might have a play here, because our list is pretty bad. So, like, he doesn't need to do much to warrant an extra, another contract, right? I just don't see us, because I mean, we even did it in, was it 24, where we played Ned Long, we played like a Jack Bytel, we played a Joe Richards even. There was these players that we played in the back half of the year, because it was okay, we need to see where you're at, because we just don't know. So here you go, here's some games.
Charlie Dean.
Yeah, Charlie Dean is another one. Like, yeah, but it was like, it's not a thing of, like, we're not picking you to be a superstar. We're not picking you to be our next Nick Dacos, or I'll say, or our next Sam Swadling. Like, we just want to know, do you add value to our team? And if that's yes, okay, cool. We're going to give you a 1-year contract, 2-year contract, whatever. Because at the end of the day, not everyone's going to be like a Nick Dacos. Not everyone is going to be like on $1 million plus. You need the guys that are on 200K that are, in the VFL developing, like, all that stuff. Like, so it's a bit of a balancing act and trying to, and again, it's that thing of, like, if you don't know, find out. Like, find out if they're shit. Find out if they're, the greatest thing since sliced bread. Like, and then that's the thing. Like, that's where um, and I'm sure Fly's like asking questions and all that stuff, but from like the outside looking in, it just seems like it's a like I mean I said it I can't remember when I said it, but maybe it was like a few months ago. Like he's got very like autistic traits. He doesn't like to change things up. He's got once he does it one way, he does it the same way until he's like forced to change. Um, it's just not how you run a football club, and it's just not how, especially when you're running a football club where it's based around humans, and humans have feelings, they have lives, they have motivations, they have so many things around it. Like I just don't understand. Um, like I just don't understand the whole point around like we're just gonna throw you in the VFL. We're gonna like because all the wording, like he always says all the right things. He always says, "Oh, we're here to get better," and like all these things. But like when it comes to actually action, like he's actually not doing anything. Um, I will just. I mean, Chris is obviously in the on the thing. He's actually been waiting a long time. I'll just say hi to Chris real quick, and just I'll get him to have a bit of a intro, and then we'll continue on. But yeah. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Shawnee. Hey, Daz.
Hey.
Hello.
Is there a quick thought you want to have on the selection integrity at all, Chris?
Yeah, well, of course. We all know Fly doesn't have selection integrity. Perfect example. All these kids that are named, they wouldn't be playing at all. You really think Timothy would be playing? Noah Howes, Parker, all these kids would not be playing because he does not want to play any of these kids. He just wants to play all his favorites. And it really pisses me off. You've got to think about we're talking about the next 5 to 10 years. This is going to be their side. Let them play. See, if they don't have it, delist them. But this is going to be their side for the next 5 to 10 years. See if they've got it. If they've got it, then this will be their team for the next 5, 10. If they don't have it, then you delist them. I just get so pissed off. He doesn't want to play any of these kids, and it's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of ironic with Fly because I remember there was one thing he said in one of the videos that the Collingwood Footy Club put out was one of the quotes he said was like we need to water the thing that we want to grow, or we need to water the plant that we want to grow. That's all well and good, like that's great, but like if you're watering the plant of the Scott Pendlebury or a Scott Pendlebury plant, like that plant's going to be dead in a few weeks. Like it's going to be brown. It's going to be like it's going to be I don't know the plant terminology for it, but it's like at what point do you just go okay that's on its race, like side bottom's another one. I mean how I wouldn't mind going on an extra year, but obviously within reason. But okay, now someone's saying the stream is dead. All right, let me see if I can get something up because it's been really bad tonight for some reason. But yeah, you guys are both able to obviously hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you. I heard Chris.
Yeah.
It's not cutting in or out. It's not waffled or anything like that. Ultimate. So
well, it's not like Anthony's stream. He was really bad tonight. His stream was really bad tonight.
If you keep, could possibly be it, but
yeah, because it's not doing the buffering anymore.
Drops out.
Well, I'm watching the stream right now, and it's not buffering because it was doing a lot of buffering before.
No, it was quite all right. Just a quick comment on Finlay McRae. I reckon they've done that deliberately. Ultimate, Chris. I reckon they've seen. Oh, we got your old team here. What more motivation would it be for Finlay McRae to come up against his former club and play against Fly, who obviously had a big decision to cut him last year? We'll get around you. We'll support you. You know Collingwood a fair bit, Finlay. You know how things work. You know the players, you know the playing list, that guys that are going to be playing at Optus Stadium on Sunday. What better motivation for a guy like Finlay Macrae, if he plays on Sunday for the Eagles, than to shove it right up Collingwood and shove it right up Fly on Sunday? I'm going to be watching that with interest.
Yeah.
And how's that going to look for us if he does get 20-plus possessions, kicks a goal, kicks the winning goal, he celebrates with his new club, and we delisted him last year. I mean, I'd like to see the chat when that happens, if it happens. I don't wish anyone any bad luck or anything like that, but I reckon Andrew McQualter and the selection panel at West Coast would have gone, now, what can we get out of this game? Okay, got a guy that knows Collingwood a fair bit. It's been with him for a while, was delisted. He's on the edge with us at the moment. We'll put him in against Collingwood, his former club, and we'll see how he goes. He might just be inspired and play one of these big games in front of the Optus crowd at the Weagles and basically turn it on. Now, debate is as to whether or not he should have stayed with Collingwood or should have been cut last year. That is debatable. I'm on the fence with that. I still, even to this day, I still don't know what would have been my decision. But I don't know. I think when you look at it, you look at the players that we still have that haven't debuted and still on our list, and we weren't prepared to give Finlay Macrae another year. And then you look at some of the others that still haven't played a game of AFL football. He would be well within his rights to say, hang on, I was harshly dealt by and harshly dealt with. But I think all eyes, not just West Coast supporters, but there'll be a lot of Collingwood supporters watching Finlay Macrae on Sunday. It's going to be interesting how that all pans out.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing, though. I mean, players talk about it all the time when they do. Okay, so apparently the stream's actually been good for a little bit, so yeah, that's good now. But when it comes to and again, it comes down to the confidence of the players coming in and stuff, and especially when they get delisted. I mean, there's so many stories that have come out, that they're basically inconsolable for days and weeks and months and all this stuff. I wonder what it does do to someone, especially when it's because I guess if you get delisted and you go to another club, obviously it sort of depends on the whole situation. Also, probably depends on the person themselves. And even talking about a player that went from us to Hawthorn in Tom Phillips, he's even been pretty open that he was that he basically went through that process, and he even admitted himself he wasn't the same when he was over at Hawthorn. Yeah, and Tom Phillips wasn't the greatest player of all time at Collingwood. We can all admit that, but I still feel like he still had enough value to give to a side, and again, I just think it's such an underrated aspect to this game, that the mental and emotional toll that some of these players go through, and it affects their form. It basically affects their footy so much to the point where some of them don't even potentially even recover back to what they were. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't subscribe to the fact of someone because again, at Collingwood, Finlay Macrae did have some good games at Collingwood, and even that game when he played against North Melbourne and he was going at 30% disposal efficiency and he got subbed halfway through the second quarter. You can't tell me that didn't have an effect on him and his mental health and the fact that he was taken out as sub that early in the game. Yeah, and again, like these are obviously conversations where I'm only reporting on what I'm seeing and all that stuff. But I don't know, I just can't agree to, or I can't subscribe to the fact that once you're, you know, there's a, you just become terrible overnight, or I do feel like football is not only is it about like momentum on the field, of course, but I think there's momentum off the field as well, like creating good habits, um, making sure you're getting the best out of yourself. Um, but yeah.
Yeah, just try. Sorry to interrupt there, but I wanted to just tell what you talk about fly. Did anyone hear and see? I just did it before jumping on the short little presser from Hayden Skipworth talking about the team, because Fly apparently didn't turn up today. He was crook.
No.
He was sick, so he didn't turn up to the team selection, and apparently Fly was doing it on, I suppose, on a stream with the other coaches. So he was home, but he pretty much was. They were doing their team selections pretty much around the table, except Fly was home. So in other words, it was like, I don't know whether it was picture, but audio, and then you had Joe Roughhead, Skippy, Leper, Tyson Goldsack, and Hayden Skipworth, basically, and also Jared Wade as well. So basically, they went with the team and they put it up this evening. But so Skippy's presser was interesting. So he actually, in about 10, 12 minutes of that presser, he actually gave us more feedback, more information than what Fly has ever done, I reckon, in any of his pressers this year, or even I even go back to previous years. It was far more, concise, far more, relevant, not talking in spin, not talking in circles, not sort of half answering questions. It was a confident presser, and he pretty much told us, if you were listening carefully, pretty much told us most things about the team. So that's why I wasn't really that shocked about the actual overall team. And you could tell that Noah House was coming in and making his debut and things like that. But I just wanted to compare. I don't know whether you guys saw it or heard it, but it might be something that Matt and you guys might want to talk about later on when there's some more guys that might have seen it. I'll jump off later. But it was a very interesting presser and a far more concise, knock it on the head. He didn't sort of like he didn't give a lot away, but he certainly answered the questions when they were asked of him. He answered pretty much as he could within reason, and none of this sort of spin, like politician type talk or anything like that. And it was really quite good to actually listen to it. It was actually good to see. That's the first time I've seen Skippy at a presser talk openly in front of the journos and talk to us and all that sort of stuff. It really made me feel good. It did make me feel good. None of this bullshit that we get from Fly midweek. We actually saw a confidence assistant coach answer the questions, knock it on the head, tell us what is happening. Pretty much, we've still got to make decisions. We've still will release and announce the team, but it made me feel good. Thank God that guy's still at Collingwood, because I tell you what, without him, I reckon we'd be in more strife. The rabble and the rubbish that Fly comes up with. I don't know, maybe the chat might bring some comments, those that heard it and saw it, what they thought of it. But I know only went for about under 15 minutes, I think, from memory. And the clip that I got anyway was under 15 minutes, but it was really, really, really good. And it made me feel better, because those that watch Fly's presses I don't know. I might be on my own here, but for me, they are nothing but it's just a complete. You might as well not even watch it or listen to it. It's just dribble. It is total dribble, and we got the opposite. I thought we got a huge improvement in what was said today at the presser by Hayden Skipworth. So I'd be interested to hear whether any of you guys heard it or saw it, and anyone in the chat actually heard Skippy talk, because I was actually very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely saw it. And I've had over the years, I've literally had people even say to me that like Skipworth is a pretty big backbone to this footy club, and yeah, the second he leaves, expect Collingwood to get a lot worse because I know for a fact that Skipworth, even I think it was like 2-3 years ago, he was the one that was driving the narrative of the kids.
Yep.
There was it wasn't last season, but there was a preseason where Fly, I think he went on holiday or he's sick, or anyway, he wasn't there, and we had a period where Skipworth was basically like running training. He was taking all the drills, and he seemed to like he was getting behind a lot of the fresh players, like more of the younger players. So if there was anyone that was going to advocate for the kids, it was going to be Skipworth.
Also, Josh Fraser mentioned Hayden Skipworth a few weeks ago when he got questioned about, I think it might have been the week before the Collingwood game or during the week of the Collingwood game. He actually mentioned Skippy. He only mentioned one person that he's sort of been connected to with obviously he mentioned Fly, but just to that lead up game to the Carlton game a few weeks ago, he actually it says a lot when you get a guy that's going to another rival club and then you're named as like name. Your name comes out and it's a positive towards that person as well. The fact that Skippy has been, you're quite right, Ultimate, has been an integral part for a number of years now in regards to trying to, I think, give the alternative approach to having these younger guys, play. I don't know enough about what they discuss at team selection or their meetings during the week or debriefs or whatever it may be. But I think we'd all agree, we've seen enough of Fly to know that he's a pretty stubborn bloke. He's pretty set in his ways. And to actually get him out of those ways, you probably need more than a Hayden Skipworth. That's why I keep saying, guys, you need a really strong, challenging assistance. You need really need the assistance, not just one. You actually need quite a few of them to challenge the senior coach, to put it on the senior coach. If they're going to just sit there and say nothing and not challenge the coach on certain things like selection, then the senior coach is always going to win. He's always going to have the final say, and always the cards will always fall with him. But that's what I keep saying, and I've brought it up so many times in the past. If you have a really strong assistance group challenging your senior coach, it doesn't matter whether you're Craig McRae or Chris Scott or whether you're Sam Mitchell, you've got to have a really strong assistance group as well.
Yeah. I've just been trying to figure out how to get the actual presser up because I wouldn't mind actually getting it, but I'm not confident on actually, because once it's like there, I don't want to show the video footage of it because that's definitely going to get us flagged.
No way.
But if I can find a way to just, even if I just scroll down to even just like to where the comments are,
play
that
the
might.
audio.
Yeah.
It didn't go very long, Ultimate. Yeah, it was only a quickie, I think. Although we might only get very short bits anyway. The club will only do what they do. But I was trying to get it through the AFL website as well. And I managed to get it through them, I think. And I think it went, as I said, short. He didn't give.
Well, it's also
he didn't
for our
actually-
website too.
Oh, absolutely. For website, Collingwood website eventually, when they want to choose to put it on there. Did you see it or hear it, Chris?
Yeah, I heard
He
it.
had to say?
Yeah, I heard it. earlier today.
It just
Skipworth,
looked,
I can tell you, he's the future. Sorry, Daz.
It was a tick. It was a tick. Whereas where we get with Fly and what we've got previous from Fly has been the same old rubbish, and you don't get anything out of it at all.
What I was going to say, he's a future coach.
Skipworth
He's a future coach.
I'm a Hayden Skipworth fan. And he got asked that question too, Chris. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Asked him, would you like to be an AFL senior coach? And you know what he said straight away? Yes. So he has no doubts in his mind that he wants to coach, and he would be he will be able to do the job. It's obviously going to have to be whatever club. It's going to have to be a good fit, obviously, for him. But I have absolutely no doubt. And I'm interested to know why. It'd be good to find out why he didn't put his hand up for the Essendon job or the Carlton job. He didn't go through any of those first interviews, or he was considering it, I think. But he's just biding his time, I think. He's biding his time. He's going to walk into an AFL coaching role as a senior coach probably within the next 2 to 3 years. So, yeah, I'm interested to find out. He could very well go to a club like North Melbourne after Clarko. He could end up coaching Gold Coast. He could end up coaching GWS. He could go to any one of those clubs. He could go to WA. He could go to Richmond and replace Adamuse because he's probably on his last 12 months. It would not surprise me if he's going to be that impressive during a presser. He could be very much one of the very next after next year. He could be. I don't want to lose him, obviously, but if he was to go somewhere else, I wouldn't be surprised if he sharply improves the club he goes to.
Well, Daz, did you see that thing Fly did a day with Fly? They showed his all the cliches he does. The cliches are from people that do like the scripts for him. They tell him what to say. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that probably happens at most clubs. I think there's a few clubs that probably have to, Chris Scott, Damien Hardwick, Ross Lyon, Sam Mitchell. I reckon those 4 coaches probably go over the line a little bit, and probably you can't stop their sort of personality because when they fire up, and they go over the line a little bit, and because they're experienced coaches or they're experienced people. So you'd expect that from them, and they don't care at the end of the day. Yeah, I've pretty much no doubt that Collingwood, probably not just Collingwood. I think there's other clubs that do it as well, that get into their ear and says, "Oh, you can't talk about that. Don't talk about that. Only if you're going to talk about this, just talk about that, nothing else. Answer it this way." Yeah, I mean. Pretty much we know that that's what goes on with Fly because we see it every week. We see it midweek. We see it post-match. It's like I was saying, it's such a boring piece of information that he provides. I watch, but it's worth basically zero,
Well, there is one thing I would love them to do. Maybe have, say to Skipworth, in a couple of years, I don't know, you take over and Fly. Maybe they give Fly maybe a couple of years, then Skipworth takes over.
Interesting. Yeah, well, that would be interesting. I think he might be off at another club before then, though, Chris. I've got a feeling as early as next year. He may leave at the end of this year, even. He may just he may take in a move to another club and get we don't know what's going to happen with other clubs, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to another club at the end of the year and gets another feel for another club as a senior assistant, and that might be he then might be 2 years away from because he's still pretty young, 2 years away from taking over as the major senior coach. But he clearly wants to do a role as a senior coach. He wants to be he answered so quickly when that question was put to him. Would you like to be a senior coach of an AFL club? And he said yes. There was no hesitation. And I suspect that he's been thinking that way for a while. I believe that from what I've been hearing from people, even like 12 months ago, over 12 months ago, that this guy wants to coach AFL at a senior level.
Yeah, well, he tried to. He went after the West Coast job. I think he finished in the top 4 for memory as well. So when West Coast were trying to get their person, I know Cox was in it. That's why Sydney signed Cox. He was right in it.
I think he might have been just beaten. I think he might have been the second candidate or the second one. I reckon you're right there, Ultimate Greatness. I reckon he was. It was between him and the other, basically, and they went with the other. So basically, I mean, he was. If you're that close there, and that it also gives you an example as well that highlights that going to West Coast. So that's going over there. He doesn't care where it is either. So that's why I mentioned he could be in the picture for any one of other opportunities. He could be replacing Damien Hardwick in another 18 months or 2 or a year. Could be next year. Dimmer might just like throw in the towel and suddenly they're looking for another coach. He'd be perfect for them, I would have thought, young list. Tough gig though, because I think Gold Coast, you don't succeed if you're a Gold Coast team. Doesn't matter what code you are, you really don't succeed. But he's not going to sort of like say no, thank you. Adam Kingsley's got another year to go, so he probably might be there. He might be another one there. But even Richmond with Uze, they're starting to get a little bit impatient. I don't know why, but they're starting to get a little bit impatient, probably because they've been bottom 2 for a while now, but they have had some premierships. But that's what you do when you're a football club. You just don't accept the low standards.
All right, I might have it here. I just want to play the video just to see if I can get the audio because I've got no clue what I'm doing here. All right, give me a second. Were you able to hear that?
No, didn't hear anything myself.
Okay. All right. Continue on. I'll see.
That's all right. I'll stop now. Chris, do you want to have something to say or whatever?
Yeah, what I was going to say is like maybe they could do like Buckley did with Moldhouse and what Mitchell did with Clarkson. Say to him like that, you're going to take over and then do like I know it doesn't work, but some clubs it does work. Sydney, it's worked with Cox and Longmire. Maybe you could do that with Skipworth and McRae. Do it like that. And then he doesn't go to any other club.
Yeah. But Fly's got another, he's got this year and next year. So Fly will probably commit to next year. But in the chat and use guys, what happens next year we'll give Collingwood a wild card.
All right, let's try this. We'll see if the audio works.
He's not too bad. He just wanted to stay away from the group today.
Is that working?
Yeah, that's working.
Yep. Yeah, cut in and out at the beginning, but it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, and I just wanted to do a snippet. All right, we'll play from the start.
Goes for about 8 minutes, 9 minutes. I've just checked.
Not long.
Yeah. I'll just make sure I've got the chat so that I'm knowing what's going on there. All right, guys, we'll just quickly listen to what he said. Just making sure that okay. But the way I've got it, it shouldn't come up on the screen. And we'll just go from there. All right.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Should we start with the coach? How is he?
Yeah, he's sick. He's not too bad. He just wanted to stay away from the group today. We're flying out tomorrow, so we didn't want any laid outs through illness. And he's obviously keen to come in today, but not quite up to it.
Jordan is restricted to light duties. Will he be playing on Sunday?
Yeah, he didn't get through training today. Obviously, got a bit longer break before Sunday, but you'd think he'd be unlikely going into the game, having not trained this week. So we'll give him every opportunity. We'll talk to the medicos this afternoon and see where he's at.
Obviously, you forced outs. Can you let us in on any of the changes yet, or still working through that?
We're still working through it. We've got match committee in about half an hour, so we'll know more. I think the squads go out tonight, but there'll be some opportunity, obviously through the injuries. But our VFL has been unbelievable the last sort of month, so we've got some really, really good players in form. So it'd be good to get some opportunity, give some opportunity to these guys.
You guys went a great run as well, winning 6 straight. I guess playing catch-up, was there a bit of a sort of risk of burnout there, or is this more coincidence that you got a couple of injuries?
Just coincidence. So how he broke his arm, you can't do much about that. So there's some unlucky ones in there. We've had a pretty good run. We've had our medical team's done a great job and a high performance team this year, getting our guys up. So this week we'll be down a few troops, but the squad is definitely going in good form. So give some opportunity.
Sam Swaddling's form has been pretty good. Is he one of those names that you're looking at for Sunday?
Definitely, he's in the mix. You can't ignore, his form. He's going back. He's really unlucky to go out the team. Him and Ryan Steele, I thought, contributing really well in the front half of the year. So he's definitely one. His name's up on the magnet board at the moment, but he'd be probably a good chance to play.
For those who haven't seen him at VFL level the last couple of weeks, can you shed a bit of light on what's been impressing you guys at selection? Yeah,
he's outnumbered. He's contest to contest. I think he got 40 possessions again for an 18-year-old kid. It's quite remarkable. His ball use as well. So he doesn't get the junky touches. He takes the ball forward. He can kick left and right. He's got great hands around contests. So he's had a super first year, and we've been lucky enough to find him some games, and hopefully we get him some more games back into the year.
With the trip out west and then back-to-back 6-day breaks, is there any plans to rest anybody? Or?
No plans at the moment. We always say we're trying to build up from winning the flag, so we've got an older list as everyone knows. So it's unrealistic for those guys that play every week, but we do make those decisions. Back end of the week, we'll gather all the information we can, and we'll make a decision close to game day for those guys.
You won't be deterred by the AFL's memo at all.
We've sort of managed that. We've had to manage our lists for the last few years based on the age of the guys and some youth guys. So we'll continue to do that throughout the back end of the year as well.
One player who's definitely in career best form is Dan McStay. What can you say? What's been the secret to unlocking him as a genuine gun key forward? Yeah, I guess with Mychek leaving is probably the number one key. I think Dan's sort of been thrust into that role. Got Charlie West around him, so he's got the leadership aspirations. He was in leadership last year, and he's one of the leaders of the forward line. So I think he's lent into that, but I think he's really put himself forward as a number one key and stepped into that. So his form's been, the same as us winning, I guess. We're sort of aligned in that respect. We're moving the ball better. I think from the mid-season break, we're moving the ball from D50 to 450 a lot better, and he's been probably on the end of a bit of that as well.
Lachie Neale had a bit of a walk through the club 6 days ago. Did you have anything to do with the tour? What sort of things do you show them behind closed doors here?
No, I've got nothing to do with the tours. Leave that all to Justin Lepage and the list management team.
How good would he look in Collingwood's midfield next year if he was to sign here?
There's plenty of players that look good in Collingwood. So, I won't comment on other people from other clubs, but we're always looking to get better as a club through our draft and free agent picks. So, I'll leave that at that. The
Carlton and Essendon coaching jobs getting towards their end. Would you have liked to have been part of them and up to this stage? Yeah, same thing as before. I won't probably lend too much and give you a running commentary of the process stuff. But all I said previously is I'm really happy here. Fly's been unbelievable to me. The club's been enormous. We've got really great coaches, not only line coaches, but we've got Justin Lepage and Shane O'Brien and these guys in the building that I'm learning from. Would you like to coach your own team one day? Definitely, that's an aspiration piece. It's got to be a good fit for me and the club. So, everything I've done to date is to go down that path.
This week, how much of a danger game is it for you, just given the force changes at West Coast over Perth, although you do travel pretty well?
Yeah, we've sort of got a decent record. I think when you start slow like we did, every danger game. So we sort of put ourselves behind the ledger initially, but like our form's stacking up with anyone in the comp at the moment. So we'll back in our form and we'll back in the next guy up, for selection this week as well.
Harley Reid's obviously a big barometer for them as well. Is there a sort of particular plan for him?
Yeah, he's a great player. Dersma as well. They've got some exciting young kids. I went and watched them on Sunday, and inaccuracy cost them the game. Really, they played really well. So, Harley's definitely a watch. Ran his contests and his stoppage stuff. He's electric. So we'll definitely have a plan for him.
I don't know if you're across the Herald Sun report about a player essentially signing a waiver that accepting the risks of further concussions. Is that something that would sort of concern you at all as a coach to have a player sign an agreement outside of their contract?
Yeah, I'm completely unaware of the story, so it's hard for me to comment on.
Talk has sort of been circulating again of shortening quarters. What are your thoughts on that overall?
Anything to get me home early is always good. So, I've got no real bent to what it is. If it gets more games in, if we increase the season, it's definitely something you've got to look at, is shortening quarters. But I'm not really strong here or there. We sort of get what we get from the AFL and we deal with it the best we can.
I think Noah Howes was in the black singlet group. Is that a bit of a hint that he might be in line?
Yeah, we had Will Hayes, Noah Howes. We sort of wanted to give some guys that we potentially looking at for selection this week a go with the senior team. So, like I said, in about half an hour, we'll be able to let everyone know where it all sits. But he was definitely one in the mix. Obviously, with Jeremy Howell going down and Maynard out and Darcy Moore out, we sort of lied on for that key back.
And Steele Sidebottom had the socks up out there. I don't know if you saw that. Is that a new look?
He's running around in the white team today. Had the long sleeve white, and he looked like an old fashioned footballer, didn't he?
Just a quick one on Josh Dacos missed training again earlier this week. Is he moving okay? Body okay?
I think this time of year we've got a lot of guys that are grumbly bodies and stuff. That's real. I think he's played over 100 games straight, so he'd be highly unlikely to miss. He finds a way to get up for games and perform. So we don't expect him to be in any doubt this week.
All right, so that was the press conference. God didn't stick out like a sore thumb when he said, "Yeah." God, that just. But in terms of what he did say though, I don't know. Yeah, you can dissect that as much as you want, but at the end of the day, like, a lot of it is corporate speak, and a lot of it is I do feel like with Skipworth, I do feel like that there is a lot of good that he does at the club, but yeah, it's kind of like I don't get into politics or anything like that, but despise it actually. But yeah, you can tell that even though it was his mouth moving, he wasn't the one talking. But you could also, he had some of his words in there, but wasn't all of it.
What about the question they asked about Dan McStay's great turnaround in form? You know who you mentioned? Charlie. He's got Charlie West around him. Charlie West. So he actually took it upon himself to mention one of the reasons why Dan McStay is actually playing really well now and kicking goals, clunking marks, because he's got Charlie West around him. And haven't we been seeing that and saying that for months? Get the guy in the team, and it just opens up the forward line even more, and it doesn't put as much pressure on those two individuals, Tim Membry and Dan McStay, all the time. You've got Charlie West floating around from forward line to almost to the wing. How ironical that, Fly would never mention Charlie West in a presser and give him a comp. That's a compliment to Charlie West. The fact that he says he's got Charlie West around him, it's made Dan McStay play, and he's averaging 4 goals a game now. His last 4 or 5 weeks have been unbelievable. So unbelievable compliment there for a young guy, only 20 years of age. You get Charlie West in, and you see it for yourselves. You see what it does to the forward line and how it opens up that forward line. and direction inside 50, because you've got a guy that's clunking marks now around the forward 50, may not be kicking goals as much as you might like, but then you've got the upward trend of Dan McStay, and up until last week, the improvement in Tim Membry. And I suspect that that's probably another reason why Tim Membry's form's improved over the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks as well, excluding last week, is that Charlie West has been there. You know, finally. So what a compliment to have a guy like that speak highly and commend Charlie West, who's only played 6 games of AFL football so far. Great. I loved it.
Yeah, and as I said, that's where you get the Skipworth and you get the club. Like, yeah, because there was a bit of it where Skipworth did get a few things off his chest in terms of what he wanted to say, but the thing that when he was saying, yeah, that's real, and there was like all the other quotes that they have, that was all club speak.
Of course.
And
he's got to stick by that. He's still got.
Yeah,
he would have been spoken to by the media manager or whatever. You know, somebody would have been in his ear. Says, "Okay, Fly's not here, so you're the next man up. Just say this. Don't let too much out the bag. Don't bag. You're going to get a question about West Coast, their players. You're going to get a question maybe about you know, Sidey, about Pendles. I don't think there was any question about Pendles from what I heard anyway. But you're going to get those sorts of questions. So the Josh Dacos question has come about. I mean, we've all been talking about that anyway in regards to, even like, you might have had a couple of weeks ago, you might have had 25 plus possessions in a game, but his disposal wasn't great either. So, I mean, yeah, you can look at the actual possessions and the disposals. I've always say, you know, it's the action, not necessarily the first instance of getting the ball that is relevant. What is relevant is how you get rid of the footy and whether that goes to advantage or not. And that's why I've been so up on people like Ed Allen now, because he's doing that, whereas he didn't have a chance to do that early in the season because he was stuck in the bloody VFL or playing wing.
Yep.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask. Why didn't they ask about Pendlebury? Like, he's not playing. Why didn't anyone in the media ask about why Pendlebury, what's going on with him? I'm surprised they didn't ask about that.
Because he didn't even train.
That's what I'm wondering, why they didn't ask.
I mean, they probably didn't know, to be honest. Like, I mean, a lot of the reporters, they're not like fans. They're not like, and then even if they are fans, they won't be fans of Collingwood, so they won't be. I mean, if they get an indication, hey, Pendles wasn't there or Pendles didn't train, yeah, they'd probably ask them the question. But I feel like you'd be surprised how often a lot of things get swept under the rug just because, yeah, they're just not checking off every single box.
And I was going to tell you, Sean, someone's backstage.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll get them on. All right. Hey, Kev.
Hey, Sean, how are you?
Doing okay.
Daz, Chris, how are you?
Hey, Kevy.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Yeah, good, Daz. Yeah, apart from having to defend Chris on Anthony's stream the other night about Lipinski, and I'll say this, it's about fucking time that he's out. The amount of times that I see him not go for the hard ball, they don't want to talk about that, but yet they'll always want to try and suck him off. And I think it's good that now that he is out, we might actually get someone who actually, you know, that can go in to get the hard ball, because there's been a few times where he doesn't go, like he's too scared to get the hard ball, and then it just results in a turnover. So until those our supporter base instead of sucking up to Patrick Lipinski, actually realised that, hey, he's not, that he is soft and he doesn't go in hard and he didn't play well in the second half. Yeah, maybe it's time for them to pull their heads in too.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you for what for that, Kev, for defending me. Thanks, Kev.
No, all good, mate. Yeah, I don't think it's right for them to accuse you of something that you didn't say, and I look back on it and not even an apology coming out from them. That's pathetic.
Yeah, I actually checked the live replay of like the comments that he made, and yeah, he didn't. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and then when they tried to even tell other people, like they couldn't even get the right quote out. And then I won't say for one of them, but one of them literally said, "Oh, it was the worst thing ever," and like even this person didn't even mention the injury part. So even that was like a reconfirmation that he never mentioned about Chris being happy about the injury.
That's right.
Anyway, there's no point.
Well,
There's
like
no
I was going to
going
say, because I would never ever say I would be happy with anyone injury. I was saying is I'm just happy he's not playing. I've been saying for a while I don't think he's been playing that great. I would never say I'm happy that anyone's injured. I'm sad that he's injured, but but he hasn't been playing that great. That's all I said.
Yeah. No, Chris, you're all good.
Yeah, no, you're all good, mate. And even where I've been sitting like at games as well, like even we can tell in the stands that he doesn't go in for the hard ball, and we've been yelling it out. Come on, Lippo, going for the hard ball. And it's just so frustrating as fans that we're seeing that there's chances there where he could go in for the hard ball, but he just doesn't. So I don't know if it's a confidence thing or whatnot, but yeah, it certainly does feel like it is a confidence thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
But I
Kevin,
mean,
getting
yeah.
on to sorry, Sean.
No, you go.
I was just going to ask Kev, thinking about now we're talking about selection. Who do you want to play on Sunday with all the players that have been named? Who do you want to play?
I would love to see Jacob Bryan play, to be honest. I think he's been great. Look, I think Parker might play. I think that might be another option. But if I think I have to have a look at the team because I've only seen bits of the team selection that we've had, and it is only like it's not confirmed. Like it's all like best. Honestly, Jacob Ryan isn't good. But it's probably not. I don't think he's in the actual team. He might be on the extended bench. Look, I like to see Jacob Ryan play. Um, to be in the team, I think Parker. Maybe it's time to play Harry Dimatima and then rest Sidebottom potentially. Just give him a break and see how he goes. And you could play maybe Parker. Maybe play Hazy if you really need to. But other than that, yeah, I think it's not bad. I think with no House, I think that's expected with Howe. I don't think they're that tall, so I think it may suit us to go a little bit smaller in defence. If there is any doubt about Josh Dacos, I think that we should pull that sub and maybe play someone like a Jacob Ryan or who else I say, or potentially Will Parker if we ever need to. But other than that, yeah, if there's too many risk of injured players, and if there is a bit of an injury cloud, I certainly don't want to risk it if they're not 100, if they're not 90 to 95% fit. If they're 60 to 70%, nah, definitely give them a week off.
Yep.
Well, I hope Demeter plays. I'm a fan of this kid. I think this kid deserves an opportunity. I've watched him a lot in the VFL, and I think I saw him last week. He was really good last week. I think he deserves an opportunity, and I think Jacob Ryan deserves an opportunity too. They both deserve an opportunity to play for Collingwood, and I hope they get an opportunity this week.
Yeah, because in terms of his recent form, he's actually been really good at half forward. And I think the way he's a bit of a pressure forward if he's going to do it, similar to like a Bow. So I just don't see him getting a game just because I just don't think he's going to get a game over Bow. I'm sure someone could make an argument that he could be better, but at the end of the day, Bow's got a lot of selection
Runs on the
security. Well, he's got a lot of selection security at the moment, so I doubt that that's going to happen. So unless if he's got like an injury or something, but that's sort of if you're going to take someone out to get Harry, and then that's probably the play you're going to have to convince Fire to take out, and I just don't see that happening. But he was. That was actually the funny thing on the VFL stream that with Mick and myself, every time we had about a 5-minute patch where we were giving Harry a bit of shit with a bit of banter, and I think he kick like 2 goals in like 3 minutes or something.
Yeah,
and
he just had like
could not believe that.
And the whole time we were just shitting on him, and obviously Mick was like, "Hey, just keep shitting on him. Every time we shit on him, he plays better."
Well, the question I was going to ask you, Sean, do you think your man Ryan will play this week?
I mean, I'm not really in the position to be like, well, I mean, I'm not really that keen to be predicting stuff this season, just purely off the back of, it's just not been an exciting season, to be honest. It just hasn't been. So it's like, as much as I want to be happy and be excited as a fan, it's been a really difficult year, to be honest, because in my mind we should be a top 4 side. We should be playing a lot better than what we are. Some of the ins and outs we should have experimented a lot more with. I just think that I just can't really see. I just can't see a way how this isn't. And I know we haven't finished the season yet, but I can't see, unless if we had this insane run in the back end. I can't help but see this season as a bit of a failure, to be honest.
I'm the same.
Because the whole people are saying, like, even at the start of the season when people were saying, "Oh, we're going to be playing in the wild card round and all that stuff," and although that may have happened, the reality is that we have underperformed to what we have. We haven't experimented with any of the kids. And when I say we haven't experimented, like, we haven't like fully dove into, playing certain players. And then when we did play them, like, I mean, what round did Swaddling debut? Like round 12 or something? Like, it took us 12 weeks to play him in his first game. Like,
yes. And even took Ed Allen. It took us a while to get Ed Allen to play him, like, in the actual midfield, like on the wing. And then it took us a while to play Gus Sanderson as well when we picked him up, like, during the...
And Rowan and Sean's man, Oscar Steen.
Yeah, Oscar Steen was another one.
Ed Allen was playing VFL for 8 or 9 games out of the first 10 or 12, back and forth all the time. Craziness, absolute craziness. I agree, Sean. I agree, absolutely. It's an underperforming year. If you don't want to say fail, I say it as a fail. When you underperform, it is a fail. I don't care whether you want to, wrap it up and say, well, no, two entirely different terminologies. It is a fail. And if it was 2024 and we missed the finals with a top 8 in 2024, if we still had that same system this year, we'd probably miss out. It's again like 2024.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's if that is the case, when you finish out of the bottom 8, so I use the old system here, 2 out of 3 years, you've underperformed 2 out of 3 years. Is Collingwood going to accept that sort of like mediocrity to be sitting somewhere in the middle of the table or maybe missing a top 8? I look at it this way: it's an absolute cop out to turn around and say, "Oh yeah, well, we're going to fight for a wild card and maybe play one extra week." Big deal, big bloody deal. You know, all the half-glass Collingwood supporters who think that's worthy of this football club, well, I'm sorry, but that is a fail.
Yeah, it's actually fascinating to me because I was just thinking about it just now, because we're not going to make top 4, so we're not going to get a second chance.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to go from elimination final to semi to prelim to grand final if we get there. I was even just quickly thinking to myself of like, if we, given the position that we're in, given that we've had a lot of injuries to a lot of extremely important players, if we were to say make a prelim, do we then look back on it? And mind you, let's just say we. It's not that we just go flat out like, you know, play the kids, but if we're playing like, you know, all like if we embrace the kids being in the side, if that makes any sense. And even let's just say, you know, even like a side bottom, let's just say side bottom when it comes like the wild card round, or just like leading into the wild card round, if he bows out and goes, "All right, guys, that's it, I'm done," like, you know, appreciate all the love and support that I've been given over the years. If we have this intent and we do go kid first, and we make a prelim off of that, like, it's it's hard because it's like, on one hand, I'd actually be pretty happy with that, but then there's also a massive part of me of like, if you don't win the flag, then it doesn't mean anything. But like, I would probably rather, I'd probably have that thought only if we go straight up, like play all the older players. But if we're playing, even if we play like a Will Hayes, or if we're playing, because like we do have a lot of injuries to a lot of players like Howe and Perriman and a lot of very important players. But I don't know, I'd love to know your guys' thoughts. Is that obviously within context and how we go about it? Like, what's the and it doesn't have to be a success. Like, it doesn't have to be like a pass mark. But like, what do you got? Like, what are you guys expecting out of this in terms of like, what's a realistic expectations given what we are currently facing? Is it a prelim? Like, is it, you know, if we were to play a prelim and say lose by say a goal, do we look at that? But then playing the kids in the process, do we look at that as a positive thing? Because then it's like, damn, we've given all these kids like half a dozen games. They've all played a wild card round. They've all played a elimination final, semi-final, prelim. That's massive games going into next year that they're going to now have those experiences going into next season. Do we look at that as a positive, or do we still look at that of, you know, at the end of the day, we're here to win flags and it's still not good enough?
You can do both, actually. You can actually play the kids and still put up a good performance like we did against Sydney and maybe win. Not going to maybe win every game, but we showed ourselves on that night when we had a young team and we took it up. And actually, I thought we outplayed Sydney for majority of that game. And if it wasn't for Oscar Steen's injury, we'd probably win that game. So that was our youngest team this year. It backs against the wall, playing interstate at the SCG against a top 2 team. So you can do both. And the message should have been right there from that night onwards, from that game onwards, that we should now do this. Pick the guys in the VFL, the younger guys. I'm not saying pick everybody. This business about, you can't pick all the kids and all this sort of stuff. No one's ever said that. Just pick the kids that are performing.
Pick the best team, because I feel like the best team are the kids. Like, that's the craziest part.
I agree.
Yeah.
Pick the kids that are due. Pick the kids that are due. Now, you're not going to know whether they're ready for AFL football. You can't judge them on even one game. You've got to have a process of picking them and playing them for 4 to 5 weeks. Then you can make a more of a judgment call on them. But that was the time to start doing it. That should have been an influential period of Fly and all the coaches to say, okay, look at what we've done against the second team. Actually were not. I think they're only a game or whatever behind Freo at that stage. Certainly top 2, and they're on a run of wins and so forth. So we took a young team, inexperienced, good level of experience in the Sydney team, and we're playing interstate, and we took it right up to them. So that should have been the penny should have dropped there and then. Okay, we're going to do this for a few weeks. We're going to pick these kids with a bit of energy, that want to compete, compete against some of the guys that have, in the other teams, that prove a point, the energy and the excitement. But no, we went back to the old stuff again after that. So that was a missed opportunity. You can do both, guys. You can pick the young kids with energy and excitement, bit of an X factor. A lot of these other clubs don't know a lot about these guys because they haven't played AFL football. So again, I keep saying, development in the VFL, you're going to go quicker if you develop them in the AFL. They'll actually, the process will be quicker for them because they're playing in a faster game amongst more elite footballers. They're learning off other players in the team who've been there and done that before, but sticking them and leaving them in for week after week in the VFL, they will learn less, and they will learn, and anything that they do learn is actually a slower module. And that's why I keep saying, we were all saying it. Why were people getting dropped after one game and going back to the VFL? Sam Swadling, angry. They did it, with those two, quite obviously, those two. Charlie Westers had it happen to him this year as well. And you get no continuity. And then the confidence level of those guys drops as well. So they're back again. What more do they have to do? What is it that they're not doing that you're happy with or not happy with, but you're happy with Sidey's form, Crispy's form, Houston's form? Are you happy with Crispy's form at the moment? I'll put it on you. Has the coach actually gone to Crispy, or is he untouchable that he can't be criticised for his poor disposal at the moment? He's cost us on average. Most games this year I've watched him, he's cost us 2 to 3 goals every single game. 2 to 3 goals for an experienced player that's played all these consecutive games, all that, like the 11 years of AFL football at 2 clubs, and he's still missing his direction. His compass is way off, and it's cost us in most games this year. And you go back to what happened early in the year where we lost all those close games and then drew with Hawthorn. That's pivotal. That's so important. Now, we would all be criticising and saying, get rid of the VFL guy because he's doing that, because he's not up to it. But you leave and you keep in Jack Crisp, who should have higher standards, but he's doing it. So he's able to get away with these sorts of deficiencies with his experience and his term in regards to age and all that sort of history that he's had previously. And yet you're still progressing with him at the expense of a younger guy who could be just as good, if not better, only if he gets given a few opportunities.
One thing I will say with that, like I totally do agree. we've won 6 in a row, and I think part of the run is that, like, when we have been playing the kids, like, we've been playing really well. And again, when we've had the injuries, mind you, we've been playing guys like a puncher, and we've been watching the VFL, whether if it's, you, Sean, and Mick doing the watch along. I know, like, I've been watching the VFL, doing the stream as well. We see what our kids are doing, and the win against Geelong was perfect example of that. Even before that, we've been seeing how these guys have been going about it for the last 6 weeks or so. And the fact is that when we've had injuries, that's when we're forced to change. With Jack Chris as well, people criticise Darcy Moore, and fair enough, he's captain and he doesn't, at times I think he does deserve to be dropped, and he doesn't, and maybe it's a confidence thing. I think the same thing that should be towards Jack Crisp and Patrick Lipinski. When they don't perform well in AFL level, why aren't they getting dropped to the VFL? Why aren't they getting back to the basics of being hungry and wanting to be desperate for the footy, and being back in the in the senior guy, back in the senior team? Is there something going on that we don't know about?
Well, I can answer that question for you, Kev. Anyone who knows Fly knows if you're not a part of Team Fly, he doesn't play you. Most of these kids will not play because they're not part of Team Fly. Think about it. We know who's in there. Stybottom's in there. Penderbury's in there. Lipinski's in there. Ned Long's in there. Darcy Moore's in there. If you're not a part of Team Fly, he ain't going to play you. All the kids that we all want to play, they're not a part of Team Fly, they won't play. That's how Fly works. That's why we always talk about he doesn't have selection integrity because he doesn't want to play these kids. He does it every week. He plays his favorites. All his favorites play every week. The kids, think about it. If we didn't have all these injuries, none of these kids would get opportunities.
No, 100%.
None of them would get opportunity. None of them. You think, I don't know if Swadlin would come back. I don't know if Howes would get. Think about how many times we've seen Howes saying Howes should get an opportunity, Cochrane should get an opportunity. How many times that Sean would say Steen deserved opportunity? All these people, they don't get opportunities because they're not part of Team Fly. He plays his favourites, and that's what pisses us all off. He plays his favourite, doesn't give a shit what we think. We think play the kids, he doesn't.
And
I mean, just to touch on with like Ben's comment as well. Like, I do agree that you do have to back in players that do have the runs on the board. And in fairness, like Chris did have a similar path in 23. But like, man, like the chances of him like coming good like he did in 23, I'm not saying it's like 0%, but if it was like, say, 25 to 30% in 23, it's going to be like 10% this year, and that's being generous. So it's like we can place that risk. We can and again, and I know, like, I don't know, I feel like it's so lazy just to say, oh, but it's just the age. Like, there's just been so many times. Like, how many times has he like turned it over? And it won't even just be a turnover. Like, it'll be bad turnovers. Like, I remember can't remember what game it was a few weeks ago. Like, he literally got the ball in like a pack situation, like a ground ball in a pack, and he handballed it to the opposition on the defensive side, and we had no defensive cover of that play. And all they did was they turned around and they just bolted off. And because we didn't have anyone with like leg speed to catch them, like they just had free reign into the forward line. Like, it's just, and mind you, that mistake could also, it may not be just crisp on that one, and it could just be the fact that we have a slow slow side, and that in the end, that's probably what exposed us. But there's just I'm seeing way too many like glaring issues from Chris, where even in his years where he was like, and I don't know if Chris has ever been like a bad, but he's definitely had points in his career where his forms definitely has been, down for sure. But I don't think we've seen Chris have lows as low as what they have been this season. So that to me, I don't know, like it makes me concerned, and I'm not saying that it's like definitive he's not going to play well in finals, because although I can see Ben's comment and I can be like, yeah, like he did go into 23 not being in good form, and then all of a sudden he became this amazing player in 23. But like, and I'm not saying he can't do it again, but I'm saying the chances of it, yeah, like the chances of him having like a 23 like final series, like damn, like if you were to go to whatever betting agencies and put $10 on it, I'd probably be telling you, mate, don't be expecting that money back. But then again, I probably would have said the same thing in 23. So it's like, how can we judge like which way it'll go, right? But again, it's playing the percentages, and as much as it would be awesome to place bets on things that are 100% chance of winning, you do, as a footy club, you do have to place certain bets that are 20%, 10% chances of winning, because if you get those wins that are like at a low percent, sometimes that can be the difference between having an advantage over the competition or your opponents.
It's not.
I mean,
it's like Sean. It's not just the disposal by foot or by hand with Jack Crispin. He's not in his pat Malone. It's his decision making as well that's been off. His choice.
Yeah, no, like yeah,
Well,
that was what I was saying. His handballs in contests, like some of them have been like shockingly bad, where he would literally hand it to the opposition, and the opposition would be on our defensive side of like the contest, and they would just do a complete 180 and start bolting, and they would have no opponent on them. Like it's those types of turnovers. Like we're talking like even like a Noble type of turnover. Like when like Noble was like at his worst. Even like a Jack Madgen turnover. Like like it's really hard to see. It's hard to see a good result or a potential good result coming when you're seeing things like that, or like if you ever watch any like, or if you ever play like any video games, you get to the end of the game, you get the good ending or the bad ending, and it's like, well, damn, if you kill enough people on the street in the video game, and you get to the end of the game, and all of a sudden everything turns to shit, well, guess what? You've got the bad ending because you made so many mistakes. I know it's a bit of a weird analogy, especially when it, I've just turned into a video game chat, but no, like if it's just one of those things. Like when you see it often enough, well, you can't be surprised when you see it again, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm sort of surprised. Like I've got nothing against Cripsy, but the thing is, I'm surprised they haven't like managed him or tried to drop him, because the thing is, I don't care about this record anymore. I'm over it. Like this record of him playing so many games, like I don't really care about it. If he's not playing the best football every week, I'm surprised they haven't managed him or they haven't dropped him. Nothing against Ben. I think Ben's right. He has played some good games this year, but the thing is, I'm over this record. This record, who gives a fuck how many games he plays in a row? If he's not in the best form, don't play him. You got to play the best players when it comes to the finals. And if he's not in the best form, he doesn't play.
Agreed. And as much as he broke the record against Geelong, and I've seen the same thing too now. When he signed up for goal, apart from the Gold Coast game where he actually kicked a goal, he's been shocking in front of goal. Like, the set shots. Like, you're backing now on the. You hopefully you see him on the run more than a set shot now. It's like,
Yeah.
what's happening with his set shot goal kicking compared to on the run? Because on the run, we know he can kick him. But
Yeah.
the set shots are just, deplorable.
Yeah, I will. Well, I'll put this to everyone, even people in the chat. They can comment what they think as well. Because I think Benny is just he's now made me think of a good topic. So obviously with this side, like we've got some old players, we've got some young players. So and I'm just wondering, up until this point, do we think, like, who do you think has sort of taken over more in terms of if you had to think of which half in terms of has like carried the side, whether it's the younger players or the older players, what side do you think would win out? Like, do you think it's been the younger players that have given the youth and the energy, or do you think it's the older guys that have had the experience and like the know-how to know what to do at the right times?
Well, I can answer that question. It's the younger players. It's all these younger players. Think about it. It's Swaddling, it's Gus, it's West. Think about it. It's all these younger kids. They're making the older players better. I watch all the older players. They don't look that great to me. Think about it. We've seen Pendle, Sidey struggle. Cripsy too. I think it's mostly the younger players. Seeing all these young. Think about it. We've seen Hayes. We've seen Steen. We've seen West. We're seeing all these kids, Pod. We're seeing all these kids get an opportunity. They deserve the younger kids are the future. They're gonna make. They're gonna take this club into the future for the next 5 to 10 years. It's all the younger kids that we've got are the reason we are in the situation we are right now. That we have a chance for a wild card berth. It's all because of the younger kids.
Yeah.
I
Also, as
think it's a
well,
bit
like,
of both.
and just as a bit of a random topic, I'll just get the actual facts up. But and I know we're talking about kids and stuff, but like, God, every time I see Noah House though, like, I'm always so surprised whenever I see him. I always look at him and go, "Damn, that's a good 26, 28-year-old." Yes, he's fucking. I literally said the other day he was 22 and he's 20. Every fucking time, I can never get his age right. I mean, give it a couple of years and I'll finally say 22 and I'll be right. But like, yeah, born 28th of October, so be 21 in 2 months, 2.5 months. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy. But yeah, anyway, that was just a bit of a random side conversation. But yeah,
I think it's a bit of both because yes, our younger kids have done like super well, but I think it's like our experienced players as well that's standing up in big games and perform and kicking crucial goals when it mattered, like the Membry kicking the goal to put us in front against North Melbourne. You see Daniel McStay stand up and performing as well, and I'll give him credit. I've criticised Dan McStay for early on, but Jesus, he's been really good for us. And yeah, I instead of going around snapping the ball around the body, he's been kicking his drop punts, and he's been, I feel like, really good with his confidence. And yeah, if it wasn't for his 5 goals, I think that we probably would have lost by a lot more. 100%.
I'll say this as well. As much as we look at McStay and we go, "Oh, he's kicked all these goals. He's in great form." I tell you one thing that's been a difference that you would think it would be obvious, but no one's like pointed it out yet. When was the last time we criticized someone like a McStay? When was the last time we criticized him for a brain fading game?
It's been a while.
I think that's what it is. The fact that he's had lesser or less mistakes in game, it's also been able to give him the opportunity to then have better moments in games, and we're able to appreciate him more because it doesn't go from, oh, McStay's kicked 2 goals in this quarter, and then the next quarter, oh damn, he's had 3 snaps on goal straight in front, 20 meters out. Oh my god, like how the fuck could you miss those? The fact that he's not kicking those snaps from a set shot, because I can't even remember the last time he's and when I say a snap from a set shot, I mean if he's doing it from the boundary, sure, like we can accept that that's what you do. But when was the last time McStay's even kicked a snap from a set shot that was like somewhat straight in front?
Would have been
Like these
against
these
Brisbane,
brain
maybe.
fades that he's having, he's not having them anymore.
No.
And I think that's also been a big factor to why he's been so good as well. Actually, I'll put this because I know Kev, because I know you just said before about how it's a bit of the young, it's a bit of the old. In your opinion, what who are the players do you think are stepping up? So, obviously, I'm sure there's some players that aren't stepping up, and we don't need to talk about those. But say for the players, even if you go to 28 or 29-year-old, but who are the players that are say over 30 that do you think are playing and that are holding their own and that would be, in terms of their value, they would be a positive value?
I said, well, Billy Frampton's what, 29, yeah?
Yeah, I'll give you Frampton.
Yeah, I think with the way that he's held his own in that back line, and I know people will say that, you know, that because he's been keeping like the number one key forwards to 2 goals or less, and doesn't get the recognition that he deserves. But he frees up guys like Jeremy Howe, who's been playing so well. He's another one that's been playing so good football this year. And even when Darcy Moore's playing as well, you can tell that he's a lot more relaxed. He's been the ones that I feel like plays his role and can do it. The game against North Melbourne, I think, did he play on Larky? I'm pretty sure. Made that.
Even with Benny, he also puts up a great comment as well. When it comes to Billy this week, he's got a huge test because, and I'm curious to know how he goes about this too, because he's going to have, not only is he going to have Howes obviously down in defense with him, but he's going to have Puncher. So we have basically, or at least I've been saying all season, or at least at the start of the season when we were struggling to get in another tool in there, that Billy was essentially the only tool, and we were sort of struggling or like it would seem that we're going to struggle to handle the key forwards because Billy was the only tool. I'm now curious, now that Howe's out, Moore's out, you know, we've essentially got those tools in there, but I'm wondering now is how is Frampton going to go from a mental and emotional perspective on Sunday? And yes, it's going to be great that it's West Coast. So if he fails, you would hope that doesn't that you would imagine that doesn't make it a loss for us in terms of the result on the scoreboard, because I think we can still get the win even if he does fail. But if he's to stand up and be that face of the back line, at least in terms of the key defenders, and be that key defender with the experience, that's going to be a huge test because if Brampton fails, it's only going to show Fly that, okay, well, it doesn't matter if it's a key defender or a small defender, we just need a good defender. And I think from a structural point of view, as much as you can look at a defender and go, okay, well, he needs to be in our defense just because he's a good defender. But if that defender is 182 centimeters or however tall that they are, sometimes you need just a taller player to match up on another tall. So this is going to be one of those things where there's a potential lesson learned, but it could be learned the wrong way. So I'm hoping that with Frampton he can hold his own, but he holds his own with other key defenders around him. So
Yes,
I think
no,
that's going to
100%
be that's going to be extremely interesting to see that if we can have Puncher and House hold, and it's also Puncher and House too. Like, because obviously if they see Frampton like being like, if they're seeing him having a terrible game, that's going to shake their confidence and their belief on how they are, because they're probably going to think, well, damn, if Frampton can't do shit, what the fuck are we going to do? So, again, I think that dynamic of the key defenders, I think that's going to be extremely interesting because, Frampton at the start of the season was holding it down when we weren't having any key defenders. So I'm wondering if it's going to be, I mean, for all we know, could it be a bit of a false security because he's thinking, oh, there's these key defenders are key defenders. Is he going to feel is he going to fall into the false security trap of like, okay, now I'm going to be a bit lazy. Well, not lazy, but I'm sure you guys know in the sense of like, okay, maybe I might hold back 20%, let's just say. And because I've got other key defenders that are strong and big that are going to help me out. Again, I'm just interested to know what the dynamic is now that he has other key defenders, but those key defenders aren't proven key defenders. Is that going to make a difference going forward?
Yeah, I think you see Darcy Cameron helping out in defence as well. That may be another option that we could do. But yeah, I definitely Billy Frampton. Daniel McSay.
He's 29, isn't he? I'll pay you that.
Yeah. Tim Membry. I reckon him and I said on my stream, like, I got laughed at for saying this. Tim Embry and Dan McSay is our top two key forwards that we got in our team. Like, they're one of the best key forwards that we've had. And
is Tim Embry considered a pass this season though? Like it's borderline, I feel like. Let me look up how many goals he's kicked for the year. Because a part of me wants to say yes, but another part of me wants to say no.
No.
Because he's had some good form recently, so the recency bias says yes.
Yeah.
But like,
I know the games that Marvel's played really well too. Yeah, that's another thing.
He's kicked 27 goals this year. And how many games we got left? 2? So if he gets, so I don't know if he kicks 3 goals in the next 2 games, is that considered a pass mark?
Probably needs to kick about.
Yeah. All right. Let me have a look at goals per game. Yeah, so he's been kicking 2s and 3s. He didn't kick any goals against Geelong, but outside of that, he was kicking either 2 or 3 goals from round 15 to round 20. So he's been in some good recent form, and then 13 didn't kick any goals, 12 he kicked 3. And then from rounds 1 to 6, he had 1, 4, 1, 1, 2.
Yeah.
So what's that? 3, 5.
Yeah.
He had 9 goals in the first 7 rounds.
Yeah.
That's not really good enough.
No.
And he might have had 5 good weeks before last week, but he was sitting on a C. Like if I was giving him an assessment on the year so far, up until round 20, he'd be a C, despite his last 5 weeks, or 5 out of the last 6, because his first 11, 12, 13 weeks were pretty poor, pretty average. And he's not in the he's definitely not in the positive at the moment. He's not even going to be in the positive, even not until he actually goes from this week through to any finals and starts kicking multiple goals and also influencing himself in games, impacting himself in games. We've seen a big spike from Dan McStay over the last 5-6 weeks, but McStay was better early in the year. So I would actually say that he was a F fail, Tim Membry, up until about round 14. And he's probably got himself into a C- now. So that's not even a pass mark.
No.
Yeah, because I'm more of a percentage person. Like when you say C-, I sort of lose all
40%
concept of that.
40%, Sean, out of 100.
40%.
Or out of 10, I'll give him 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Up until about round 13, round 14.
Oh,
and
of course.
And if you want to have it from round 14 onwards, you'd give him a 6.5 out of 10. So that's in 2 sections. So first section, if you want to say from opening round through to, we'll say divide it up. So we got to round 20. So first 10 rounds, I'd give him no more than a 3 out of 10. And for the last 10 since then, I'd give him a 4.5 out of 10 because it's only been 4 or 5 weeks that he's performed. Poor again last week. So for me, it's not even a pass mark. He's not even getting to a 5. He might get to a 5 if he kicks goals Sunday and impacts the game and does the same against big clubs, big teams, Hawthorn and Brisbane in the final 2 rounds. If he can kick 3 in those 2 games, that might be a bit of a high stretch, but he might get to a C or what I would call a 5. He might get to a 5 or 5.5 out of 10. But at the moment, there's anyone that thinks that it's a pass mark for him just because he's performed in 5 games is delusional. Go back. You've got short memories. Have a look at his first 10, 11 weeks. They were insipid. He came back and he showed his true colours when he got put into the VFL for 1 week and had 5 possessions, kicked 1 point, but then he got a promotion the following week. Now,
that's not good enough.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I know he sort of like ticked up after that, but he should have been dominating in the VFL for that week. He should have kicked at least a 3-goaler at least.
Yeah.
The fact that he scored once and kicked a point and had 5 possessions for a guy like that, and I watched him that day, and he was atrocious. He was atrocious.
Yeah, which is why I say the recency bias probably does kick in a bit. I in terms of, and especially as well too, you got to also raise the bar given that he has experience. He's got some, leadership qualities. Probably not in terms of like being a leader in a sense, but like more leadership qualities in the sense of like, well, I guess Elliott's a leader, isn't he? But like, he sort of leads by example, right? So, to him, to have less than 30 goals for the year, I would imagine he'd be pretty disappointed by that. I'd imagine he'd be wanting to go into each season kicking, say, 35, 40 goals. And he's fallen just short of that. If he kicks 3 goals against, say, West Coast, how many games do we have left? Because we've got don't we have
3?
3.
Oh, 3 games. Okay, so if you can if you can finish off the year with, say, 35 goals, so what's that? He's 27 now. So if you can get 8 goals in 3 games, that's a bit much actually. But I mean, if you can get like pretty close to 35, you can Yeah, I'm just trying to. So how much would that be in terms of like a goal average? It's like the 16
That would
games,
have
kicking
to
27
be
goals. It's like a goal and a half, right? Maybe
maybe,
1.6 or 1.7.
yeah, at least.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I feel like it's borderline. I feel like if he has a good finish to the season, then you can call it a pass. But it's heavily dependent. It's heavily dependent on how he finishes. Like if he continues outside of the Geelong game, if he can continue his current form, and maybe even lift a little bit, then I think you can potentially call it a pass. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't. It'd be too hard to call it a pass for someone that's like in that sort of 28 plus sort of bracket. All right. So who else, Kev? Do you think has
Oh, I can't say Darcy Cameron because he struggled. What about?
Yeah, I couldn't make a case for Cameron. I mean, he's been good recently, but again,
It's it's the same
it's
thing.
yeah.
I can't even make the case for Pendles either.
And Steiny.
Nah. The only thing is that with Pendles, at least with Pendles is bad. I mean, I think there were some games where he had under 20. But the thing is that with Pendles is that his bad games are still pretty good. Like that's as much as he's had probably a bad year by his standards. His bad games are not like the average bad game, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's at the very least, at least he's still doing that. At least he's still contributing, even if he has a bad one. Actually, I might look that up and see his disposals. Just so
what about Jordan DeGarry?
Yeah, Geordie had a really good patch of form there for a while, where it looked like he was having his best season. But his last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I feel like it's been really poor.
Yeah. What about Q?
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I don't know his age.
Yeah.
So Pendle's averages has been averaging 23.6 disposals this year. So it's actually an improvement from last year, and even an improvement from 24. It's actually been his best. Actually, no, give me a second. It's actually been his best season since 2020. 2020 had 23.7.
Alright, I've got another one for you. Josh Dacos.
God, that's another one. I feel like Josh has had more.
Bad. I think he's had a lot of bad games this year.
Yeah, because Josh has had games where he's had high disposal numbers, but a lot of his disposals, he's had some games like he literally has had games where he turned himself into like a Braden Sire, just picking it up the chimney and just hoping to God that it's gonna like work out. So to just see his disposals would be a bit sort of it'd be hard to sort of tell his season.
What about Jeremy Howe?
I mean, Howe's been good. I feel like when he has played, he's actually been pretty solid. Also, the leadership that he brings. Yeah, I would give Howe a pass mark personally.
What about Lockie Schultz? I know that he's been injured.
Is Schultz in that age bracket though? Isn't he's only like 26?
No, I think he'd be younger.
He's 28.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
what's Q, Kev?
Q is 26.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
And this is
How's definitely getting a pass mark for sure.
And then you've got Brazzy.
Yeah, Brazzy definitely has a pass mark.
yeah, Brazzy's definitely. I mean, Brazzy's been doing.
Oh yeah, Brazzy's like 29, 30 now. Fuck me, that
Yeah.
went quick.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's so because I mean Moore and DeGoey, those and Maynard, those are the ones that always get me because they were. So, and I know people are going to laugh at this, but my draft year would have been 2013. So
Right.
Darcy Moore, DeGoey, and Maynard came in 2014. So whenever, and I always consider myself as a bit of a younger person, just that's just my mentality. So whenever I'm seeing like a Darcy Moore or Jordan DeGoey and a Maynard, I'm always thinking they're like young because I want to think of myself as young, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I'm sure people have like probably got through the same position, but then when you see like a Darcy Moore's like 30 and a Maynard's 30 and a DeGoey's 30, it just hits you in your soul like to the point where it's just like, yeah, can they not be fucking 30? Because then that means I'm a year older. And obviously we can't take anyone from 2013 because that was like one of the worst drafts we ever had.
What about Dan Houston?
No, no way.
I
No
mean,
way,
he
Dan
is
Houston.
29.
In terms of having a good season,
Not a good season. He's had a crap season.
yeah,
I know he's had a
terrible.
crap season, yeah, but he's in that age
Yeah,
bracket
he's in the
where
age bracket, but he's in the
He
age
is
bracket.
not
but
getting a pass.
No.
Unless
he's in the
if you
age
want to bring
bracket, but
some,
his season's
unless
been
if you have some evidence to bring to the table, he's not getting a pass.
No,
No
definitely
way.
not. But out the younger ones, I've got a few here that I can certainly say that are pass.
No, but in terms of the whole exercise of it though was how many older guys are performing.
Yeah,
Because I could give you a couple of young guys that have actually performed very well. The only thing you could potentially say is that some of them have only played half a dozen games. But I would argue that even though some of these older players have basically played every week, barring maybe a few games like Pendles and all that, a lot of them have a lot of the older players, even though they've had their opportunities, it's even worse the fact that they haven't seized them as much as the younger guys, and they've played less games overall.
100%. Oh, that's why I can't say Pendles because yes, Pendles has been like decent in some of the games, but yeah, it's because he's got the record. It's like, okay, now that he's broken it, do we really give a shit about it now, or is it just?
No.
I never really give a shit about anything that's an individual award.
I agree.
I think I've been pretty clear on that. Like, I don't even like the Brownlow. I hate the Coleman.
Yeah, me too.
Again, if our players win it, like, it's not like I'm going to be silent about it. Like, I'll say, yeah, well done, all this stuff. Because, like, I mean, I have a heart at the end of the day, and I'm not like that mean and nasty. Like if a Nick Dacos was to win the Brownlow this year, I would clap him and I'd be like, yeah, awesome, well done. But at the end of the day, I don't give a shit about individual awards. It's either a flag or nothing.
What
But
about
if you get shit
Lachlan?
along the way, then I guess you can appreciate it. But that's about all it gets.
Yeah. What about Lachlan Sullivan? He's 28.
Are you talking pass mark? He doesn't deserve one.
Lachlan Sullivan
The
hasn't
way
played the
he's-
senior. Oh, has he played
That's
his
what
senior
I'm
game
thinking.
this year?
Yeah. I think he's played. I think he's played a couple of these, hasn't he? Kev.
I'm pretty sure he would have. Hang
I
on,
think he
I'll
had
just.
too.
Yeah. I have to have a look.
Jesus, I'm just reading the chat. I didn't realize the storm I've just started.
Interruption, guys. Could be
Yeah.
a potential draw at the Marvel Stadium. 6.5 minutes to go, and Kangaroos lead the Dogs by 2 goals. And that is going to be interesting if we get a result like that, because
Who would
Dogs
expect
then
that?
go back.
Who would expect
Dogs go back to the pack with the likes of Carlton, Collingwood, St Kilda, obviously, maybe even GWS, depending on what happens this weekend. But yeah, 6 minutes to go. The Kangaroos 2 goals up, and maybe even very, very, very slight chance the Kangaroos can make the wild card if they win this one. They play Geelong next week. I give them no chance, but
no,
it's could be a round of upsets, guys.
No,
that's what I was going to
agreed.
say. Who would have expected North Melbourne to beat the Dogs? I would not have picked the North Melbourne to win tonight. I would have picked the Dogs.
No,
This is
me either.
It's typical Bulldogs, though. You know, it's typical Bulldogs. Go in as favourites and don't normally, you know, and at Marvel too, where they play majority of their footy. And yeah, and they're playing, you know, North Melbourne probably just mediocre team. I think we've just got 2 mediocre teams, haven't we? They're just 2 mediocre teams playing tonight, and you know, you could probably toss a coin and say it could have gone one way or the other. I was debating whether to pick North, but I just went with the Marvel advantage. The Dogs playing at Marvel, and that's why you probably 9 times out of 10 expect them probably to win, particularly when they're playing a team like North Melbourne. But probably not going to be. Is it a draw? No, it's still 12 points the difference. So still, I will say it's 7 minutes to go. It was 8 minutes before, so still plenty of time. So I'm only looking at that one because it's important as to what happens for the ladder for the round and where Collingwood might sit come Sunday. What happens in this game is pretty important.
Well, one thing I will say, I think North can beat Geelong next week. And I know a lot of people will disagree with it, but I think North can win them. But the thing is, North are a strange team. On their day, they can beat anyone. Think about it, they almost beat us a couple of weeks ago. They can beat anyone. I know Lucas very well. He'll say the same thing. He thinks North are a dangerous team too. He said a couple of weeks ago, he thinks North might give Geelong a threat next week.
Yeah, I think they've won Geelong have beaten North the last 15 times, Chris. They've got, if you reckon that Hawthorn have got the wood on us, that's nowhere near as bad as I think North. You've got to go back like to 2017 or something like that, I think. The last time North actually beat the Cats in an actual game. I mean, it's 15 consecutive games, I think. So that's 6-7 seasons of football.
Nate's played one game.
The one thing, sorry, Kev.
It's all good. Nate played one game. So, no, he's only just played one game. It's been playing mainly VFL.
Yeah.
All I was going to say to Daz is North Melbourne are a different team this year. Every time they've played them recently, North have not been like this team this year. I think North are a better team than the teams that have played Geelong in the past. I would give North Melbourne a chance next week.
Well, I've said it before. I think the Bulldogs have a very ordinary list. Apart from the Bont and Richards, probably you'd say Darcy when he's in the team, Aaron Norton, maybe Libba. Apparently, apart from those 5, I really think they're pretty average. Maybe Waitman, maybe Cody Waitman as well. But, 5 or 6 reasonably good players, or, you know, what you call very good players. And then Marcus Bontempelli, number 1, obviously. But they drop off a lot after that, after their first 6 or 7 players. And I think they're average. I think they're just an average list. And
they're not
where they are right now is where they should be.
Way.
Middle of the table.
Yeah. I was going to say, if they
that gets me to
lose,
the, that's why I'm amazed if Zach Butters goes to the Dogs, because I mean, yes, he'll improve them, but look at the rest of them. Now they may say that he'll get the other guys, he'll make the other players better, and that may be true. But gee whiz, for me, when you've got about 16, 17 players who are like very average. I mean, how much improvement? You're not going to get 16, 17 players all improve to the positive, all get better at the same time. It might take years, actually. So, I mean, people saying that we're average too. Well, we're playing average this season. We've underperformed, but our list is better. Our list is actually better on paper. I know you don't play games on paper, but it is better on paper. So, I mean, these stupid bloody journos, trying to say that Zach Butters, he wants his dream and go to the Western Bulldogs. And look at the crowd. There's empty seats everywhere. There's a goal. 3 goals up now.
Yeah.
And Team English is hurt.
Also, as well, is it weird for you guys to see the football world actually liking us at the moment, or like giving us praise in the media even at times? Like, I just find that so strange. Like, it's kind of like it feels like it's like a bit of a like I'm being led into like a false security, if that makes any sense. It's like, can you just go back to like hating us again? Because I'm used to that.
No, they love Fly. Yeah, he's the positive, Craig McRae. But they've attacked Craig Kelly. They attacked Pendles, for that SPC game, game, and reckon that we were, it was all set up and treated West Coast with disrespect and all this sort of stuff. Argumentative, some people would say the real Collingwood haters would say that, how arrogant. That's what they would say. And we maybe could have handled things better early in the year to make it, less obvious type of thing. I mean, even the Collingwood supporters knew that we were talking about it a month beforehand, that that should be the game for Pendles. Game-breaking record. Even Pies supporters like myself were saying it. So, I mean, we were saying it. So the club thought the same way. And they mapped it out that way and all that sort of stuff. But, guys, when they want to, they'll go after Collingwood. And I noticed that the big story today was that Geelong have been embroiled in a big controversy in regards to concussion violation.
Yes.
And the man that ticked it is now the second in charge of the AFL. He was at Geelong at the time. He ticked it, gave it the tick, and he's now gone on to be the second in charge of the AFL, basically. So he's pretty much the chairman of the AFL. But he rubber stamped Geelong's hush-hush and backdoor, and I keep saying this about the Geelong Football Club, they do things, they get away with it, and the AFL do nothing. And they let them get away with it. And it's because their connections, they've had so many years of connection with people that have run the AFL or gone back to the Geelong Football Club. And it's like they just forget about it. But if that was a Collingwood, you can imagine it would be talked about. It would be saying, typical Collingwood,
We get we get protected by the umpires.
It'd be the biggest story. Collingwood doing this, Collingwood doing that,
Collingwood get protected with Eddie and all that sort of shit. Collingwood get protected by the umpires. And Chris Scott mentioned about the umpires, but yet does that can't realise that they get protected by the umpires with the amount of free kicks that they get that we don't.
So I hope Lucas is listening, because Lucas, you've been found out again, your club. You know, you've been found, and they were trying to cover it up. The Geelong Football Club were trying to cover this up, and this was involving their coach, Chris Scott. He also was involved in it, and they allowed that to happen and wouldn't say a word to the AFL. They were trying to hide it.
Of course they were.
Go on, Chris. Go on, Kev.
No, I was going to say, of course they were, because, again, AFL love Geelong, they protect Geelong so much, they're able to play games at the HBA, and the fact is that they've told all of our clubs that we can't play games back at our old home grounds anymore, so we have to move from Vic Park, from Icon Park, to MCG Marvel, and they forget that we're the ones that make all the money. We're the ones that allow the AFL to, make revenue out of us. But yet they allow Geelong to play at their stupid home ground, which is, 60,000, and just shithole to get there? Like, come on. Play games. Play at the real stadium in this shitty stadium.
Yeah.
Incredible, guys. Incredible. Anyway,
this is great for us. North's going to win.
North are going to win.
And it's 50 metres too.
This is great for us. This is great for us. All we need to do now is win, and we jump Bulldogs.
Everyone's looking at the Dogs' last few games now to see whether I think they've got Melbourne, have they not, coming up? That's a massive game, Melbourne and the Dogs coming up. I think they've got the Melbourne team coming up.
They've got Carlton and Melbourne, and that's Bulldogs.
And I don't think they'll win both.
No, so if they lose to Carlton at Marvel, which is their home game, and they lose to Melbourne at the G, it spells trouble for them. And
they need to win one of the last two.
I don't know if they will.
Games for sure, definitely. If they lose every one from now, they probably get tipped out. And you see Carlton going in, probably, I suspect.
Yeah.
St Kilda will beat Gold Coast and Richmond, and now they've won by 19 points, whatever it is.
19, you're right.
Yeah.
So the dogs are on the they're on the plank at the moment, and so close to getting it's
23 points. Sorry, my bad.
Kicked it on the siren.
So
So they're out of top. So the Dogs won't finish top 6.
No,
mate. It just goes to show Collingwood could have made top 6, absolutely for sure, had we won a few more of those games early in the year. We would have been ahead of the Dogs. We would have been ahead of. We probably would have been ahead of Geelong. We would have been in there, and we would have had an opportunity to have a week off before the first week of finals. And for an ageing list and for a list that's now got injuries, that would have been so significant, so important to come back after a week off and then get ready for who we're intending to play. Even if it is an elimination final, even if you finish 6th, you get a home final and you get to play somebody that's finished below you on the ladder, and you're a bit cherry ripe. You're a lot more cherry ripe than you would be if you're sort of limping into finals with a lot of injuries.
100%.
So, I think the Dogs are, they've put themselves out of contention for top 6, and now they're right in contention for either 9th or 10th, probably. Wild card, and, maybe Collingwood might be playing them. I don't know. It could be, we're likely to play Carlton, Bulldogs.
Or St Kilda.
Yeah.
Melbourne, the Saints are in there. Carlton, Bulldogs, St Kilda, and Melbourne, I suspect. I think Melbourne might be fine, I reckon. So, I think they'll be safe. But,
getting back to your point, Daz, why would Butters want to go to the Dogs? That's what I don't understand. Why the media keeps pushing this. Why would he want to go there? I think he would rather go to Geelong or us. Why would he want to play? Think about it. He injured his leg at Marvel. Why would he want to play at Marvel every week where he just got injured? I don't fucking understand what the media say that every week.
No, it's basically because he's a Dogs fan, and basically him and Bont are really close. That's why.
Yeah, he grew up as a Bulldogs fan. Yeah, definitely. That's that. They're drawing they're trying to join the dots in regards to that and get that sequence going that way as to his younger years as a young Bulldog fan, going to watch the Bulldogs when he was younger, watching him back at Idiot Stadium and all of that back in the day when he was a kid. So that's it. And his favourite player is Marcus Bontempelli. He said that. So, I mean, that's on record. But it doesn't mean you don't go after him and you don't try. I mean, if it turns out no, and he goes to the Dogs or whatever, so be it. But at least you got to give it your best shot. Do whatever you can to try and track these guys. Make sure that you're, working hard to try and gain. I mean, it would be great to get an elite player like that to help out Nick and so forth. Improves the whole list. I think just doesn't improve the midfield. It improves the whole quality of the list when you do that. Less pressure on Nick as well. But time will tell. Time will tell. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. If we get Lockie Neal, we keep Ed Allen. Some of these other young guys keep improving. Anderson, Swaddling. We don't know what's ahead of them. Swaddling could, by the time he turns 25, could be a gun midfielder. Angus could be, a part replacement for a McCreary, Jordan DeGoey in time. There's always opportunities, but to say we're falling off a cliff is very dramatic.
Yeah. I will just get Age in because he's been waiting backstage. We'll just get him on real quick. Hey, Age.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, Adrian.
Hello. How are we all?
Doing pretty good.
That's the way. That's the way. Gee, Sean, you've caused a bit of a stir, mate.
I know, right?
This is your new angle, mate. You're a fucking shock jock now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the next Kane Corns in waiting.
Yeah, that's it. Kane Sean. Yeah.
Would you change your name to Kane Sean?
That's it. It's got a nice ring to it, actually. I think there's something in that.
I mean, the name sounds about as good as Ultimate Greatness, so there you go.
Yeah, very good.
That's why the name works so well. It's as great as the name is, it's just as shit at the same time.
Don't worry, mate.
Yeah.
I've broken the flow here. I've broken the flow, lads.
Nah, you're all good. I'm just trying to think what the previous question was, so you could join in on the conversation.
No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking on like one of the previous conversations we had was who are some of the older guys that you would consider, having a pass mark? Because obviously we've spoken about a lot of the kids and how we're very proud and very happy with how they've gone about it.
Yeah.
Who are the older players that you would consider a pass mark for? Because we've sort of gone through it. Because I know Kev was saying about that we've had some young, we've had some old that have been both good. So we're just sort of going through the oldies and like who's had a pass mark and who's not had a pass mark. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, that's an interesting conversation, actually. Well, I guess, like I said, it comes back to what you consider old. But if you look at the really senior guys, I would say Pendlebury is just a pass. Sidey, no. Howie, yes. But with the injury, that causes a little bit of, who knows. That's out of the really old guys, isn't it? Who else is super old? Membry, I would say, look, there's recency bias with Membry, see, because I've written him off I wrote him off. I said, yep, doesn't really matter what happens this year. I think it's his last year. I potentially think he gets another year purely because it looks like we're not going to land any forwards or any forwards of note anyway. I would lean on the side of him. It's a 50-50 for me. Again, the recency bias, and then last week he had a stinker. I think he gets. Jeez, I'm going to give him a pass. Dan McStay, clear pass. Jack Crisp, I'll give a fail.
Yeah.
Who else? So Sidey and Chris, big fails. Who else is super senior? I can't think of anyone else. It's
Lockie
really...
Schultz.
Oh yeah, look, I'm biased with Schultz because I am actually a fan, even though it's ridiculous how much we gave up for him. I'm a fan of Schultz. I would give him a pass. I think his pressure is just something that we don't have from anyone else. Jamie Elliott's the other one. You have to say it's a fail. I know he got injured, but his form wasn't that good this year. Leading up to that, that's a bit of a fail.
Yeah, I was sort of happy to leave him out of it just because it's If we were to go through it without mentioning him, because it's more currently like on the list in terms of who's like not injured. Because you could,
that's fair.
You could say like Moore's been a fail, but again, it's like, it's more looking into finals and like who's at where.
Yeah.
Just going through the list. Because Maynard's a massive pass. I think he's
Anthony actually. Just to interject, Anthony said, I think Membry's been offered 1 year. Saw it somewhere a day ago. Yeah, that would make sense. I feel as though if we're bringing in some forward of note, I reckon Membry's papers might have been stamped. But yeah, I think now the club's in a position where they probably have no choice but to offer him an extra year. And to be fair, his form has warranted it this year, in patches.
Yep.
So slow start, but definitely his back end of the year or his middle to back end of the year has been really good. So he's probably still got a bit of footy with him. Whether or not that means he lines up round 1 next year is a different story. But yeah, definitely a pass for the year. So yeah, he deserves a year.
Yeah. Just trying to go through. Yeah, we mentioned Crisp. Actually, I'm curious now that I've seen his name. Yeah, I knew he was young, but because I always have to remind myself with Reef the fact that he's still on our list. I was curious if he was going to be one of those surprises, because Noah House. I always think Noah House is like 26 for some reason, and then I just looked before and he was 20. So, we've spoke about Membry. Bo's not that old, is he?
No.
Bo's 25, so he's not there. Lockie Sullivan would be there, wouldn't he? He's 28, so I guess technically we're doing 28 and above. You can't say anything else other than it's a fail. He's only played 1 or 2 games. Who else? I think that's pretty much it. It'd be unfair to put Pods in the conversation because he only just got here.
I deliberately not touched him for that reason.
Yeah, be interesting to see if he gets a extension.
He should.
Oh, you reckon, Chris? It would depend on this.
I'm saying, look, I understand. Look, I think he deserves it over Code.
Oh yes, yeah, that's without question.
So then I would give it to him and Pod. I would give him and Puncher. I would give them both like a year for another year.
Yeah. So the issue you're going to have with those 3 mid-season draftees, right, is essentially what happens with those 3 draftees is there's 3 extra list spots created that are like outside of the normal list sizing. So essentially that if for example you wanted to keep all 3, right, you have to find an extra 3 players to list just to get your list size down. Now, I'm not sure what our list size was, Sean. You might know this. Were we at capacity for our list size this year, or you're not sure?
No. So there was no list spots available. So we only had 2 spots for the mid-season draft because we had 2 injuries. So yeah, we had no list spots to play with.
Oh no, we took
Because
3. We took 3 in the mid-season.
Yeah, we
oh
took
yeah, no,
3.
sorry. Yeah, we had 3 injuries. So
Yeah. So that means we
Um,
have to create an extra 3 delistings in theory if you wanted to keep
Yeah.
all those 3 players.
Mm,
Now I don't think
Yeah.
Co's got a chance. I think he'll be moved on.
no way.
And I think they'll try and find another ruckman. So there's already one. So
Mm,
essentially, if you're wanting to keep Pods and Puncher, which they'll definitely keep Puncher, but let's just
mm,
oh,
say
100%.
Pods, for example,
100%.
you're going to have to find an extra list spot. So it just means an extra delisting. So I think, look, I think there's going to be 6 or 7 changes this off-season as an absolute minimum. However,
That's normally the case. It's normally about 7.
Yeah,
Each year.
I just can't see. I think Pods is going to be one of those guys that we're going to delist, and a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, I honestly feel that way." I reckon he's just going to get squeezed out. I reckon there's a part of me that thinks so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Age, talking about Sunday, who would you like to play all these players that would be naming for Sunday? Who would you like to be played?
Who would I like to be played this Sunday?
Yeah.
Out of the teams named. Oh well, yeah. Look, they're virtually all kids, mate. So any variation of what they've got, I got a feeling they're going to bring Sullivan in just because they'll want a little bit of that experience. But if it was me, I wouldn't bother. I just wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
I would give Dimatia the game. All right. They've announced that they're going to give Howes the game. Great. Like that's what you want to see. I don't really want to see Sullivan play, but I feel like they will do that. Who else was a shot?
It'll be like a massive
Ryan.
bail if he does.
They had Ryan in the mix, Age.
Ryan will definitely play. I think Ryan will play. So
And they had Parker too. They had Parker too.
Yep. See, I'm surprised with Parker. I thought the coach might have put a line through him, but I mean, with our injury situation, who knows? It's just a play and whatever. But I definitely want to see a Dimatia play ahead of a Parker. I don't know.
Well, Harry's more of a half forward, so he'll probably play like a bow role. So I'm sort of questioning if he plays actually, even though I would like to see him play. But I'm wondering if because Hayes is in there as well. I'd rather Hayes over a Harry.
Yep. But the forward line's not where the issues are. So
no, it's not the forward line.
I reckon Hayes might be a guy that's just a bit unlucky, unless you're going to play him off a wing or something, which I doubt. But yeah, look, who do I want to see? I just want to see all kids at this point. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people do say, that's a lot of outs and it's a lot of change just to bring in 2 debutants and stuff like that. I get it. I understand. But I think now we're all going to be comfortable in the fact that it's going to be a real struggle for us to win the next 2 games after this. So it might be one of those situations where, okay, try and put your absolute best possible team out there to beat West Coast. And then obviously you're still going to have those injuries coming back into Melbourne. And then, maybe you just sort of experiment a little bit more in those last 2 games, knowing that we're probably just going to sit somewhere in that wild card and it's sort of filled up with Victorian teams anyway. So it doesn't really matter what happens. We're going to end up with a game at the G most likely. So, I think there'll be a little... I just hate saying the club would concede victories in those last 2 games. But I think the way the club would think is, okay, what's our best path to a premiership, right? Even though we all know we're not going to win the flag this year, the club's thinking will be, how do we position ourselves best for a flag? And I think those last 2 games of the year will be very much a little bit of experimentation with some of these kids. I would have liked to see him drip fed more at the start of the year, of course. Noah Howes is a good example. If he got a couple of games here and there at the start of the year, we wouldn't have to wonder this weekend with a debut. He might have had already 2 or 3 games under his belt, and we've got a little bit of a body of work. Instead, we're sending him there green. These are the little things why you want to play youth at the start of the year, so you don't have conundrums like we've got this week, we've just got an absolute cluster of players, and we're like, whoa, we've got Ryan, we've got Di Mattia, we've got bloody Howes, we've got all these just like virtually new names that are just going to be introduced into the team that have virtually never played, other than obviously Ryan, his one game where he got concussed. So, you know, look, I'm blabbering on. It's probably not making a lot of sense, but this is why my argument. Yeah, this is why my argument at the start of the year and previous years has been: you need to occasionally, even if it's hard to get him in there, sometimes you've just got to play a kid for a game or two, give him some exposure, so you avoid the situation we're going to have this weekend, where you have to send like 3 green players into an AFL team with virtually no experience. That is why it is good sometimes just to say, yeah, you know what, Crispy, you needed a rest this week. Bang, you're out. Jacob Bryan, you're in. So this is why I understand other people that have the contrary view, but you avoid situations like we're going to have this weekend by doing my way. It's going to be a tough game, lads.
But also as well, because it's kind of funny you say that, because like, as much as you have certain supporters that will basically back in the club, and anything the Fly says, it's the same words, end up coming out of their mouths. Like, but I feel like once you do play a Ryan and once you do play a Harry and all these players, you tend to, and they play well. Like the narrative changes like instantly. Like, and it's, oh my god, all these kids are playing so well, and it's like that whole, when it comes to whether they're casual supporters or not, it doesn't necessarily matter. But like, it's just the narrative flips so quick once they start playing games. Because a lot of these kids, when they play and they're actually good, it's like you don't need to then make a case because everyone knows they're good because I mean, no one really watches the VFL, unfortunately. I mean, obviously, like we do because we're hardcore fans and we basically cover everything. But like, I don't know. I just find it really funny how that there are some people out there that will have comments on, certain players and stuff, and it's like, but then they'll play senior footy and they'll have like a good game, and it's like, oh yeah, that Jacob Bryan, yeah, he had 20 disposals and he didn't turn the ball over, and he also got 6 marks. Yeah, he had a really solid game, and it's like, dude, like, like, come on, like seriously. So it's but then all the weeks prior to that, that's why I'm actually interested where if say someone like Ryan gets a game, because there's definitely been people that have gone out of their way to shit can Ryan, and they know who they are. And again, I'm not saying it's wrong to say that you don't like a player or you don't want to back in a player for whatever reason. But all I'm going to say is that as much as the gymnastics are being played around, like, trying to convince yourself that Ryan's a terrible player because he hasn't gotten a senior game yet, it's going to be funny the same way when they're going to try and play gymnastics when they're going to try and convince themselves that, oh, I actually might like Ryan now. It's like, guys, like, come on.
I'll tell you what the other disappointing thing is, Sean, and no, disappointing is not the right word, but so Jacob Bryan, we assume, gets a gig this week, right? Now,
I'm not assuming anything, but I'm just saying if he does play and he plays well, I'm just saying that there are going to be a lot of people that are going to flip, and they'll like flip the narrative, and I'll just be sitting here being like, hey, I was on the right side of the narrative the whole time. So just, but yeah.
Yeah. So this goes back to what I was saying before. So let's, even though, we're not sure, let's assume Ryan plays this week. Now, he has to come into a side that's injury decimated with a lot of senior players out, right? And he's just thrown in the deep end. Yep, you've got to perform. That's fine. However, he could have been given games when the team was steadily going okay, and then he can just slot straight in. He's got senior players around him, and then he's more inclined to play well, play a role. That's it. Now he has to come in for his second game, virtually his first game, but let's say his second game, thrown in the deep end, a lot of injuries, go your best, son. So there's a good chance he has a complete stinker, and then people are just going to fucking launch, all right?
Yeah.
Now,
And you know who
that's-
they are too.
Of course, but that's the
Yeah.
wrong way to do it. That's the wrong way to introduce youth.
Mm.
The correct way to introduce youth is when the team's winning and the team's playing well, you just get them in there, here and there. So instead of when a player gets injured, you just replace him with another senior body. Sometimes you say, no, let's opt for Ryan this week and see how he goes. Similar with what they did with Will Hayes at the start of the year. You know, he wasn't really deserving of a game given form, but obviously the coach saw enough things in him. So he got a chance to play, and he played well because the team was actually, in terms of like injuries and stuff like that, there was a lot of senior guys out there that can sort of see a guy like that through without it being critical if he has a bad game or a good game. Now you've got a situation where you're playing a lot of these kids and they're going to get thrown in the deep end instantly. I know it's not against quality opposition. However, it doesn't matter. There's still a chance that they're going to be completely exposed because they just don't have the senior guys around them and they haven't had enough experience at the level. So
Correct.
again, this is what happens. And then when they play poorly, I know I'll cop it. And I know you'll probably cop it, Sean. You know, and this is the reality. People don't see. This is why a lot of people have been saying about selection integrity has been an issue at the Collingwood Football Club for a long time, because you just haven't blooded any of these guys, and now all of a sudden you're just going to throw them all in and go, "Good luck, boys," and they pretty much have to sort it out themselves.
That's even I said on Anthony's stream, like, I want to see Jacob Ryan play from the VFL because he's been playing really well. It's like, give him a go. Like, he's had the opportunity of performing in the VFL with experience and then non-experience. Let's see what he can do in the AFL level, and if he does really well, give him blocks of games where he's got the opportunity. I just again, I don't see why the coaching staff don't do that more often and give games like Ryan a chance or TJ a chance. Like, you give them one game and then you piss them off. That's not good for their confidence.
Because one of the things, and I was talking about it at the start of the stream, is that like we need to have the philosophy of like, you know, games, like in terms of like the games, like we need to be like playing these kids like 4, 5, 6 games a year, even if they aren't any good. Because then at least if you play them 4, 5, 6 games, at least you know, okay, they ain't good, and then when they're out of contract, that's when you can cut them. Because I mean, and it's also a thing of, if you're also playing them, that sends a message to those players. Damn, I like, even though I'm one of the worst players on the list, at least I'm getting a senior game every now and then. So even if I think, oh, it's a bit of a distance to go from the VFL to the seniors, at least they're seeing something in me to the point where at least they're trying to give me a chance. But I just keep failing, so it's like it's not. It basically becomes like a narrative where there's no excuses. It's not the club is failing you. I'm failing myself, if that makes any sense. So as long as I
Yes.
don't fail myself, then there's the mental gymnastics of, okay, so as long as I get better, there is a pathway. Where you look at the VFL, and I know that this is probably the week to actually not say it, but prior to this week, there's been no indication of you know, because in terms of getting a game, in terms of the seniors, it like you're basically not only are you giving them a game, but you're also giving them hope. You're giving them the belief and the fact that, okay, the club's backing me in. The club thinks I'm good enough to play in the seniors on game day, and with the 2 to 3 games they play, however long it is, when they play those games and then they go back to the VFL, they go back to the VFL as a better player, and then the confidence and the belief. Okay, damn, I'm going to be good enough for for senior football. I'm just not good enough yet. So I think it's a massive motivational step in the process to being a part of like the senior group, because at least again, having them in the VFL all year, unless if you're like just physically not ready, it just makes like no sense. So again, and I think Age, I think you were the first one to bring it up too. Where you said, I think it was like about a month ago, it's like, yeah, Jacob Ryan debuted in whatever it was, 2024, and he hasn't played a game since. So he was clearly
2023.
Oh, 2023. There you go, 3 years ago.
3 years without a senior game.
Yeah. So, but he was good enough to get a game there. But then in the last 3 years, he hasn't done shit to get a game since. Even if it's a charity game, just to be like, hey, because at every point in the fixture, there is always about a 4-game run where you play the worst teams in the comp. Every fixture has it. Every team has a run where they have, or it's probably not the 4 worst teams, but there'll be a 4-week run where you'll get 4 out of the 6 bottom teams or something to that effect. Or you get a team where maybe one of them might be a bit higher, but they've got a shit ton of injuries or whatever, and luck is in that favor. That's when you play those guys and you actually give them a bit of confidence, because if you're gonna starve them in the VFL and you're not going to give them the opportunity, not give them any scraps, what are they to think? You know, about themselves, about like their future at the footy club. Like, it's, you know, it comes down to breathing at the end of the day. It's like, if breathing is the equivalent of senior games, it's like the club, they're not playing those guys to the point where they then don't breathe. But then the club turns around and they see the players like collapsing, you know, like in front of them, and they go, "Huh, that's strange. This guy just collapsed." Well, yeah, no shit, because he hasn't breathed for the past 6 months. Like, are we really fucking surprised? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's this whole process of just, you know, have it make fucking sense and have it be to the point where, okay, let's actually give these guys games. Let's it's not only just like, because, you know, Fly can go up to them and be like, hey mate, yeah, we really like you, and yeah, we really want you to stay on. Don't do it by words, do it by action. And action is fucking playing them in the seniors. Okay, and even if you give them 2 or 3 games and they stink it up, at least there's a big opportunity to then go to them during the week or whatever and go, hey, we're going to jump into the VFL. You've had 3 games in a row. Here are some of the things we want you to improve on. But just know, when you go to the VFL, we are backing you in 100% of the time. I can guarantee you, if that is happening behind the scenes at Collingwood, not only will you see a better VFL side, but our development will also improve significantly too. Because I don't know what they say to the guys that play VFL, but it's very easy for us to assume, because the club just doesn't show us. How are we to know that the Fly's not just looking at the VFL and just going, oh, like, you know, such and such is playing VFL, plays the whole year, and I mean, there's even guys. I don't know if it happens anymore, but I used to remember even Swanee going on to, and mind you, it could have been a bit of a joke and stuff, but I'm sure there are players where it wasn't a joke. But there would be times where Swanee would go on the footy show, and there'd be a Collingwood player that would be like the person that they would be having as their special guest, and they would put the camera over to Swanee and they'd be like, hey, Swanee, do you know this kid? And Swanee would just go, oh, yeah, who's that? Oh, yeah, he's got a Collingwood jumper. Yeah, sure, I know him. Like, you know, that's what I feel like Fly's doing, and what the club is basically doing to these kids. Like, how, like, I mean, at the end of the day, we just need to be better. We just need to have a better system in place, because, you know, for a club that's just letting our players in the VFL starve, it's just not right. Like, and again, it's and I keep going back to the loaf of bread. I know you guys hate the term of it. And again, it's one of the things with like Malthouse that I fucking love, and I feel like I keep rewinding the same tape over and over again of this shit. But how many times did we start a season under Malthouse and round one felt like Christmas? Like the start of the season, it was fucking special because Malthouse would have at least six new faces every fucking year. And yeah, 2 or 3 of them would have been shit. But at least we're giving them opportunities to then be shit and then go, hey, you're not any good. Let's go back to the VFL. We need you to work on your contested marking. You need to work on your ground ball. You need to work on kicking goals or whatever. Like, because then at that point, at least you're giving the opportunities. At least you are actually trying to get these guys in the team. And then on top of it, it's just I don't know. It just feels like when you do it that way, the picture becomes so much more clearer. Like these guys aren't second guessing. These guys aren't, damn. Like, am I a month away from my next game? Am I in Jacob Ryan's case? Am I 3 years away from my next game? It just feels like there's just so much uncertainty because I know for a fact, like as I said, I had a mate that was on the Bulldogs list. He would literally get a piece of paper where he would get a checklist, and Gian Syracuse was his forward coach, and he would literally say to him, "We want you to do this, this, and this. You tick all these boxes, you play." Why the fuck are we not doing that? Because it really seems like we're not.
Peter G said in the chat, we've had 6 players make their debut this year. So he's saying, it's an improvement. Yep, I completely agree, Peter G. This year's been a lot better. However, the last 3 years, the 3 years after the flag, so 24, 25, and now 26 finally is the year where that's been the case. Those 2 years after the flag was not the case. So, yeah, 6 debuts is awesome. However, it doesn't change the fact that you had a Dimity on the list for years not getting a game. You had Ryan not getting another opportunity. Those are more the guys in the conversation we're talking about. Why have them on the list if you're never going to play them? So, yeah, this year's been a lot better. The debuts have been good. Let's rail them off. So we had Steen, awesome, probably going to be a long-term player. Will Hayes, he debuted this year, Hayes, wasn't it? Or did he play last year?
This year, no. Hayes was
last year.
Hayes
last
year. So who else do we have this year? We had Pods, obviously, which that's a bit different.
I wouldn't even
Puncher,
count Pods, to be honest.
Yeah, Puncher,
I would count.
Okay. Looks like a player that he'll need some work in the gym, but he should be okay. Who else? I've forgotten our other debutants.
Or Howes, obviously, for this week.
Noah Howes this week.
Swaddling.
Yep.
Swaddling, yeah.
Perfect, Kev. All right. So there's another.
Gussie.
Let's say 200 gamer.
Gus Anderson.
Gus Anderson, awesome. Another guy that I reckon 100 games minimum. And is that who we've got?
What about
pretty much it.
Ed Allen? Oh no, he's played before, hasn't he?
Ed Allen's played last year.
What about Sean's man, Oscar Steen?
Yes.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
Steen technically debuted this year.
Yeah. Guys, Stephen King picked 7 debut. So by round 11, Stephen King had played 7 first gamers in the Melbourne team by the middle of the year. They lost Oliver and Petrarca and Stephen May. So 3, and that might be the reason, obviously. But even still, he's kept them in. He's kept them in the team. And, anyone says it's not a numbers game about all of this. It's about whether you develop them and whether you want to keep them in or not. Not poke them in for 1 week and then get rid of them the following week because they achieve absolutely nothing. You might as well keep them in the VFL. But you need confidence in your playing group and then you get continuity as well. You play them with it. Like Melbourne have played these young guys with a Max Gawn. And you reckon they've grown since that first game? Of course they have.
Spot on,
Of course they would have. Of course they would have. good coaches would see that a guy like Max Scorn would love a guy like that in. It actually energises an older guy anyway, I would have thought. But you're developing the young kids as well. So this argument, and I can understand Peter G saying, "Oh, we've given 6 guys an opportunity this year." Great. It's not a numbers game though, Hal. What I'd say is that Stephen King even outdid that by round 12.
Yeah.
He outdid us by 1 by round 12, and he's kept those guys playing AFL football, and they're winning games. They're playing as a team. They might still be pretty much a 6th or 7th team. It doesn't matter. They're certainly playing okay. They're playing better than us at the moment, I reckon, as a team, winning more games, more consistent. They look more energised, playing with more excitement. And this is despite the fact that all the doom and gloomers were saying, no Petrarca, no Clayton Oliver, no Stephen May. Melbourne are going to fall in the bottom 3 in 2026. Well, you've been proven wrong. And I might have been one of those people. I'd have been in the probably bottom 5. I didn't think they had, enough depth to, keep themselves around about the 6th or 7th on the ladder. They've improved on last year, and they're playing with, and I keep coming back to the word energy. The kids will give you energy. Yes, they will. There is an argument if you play them too soon and play too much of them too soon, there is an element that they will get burnt out. But not every kid's going to do that. There's going to be certain kids that will actually thrive and will prefer to stick in the AFL than go back to the VFL. They will thrive to be playing with the likes of a Max Scorn, or if it's Collingwood, they'd want to be in a team with Nick Dacos and Geordie and all of that. So, I mean, you can have an argument either way. There's no right or wrong answer, but I'm talking about the development of the football team and the club and its future. You don't just suddenly give them a chance for 1 week and then drop them, because you're defeating the purpose of bringing them in the first place, basically. And their confidence is, unless they're getting talked to and spoken to about the actual elements and the issues that they do have, you still give them another chance anyway, I think anyway. So you back them up the 2nd week or a 3rd week even, but you don't just kick them out straight away and just put the line through their name and saying you're not coming back in again. And then you pick a guy, an oldie, who is suspect anyway, suspect in all the years that person's been playing, and we've been seeing it. And it's too obvious to even suggest for 1 minute that it's rupturing the football club, but it does rupture the football club because it does get down to the selection integrity, which we've been talking about all year. And it's been going on through a period of this year, and I think through some part of last year as well.
Yeah,
spot on, Daz. Absolutely perfectly summed up. The Melbourne example is a perfect example, and a lot of us would have thought bottom 4, bottom 6. A good example at Melbourne is Bailey Fritsch has been pathetic for 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And you shake up the team a little bit, all of a sudden Bailey Fritsch is back to the old Bailey Fritsch. That's what happens sometimes with the more senior guys. When things get shaken up around them, you sort of filter out the guys that are dead wood and the guys that get a little bit rejuvenated. And that's the added advantage of playing youth. Sometimes it brings others along for the ride. The reality is we were too stale for too long. Not enough change, not getting results. Yeah, first half of last year was amazing. Looked like we're on track for another flag. However, fell away purely because they didn't introduce enough players during the year to sort of keep it going. And we just sort of fell in a heap. This year, had a lot of injuries that's brought about the opportunities. That's fine. But again, I just think it's too little too late. You had opportunities the previous 24 months to do this. You didn't. And now you're just going to have a cluster of youth thrown into the deep end, probably not going to perform, and people are going to slam them. So, like Daz says, there's no right or wrong way to do it. But if I had my way, this is the absolute worst way I would have done it.
No, agreed. And again, we should be preparing for when the ruckles happen. We should have a backup. So I don't know why we don't do that. We knew that Mason Cox was gone. Why didn't we have some like a Steen in to say, okay, you're playing in these preseason games. We want you to show us something. Okay, you show us this. We're gonna play you from opening round, and you're going to be on, on the team, playing every single week. And if you need a rest or you need or you're struggling a little bit, well, we can play in the VFL until you get your form back. How hard is that?
Yeah, but that's the thing though. If you're putting in the players' hands, like the players aren't going to want to play VFL, and I mean, in a sense, I can even understand from a player's perspective. Like, why would you want to play VFL when you can get a senior game? It's literally on the club to force that. It's on the club to be, hey, you're playing VFL this week because you just haven't lived up to the standard. But it's also, and again, but again, you can also do that for the kids where, again, give them 3-4 games and go, okay, and then say in the fifth week, like if they weren't good enough to play round 5 or whatever it is, and just go, yeah, sorry, mate, you're not playing this week because, your pressure was pretty poor and, your contested marking, although it was great for the first 2 weeks, but it's really dropped off the last 2 weeks. We really want you to go back in the VFL, find your form again. We know you've got a massive future, but we just want to give you the best chance of having success to the point where when you clean those things up, you'll be an absolute superstar of this team moving forward. Like if a kid is hearing that, like if it's let's just say hypothetically, because I've just said like marking and pressure and all that stuff. Let's just say it's Charlie West. Imagine if you're saying that to Charlie West and just being like, because again, it's like I don't necessarily think having West in the VFL is necessarily a bad thing, but like he needs to, if he's not good enough for the VFL, sorry, if he's not good enough for the AFL, he needs to know what he's not doing right, so he can then go back into the VFL and go, hey, like we need you to do this, or we need you to average 4 goals for the next month. And if you walk away with 15, 16 goals in that month, then you'll come straight back in. Like it just feels like it's just not, you're not good enough. You're playing VFL, and we'll just assess it at like a different time. Like there's no like structure. Like it just feels like that these players have no structure. It's not like yeah, I don't know. It just feels like that a lot of these kids, like they're being put into positions that they're not necessarily going to succeed at, and then when they don't succeed, it's as if the club's like shocked that they don't succeed, and it's like, well, you didn't prepare them properly, so that's not on them. That's on you.
No, I
Spot on,
agree.
Sean. Spot on.
I
If
agree.
Ryan, let's assume Ryan gets a game this week.
Mm.
Again, big assumption. And he has a stinker. People are going to fucking launch.
Yeah.
See, he was never
Mm.
good enough. We're telling you he's not good enough. But no, he was thrown into the fucking deep end. He was never given a chance when the team was just running smoothly to just seemingly fit in there and see how he goes. He's thrown into the deep end against away from home in Perth against a team that's going to be super hungry to get a result against us to finish off their year. This is the reality of the fucking situation. You have not given him the perfect platform to succeed. You have set him up to fail. So he has to have a blinder for it to be like, oh, well, geez, Ryan's got a bit of something. Anything less than that, people are going to be like, oh, see, he's just fucking shit. but he's going to be surrounded by children, and it's just the wrong way to go about it. And Fly is big on the we want to set players up to succeed bullshit that he doesn't do in practice. He says it in words, but doesn't do it in practice. Yeah. So this is the clusterfuck you end up with. What's going to happen this weekend? And I haven't given my tip yet, but West Coast is going to win this game. West Coast is going to win this game.
I fucking hope not.
I fucking hope so.
Kev. But I think West Coast are winning this game of football, and the people are going to come out of the slam these kids. They're not going to slam the fact that they weren't set up properly and given opportunities early in the year. They're just going to slam the individuals. But during the year, during the past previous years, they've given pass marks to guys like Sidey and guys like Crisp who have given us nothing, but they will slam these kids. And it's going to be a sight to behold. And at least then, the next week, I can start talking about cricket.
Yeah.
Well, I would defend Jacob Ryan on anybody. I'll say, look, he got set up to fail. He was up against the whole kids, like up against West Coast. You know, we set him up to fail. Don't forget too that we are playing up against, with their injury listed as well. So let's not blame the kids. Let's just blame the coaching staff for not doing anything about it, So I want to see the kids perform well, and I think we should have seen that in the first place, But we know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen, and there's going to be either say, "Oh, told you so." It's like, yeah, and you know what? You gave a pass mark to Sidebottom, Lipinski. You didn't want to admit that he played shit at all. So you know what? You're gonna shit on those kids. We're gonna shit on your place that you like to fucking have a wank over. Simple as that. I'm sick and tired of them having a wank over out of these players that don't perform, and it's about time that we as a community stand up and go, no, if you want to shit can our kids, how about you shit can our senior guys are performing and don't deserve to a game.
Spot on, Kev.
I agree, Kev.
People will look back.
Sorry, Age. I'm just heading off. Thanks for the chat, guys. Thanks, Sean.
Yep. All
Thanks,
good.
guys.
All good.
It's been interesting. I'll still be listening. Great talk, great chat, great information, and great opinions. And keep it going. Well done. See you. Have a good weekend, guys. Go Pies.
Yeah, you too. You
See you, Daz. See
you, Daz.
See you, mate. See you around. Time.
See you, Daz. Now, in saying that, because I know we've just gone down the whole we could potentially lose to West Coast. I've always been of the opinion whenever we have gone youth, I feel like we normally play our best football. I know this is like the polar opposites to what I'm about to bring up now. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes really well and we actually win by 40 plus. And I know it could just as well go the other way, and I think either way it's valid. But yeah, I can because I can put a link in there. But yeah, I mean I can just as easily see us beating West Coast by 40 plus, because we're not necessarily we're not necessarily relying on the older guys to get us through, and because we will have more of the younger guys to add some pace to get the ball flow going. There's so many factors in play, given that we should have so much youth and so much excitement. yeah, as much as I do agree, like it's valid we could lose to West Coast, but it's so strange because I feel like it's just as valid we could win by 40 plus. Like, am I crazy in that? Like,
No, you're not crazy. We are a funny team. We can beat, like I said, we can beat anyone and on any given day, but it comes down, like we saw against Geelong, what Collingwood is going to show up. And we know, we can beat West Coast. If we play like we did, like early in the year, and we don't put any prestige signs up, we can flog them. We can flog them by any margin, but it comes down to one reason. What Collingwood will show up on the fucking day.
yeah. I'll just get Void in real quick because he's waiting backstage. I'll get him on. Hey, Void.
Hey, Void.
Sorry, mate. I was just on mute. I was just
Yeah.
I was had my mouth washing.
Hey, Boyd.
Hey, Void.
Yep. I've got to get my breath nice and fresh in case it, can waft through the screen.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were about to use the breath analogy for games.
Oh well, you've ascribed a much higher level thing than what I was intending. Just literal breath.
Yeah.
No, I've come in and out a little bit throughout the evening. I was listening for the first hour, then I sort of had other stuff going on. But yeah, what are we on now about whether we can lose to West Coast? Oh, sorry, whether it's possible to lose. Is that what you're talking about now?
Well, I think it's going to be a game of extremes. I feel like we either lose to West Coast or we smash them by 40 plus, and it's just depending on what the kids do.
My feeling is the reason I don't have a real grim view of bringing in a bunch of guys from the VFL. I don't really have such a grim view. For me, it's like I know that it's harder to plan against a team that's got so many unknown quantities coming in. So I actually think sometimes it's a bit of an advantage, even though you might be losing some sort of proven talent in the process. You do get that added bonus of a little bit of unpredictability. And then maybe the coaching staff in the process of putting these guys in might even give them some ideas for either different shifts in the game plan or a little different edge here or there that these guys can provide. I mean, look, I think it's an exciting sort of, I know it's sort of devastating because of all the injuries, but at the same time, the silver lining is that it's a little exciting to see some of these guys getting a shot.
Yeah. I do want to bring up. First of all, I'll bring Lucas on so he can be a part of it. But hey, Lucas.
Yeah, how you doing, Sean? Hey, everyone. I would have came in here earlier, but unfortunately, Geelong made me sign a waiver and I couldn't. So, sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's okay, Lucas. The AFL, like it lasted 24 hours. We've already put out a statement saying that it's all good, nothing to see here. It's that it's just that magic Geelong puff of smoke it's disappeared into.
Another win at the AFL. Geez, these winnings just keep on happening for us, don't they?
Yeah. I do want to bring up this comment here where Hernetta said, I don't get why anyone would be blaming them. It's all a matter of circumstance. Who are the people we are referring to that's going to be blaming anyone? It's just weird to blame the kids. I mean, it absolutely is. But that's the thing, like, we need to, I mean, even with the kids, like, we need to see where they're at. We need to see, and again, it could, as much as it is, they could come out, they could star, and we could win this by 40 plus. But just as easily, we could also lose this game. But this is where we need to sort of put, in terms of the kids, this is where we sort of need, to see where they are at. yeah, I mean, if anyone's going to put down the kids over, say, someone like a Sidebottom or a Pendlebury, I mean, that's obviously on them. And if that happens, and we can do whatever we need to accordingly and stuff. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, we just got to make sure we know what we have the right expectations. Yeah. I feel like I had another point to have, but I've completely lost it. Yeah.
I'll piggyback on you, Sean, because it's partly what I said as well. There's certain people that, again, I don't want to slam the community, this and that, but some people always blame the kids and then they'll defend the Sidebottoms of the world, and it just makes no sense. They'll stay tight-lipped on a sidey when he kicks the ball sideways and kicks 7 out of bounds and doesn't tackle, but then they'll fucking slam the 3-gamer puncher being not up to it, as an example. And unfortunately, there's a lot of those sorts in our community. Defend this old guy to the hills, 350 games, who's done nothing for a year. Slam Liam Puncher, 3 games playing on a fucking guy 3 times his size. And that's just a reality.
Yeah.
It should be the opposite. Give the kid a pass, give him time. Yeah, okay, showing enough. All right, keep going, Liam. Sidey, what the fuck are you doing? Nah, instead it's the opposite. What? You can't talk about Sidey like that. Look at Liam Puncher. He got destroyed. It's just become so tiring. So fucking tiring.
Yeah, because I remember even in the Adelaide game, I remember when Walker basically got a hold of him, and I think he kicked 2 goals in a quick succession. Like automatically, I had Twitter notifications going off, being like, "Oh, Puncher's no good. Like he needs to go back to the VFL." Like it's just, I don't know. We just have a community where people are just so quick to go to absolutes. I just find it so fascinating because then, but then in like the same game, like said player will then do well, and it's like, oh my god, this guy's going to be really good. Oh, I reckon he's going to have a bright future. It's like, but you just said that he was no good and he was going to play VFL. like some of these people, like I feel like they just have such, they literally look at the one play, and that one play is like the definitive path and what they're going to have for their whole career. It's just such strange behavior. Like, and on top of it, I will say this as well. Even though that Walker got a hold of him at one point, I was actually really glad that the Puncher was able to go through that process, and he also like gained a bit of character out of it too. And I feel like he even won that battle. Especially what was it, the second half of that like contest. For someone that's young and developing, like, I feel like that's that's that experience alone would take him so far. And the fact that I don't know who he's going to have this week. Maybe like a Shanahan or maybe like a Waterman even. But yeah, like to whoever he's like playing on, like even if they kick some goals on him, it's like, okay, yeah, like that's the nature of the game. That's going to happen. But it's more about like, because he's learning the craft and learning how to play the game. Even when we have Puncher in his prime, it's not like he's gonna have goals kicked on him. I'm sure in his prime he's gonna have a week where someone's gonna kick 6 on him. Like that's just the way that the AFL is. Like there's gonna be the best key forward in the comp is gonna go to Puncher and he's gonna kick 6 goals. So instead of being scared of that idea, it's okay. Let's actually embrace like whatever the result is, but then go, yep, okay, it went down a certain path or it went in a certain direction. Okay, but such and such player kicked 6 goals on him. Okay, but like, what did you learn from it? What can you do to get better? Or, okay, we looked over this footage and we found that a lot of the players where they like to lead up to the ball and they'll pick a target, they'll point their finger out in a direction, and that's where they go to run and they start leading. So the next time, okay, when they start pointing, you need to be ready to go. So you need to be ready. Once they start pointing, you need to get those legs into like a jet mode to where you can start running in a sprint from the get go. You know what I mean? So it's all learning. It's all like trying to pick apart the percentages and like, okay, what can I do in this position? If I'm in it next time, what can I do where? Because a lot of these players that you play on, they're probably going to do the same thing over and over again, right? So it's I mean, NBA players do it all the time when they go over film. It's like, if they go to dribble the ball on their right hand, they're always right-handed. Okay, so when you defend him, make sure you're on their left side so you cover their right hand. It's just all these like little things. Like, yeah, it's good that these players are playing on them, and yes, their opponents might be kicking goals on them or outplaying them or whatever. But at least okay, but have the character to then go, okay, that didn't work. Let's figure out what does work and let's try and work towards that.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing I think doesn't help. I think the way people process information now, and this extends to football or movies or anything that people want to like crack the shits about. The issue I have these days is people are just getting they're getting so much information flooding. It's not like we're more consumed as people, but at the same time, there's a lot of repetition in what we're getting. So what happens after a game, I've noticed this all the time. It's a real knee-jerk reaction people have. That someone will have a bad game and it's almost like they react 10 times as strong as they would maybe 15 years ago. 15 years ago, if someone had a bad game, it was just kind of these days, I feel like the extremes of the way people react have gotten worse with the internet age. And then you get this, it's like being like chronically online has made people go like either something is the greatest they've ever seen or the fucking worst of the worst that's ever existed, and there's no in between. And that's my issue, is that people are being caught up in this spiral where they have to either say something super positive or super negative, and they can't give a nuanced answer to anything. Like, whereas when I saw Puncher, as I saw the comments that they were criticizing him, he got pushed under the footy, this, he got taken to the cleaners. But I mean, so what?
Yeah,
I get that we were critical of Charlie Dean when it was happening, but not after the first game. Once you got a bit of a sample size, but I see enough in Puncher to go, no, he's just learning. Charlie Dean, I didn't think he could get there. He was just a VFL player. I think we identified that pretty quickly. And maybe some of us were a little bit harsh towards him because maybe he's just reached the limit of his skill set. But it always beggars belief. Like, even at the start of the year, Ed Allen, for example, the round 0, he didn't do much. Nah, fuck him off. Thinking, jeez, like, how fast do you want to just
oh my god, round 0 is like, if you ever want to see some nuffy comments, just be in the comment section during the time around the post, the aftermath of round 0. It's fucking hilarious.
Wouldn't
just like definitive statements after the first fucking game of the season. Oh my god.
Oh, look, I get that, like, you don't need much. Like, some people quickly. Like, you could look at them and you go, unless they make a real sharp turn somewhere, you can pretty much say, the trajectory is not really going in the right spot. Unless they really, do something surprising that no one saw coming. That's kind of how I feel about some guys we've had over the years on the list that you sort of like, no, I don't think they were ever going to make it. And it wasn't because of opportunity. It was just they didn't make it anywhere else either. that was probably. I think in some cases people aren't getting the opportunity to deserve it, and they've got something, and there's just a couple of senior guys holding them like in their way. Then there's another subset of players who just aren't up to it. The truth's always somewhere in between. I think the key is always identifying the guys that should be being selected, versus the guys that are, probably just list cloggers.
Yeah, because I also was it last year we played the Giants over there, and I think it was like quarter time, and like I was seeing some of my tweets of just like, oh my god, we're in for such a bad season. I can just already tell. It's like even then, it's like we hadn't even like gone through like the first again. I don't know if it's just the people I tend to follow or watch on Twitter or something, but like
Twitter, Sean. It's Twitter.
it's just there's so many people out. Again, it's like because that was a game, and even like the media, I remember after that Giants game, because we also had a similar result the year before against the Giants as well. And then even like the media were like, because was that the Dacos cramping game, or was that the year before that? Because like Kane
Nah, that
Corns
was
was going
last
after
year.
Dacos
Yeah.
about the cramping. And then it's like, oh, he's not professional enough and all this, and
don't you love hearing a tagger saying that about a superstar, like a guy who just fucking like probably got gifted an extra 100 games that he didn't deserve?
It's only 100.
It's funny because with Nick, one off game or one game where something like that happens, they just slam him, mate. Other players can go 10 weeks without a good game. Nick plays one average game like that start of the year game in 25, and he got slammed. Like, it's just ridiculous, mate.
He still had like 25 disposals as well, even though he was cramping like a motherfucker too.
I know.
Like dude was like having like the cramps the size of golf balls out of his calf, and like
like. And it's funny
he
because it's like
pre-season that year. That's why he was cramping, because I think he had to start his pre-season a bit later.
It's common.
Something like that.
A sport like AFL, when you're playing in the heat, cramping is like extremely common thing that's going to happen. You can be as fit as a fiddle; it can still potentially happen. It's just
even in the grand final, was really hot, and like a lot of players were saying they were cramping in the grand final even, and that's when you're supposed to be at your peak. But because it was such a hot day, like it was just one of those like one-off days within the month or whatever. It was just a really because September's not summer, so like the fact that it was like a genuine hot summer's day in September, like just so happened to be that day. But because wasn't it? I don't know. You guys can maybe correct me on this, but wasn't the players like the players couldn't even have beers after the game because like they were just on the waters or something?
They
something
lost
to
too
that
much
effect.
weight. Yeah.
They
lost a heap of weight.
Yeah.
So the hotter it gets as well, they lose more weight. So some players can, at the end of a game, they lose like 4 or 5 kilos, and you need to replace it quickly with like electrolytes and things like that. Because if you don't, it affects your recovery, and you tend to lose more weight the hotter it is as well. So
because of all the sweat and stuff.
Yes. So you're tempted to have a beer. It's like playing a long day of cricket, You're tempted to just get into the bloody beers, but it's actually the worst possible thing for you because you've been standing out in the sun for 6 hours and you've just been zapped of every last bloody bit of electrolytes you've got. And then you're just filling up with beer and you just, it's just a recipe for disaster. So, that's why now the recovery has to come first, especially after a game where there's a little bit of definitely a lot of heat, And just to talk about the cramping as well, I remember thinking like I didn't play high level football at all, right? I just played a high level school football, right? And I played with a lot of guys that are a lot fitter than me, and I was a mid, and I would run a fair bit. I'm just one of those guys that would never cramp. I just wouldn't cramp. I don't think I've ever had a cramp in my life. There'd be guys that are 7 times fitter than me, and they would cramp all the time. So it's not necessarily a fitness thing. Sometimes it's just genetics, you know. Like some people are going to cramp easier than other people. Like it's just, I think I've cramped once on the football field in 15 years of playing. Whereas I played with guys that cramped every single week and they would run half as much as I did. So it just means absolutely nothing. So I remember that Dacos thing. I'm like, oh my God, this is just so ridiculous. You know, he's not prepared correctly. Come on, Jesus, as if the guy didn't already have enough runs in the bank to that point.
Yeah,
he's had to. He's been forced now to sort of like the evidence is so overwhelming about Nick that now he's kind of like, nah, I can't really shit on him anymore. It's almost impossible now. And what's hilarious is I just think that Kane as a person, I mean, I think he's probably a curmudgeon in real life, that he doesn't enjoy anything. I reckon if you gave him an ice cream cake for his birthday, he'd probably be like, oh, I don't like sweets.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, apparently his kid was like trying to start up a YouTube channel, and apparently he was like going to interview people. So he went to get his dad, obviously, and apparently Kane was saying, "Yeah, I'll be on your channel if you pay me."
No.
Apparently that was like a real thing that happened.
No way. No.
No, fucking that was with Eddie Corns.
No
Yeah,
way.
Eddie Corns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So he charged his own kid so he could be on his YouTube platform.
You're being played. You're being fucking played. That has to have been just to get an article written about it to get some exposure. Has to be. No.
And he got his father Graham Corns on. He got his father Graham Corns on the show. I thought, fuck.
Imagine if he charged as well, just like the whole family, but just the whole family where they just charge for everything.
No, Graham Corns charged less.
Wouldn't it be worse for Graham though, considering like you're charging your own grandson?
There's a joke in the US version of The Office where there's this woman, there's this uptight woman that works in the office, and Pam, the secretary, says, I bet you if the kid comes to her house for Halloween, she gives the kid, some pencils. Like instead of lollies. And that's what Kane reminds me of, like just a real uptight, like just has a problem with fun, has a problem with enjoyment, and has a problem with anything good, He reeled off a list of shit that bothered him one day, the 10 or 20 things that annoyed him. And it's just funny. I'm thinking, geez, you probably don't really get pleasure out of anything in life.
He doesn't have to worry
and that
about
was
being
just and that was probably a segment where it probably only took him like 5 minutes to write it down. He's probably, all right, bet, give me 5 minutes.
It would have been quicker to just ask him what he does enjoy. That would have been a shorter list. That would have had a whole lot. I enjoy stuff. Name something. Oh, I'll get back to you in a week. But as for the Eagles game, what I'm hoping, I don't think it'll happen, but if they did pick Jacob Ryan, I'd chuck Jacob Ryan in the back line, and I reckon that might even just allow Dan Houston to be the spare defender, and he can go just don't give him a position, just say go anywhere, and just see if that just be good to try something, just to see what we might be able to accomplish,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what would actually be a wild move, though, that I think could work. Because I think I said this after, I think it was his second year. Because he was winning time. He won a couple time trials early on in his career when he was at the club. I was even sort of hoping if it wasn't to work out in the back line for him to even be on the wing. I wouldn't even be that mad if he even took Sidey's spot and that he became like another side bottom. because he's also 189 centimeters, and he can intercept mark. Imagine if you had like a endurance like side bottom, but then you could intercept mark like a 189 centimeter intercept defender, but have that on the wing.
Peter,
I feel like
Peter,
that's
or Paul or Peter, Paul who's on the chats. He suggested it in a chat a couple of weeks ago. He said, oh no, was it a week ago maybe? He said Jacob Ryan, he sees that he could be maybe a link-up player on the wing.
Yeah.
And I could see that because a lot of the attributes he has in the back line, he could almost be play like the Chris Main role that he used to play.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
You know, the thing is, Void, we shouldn't have to guess if that's the case. We should already know if he's capable of it, because he should have already been given at least 5 games across these last 3 years to show us what he's got. So it's kind of ridiculous that we have to speculate what he could be, like what would he have played to this point? Probably like 60 VFL games, 70 VFL games, and we're none the wiser of what he can actually fucking do out there for us, just pure and simply because he hasn't been given the opportunity. But yeah, I think, you know what? Someone said he's just going to be another Trey Rusco, which, okay, like, that guy wasn't obviously very good, but got given opportunities, Hopefully Ryan's better than that. Hopefully he can show something. But yeah, look, I still think the wings are positions where we can fill. So I hope he can somehow be that running type, link up play. I know a lot of the biggest thing on him is like his long kicking and stuff like that. He doesn't tend to do it. So yeah, maybe linking up on a wing and concentrating really on those 30-meter passes, sort of 45 inboard, that could be something he does. So look, let's see. I just hope he plays. That's all.
Yeah. It's how they saved Chris Main's career when he was at Collingwood. Is they thought of a different role for him. He'd lost his distance in his leg, his penetration. So they found that perfect role where he only had to kick 30 meters and just do a lot of hand passing. And I think he could probably, because the thing, Ryan does defend at least. So I think he'd be pretty accountable in that position as well.
What's his running capacity, Sean? Do you know?
Pretty good. Yeah, he's taken out he took out the 2K time trial in his first 2 years at the club.
Okay.
I want to say.
So he's got a good sort of fitness base there. Yep.
Yeah, I genuinely think if you give him the side bottom role, I think he wouldn't be half bad. It would take. You couldn't do it like now, but like it would have to be like going into the next preseason. You would do it. But yeah, but I don't know.
Look, I know that Sully might be, he's a mature body and he's playing well in the VFL, and there's a certain logic some people might have to, bringing him in. But if he's not going to be there next year, I just don't see the point. Even if he helps us win this game a little bit, I still would rather someone who we see as a longer term prospect, or at least somebody we're not sure about, who we want to have a little look at before we make the ultimate call on them. Whereas him, he's definitely already not playing in the team next year. So I just think that's just going to be a waste. We've already seen him at what he's got to offer at senior level. I would rather play someone who gets one disposal, just to know once and for all.
I agree.
Yeah, spot on. Do you know what the problem is, Void? Finals are still alive and things like that. So they'll almost certainly end up playing Sullivan this week. But you're right. I would much rather a guy play and not get a fucking touch, Yep. But at least you're looking more towards the future rather than looking to, I don't mean to be critical about Sullivan, but it has been, and a guy that's not going to be there next year. So problem is finals are still in the picture. This wild card has made that the reality. So guys like Sullivan get the nod, But yeah, We know Sullivan's not there next year. We know he could come out and get 25 touches and kick a goal, and you'd be like, yeah, well done, Sully. But it's just doing nothing for us, you know. But yeah, I think that's been the biggest issue with the wild card and what we spoke about at the start of the year. It's going to keep your season alive longer, and it's going to be harder to bite the bullet at some point in the season and just accept where you're at, because you're always going to have the carrot dangling there. So, yeah, you can expect to see Sully play this weekend, even though I'm not a fan of it at all.
Because also when it comes to someone like Sully, it just basically means that you just then don't rate someone like Harry, and because but also I mean, even if you're looking at it like as much as it's, you know, okay, let's give a game to a Jacob Ryan because he's out of contract, or let's give whoever because they're out of contract. As much as I hate it, but like the saying could also be said for also Sully, even though it's something I don't want to happen. But it's like, as much as the narrative is, okay, let's find out if Ryan is shit, or let's find out if whoever is shit because they're out of contract. The same could be said for Sully, which, as I said, I fucking feel like I'm going to throw up the fact that I just said that. But like, that's the thing where that's like the justification for I could have.
Well, the other one is Parker. The other one is like, we don't even know if Parker's going to be there next year. And what, he might get a game this week. I don't know. Look, I would rather play like a Demeter this week, a Ryan. I don't know if Parker and Sullivan, deserve a game. We don't know if they're both going to be there next year. So just play the people that we think deserve a game. Look at Ryan. Look at a Demeter. Look at all these people that deserve a game. Just give them a game. Who gives a fuck if they stuff up? At least they've given a game, and then you'll say if they deserve a contract next year. Like Demeter, yes, he's got a contract next year, but he's never played a game once. He deserves a game. Then look at Ryan. Ryan has been one of the best players in the VFL, and he has never had a look once. It is fucking ridiculous. Fly deserves a kick up the ass because he's got no selection integrity. Play the kids that deserve to play. And it fucking pisses me off. He never does that shit.
Yeah, I think look, I think if Geordie didn't miss out this week, I think clearly he's moved past Sully and Parker. Because you can tell they were kind of the go-to reinforcements for quite a while, and now they rarely even get close to a game anymore. The only thing that gives them a reprieve is just the sheer amount of injuries we've got this week. I bet you if it was a normal week, they wouldn't even be considered. The only thing that worries me is, the amount of experience that's come out of the side instantly makes me think, was he going to put Sully in? Because he doesn't think bringing four or five kids in is going to be like the safe bet. I hope not, because like we've said, I think even if it's not about seeing whether they're going to be part of the future, for me, it's even like, the excitement of giving one of these kids an AFL opportunity, just because it's something for them to treasure. So even if they get delisted at the end of the year, they've had an AFL game. And then if they don't get picked up anywhere else, at least they've had that, be a nice sort of a memento for them,
Spot on, Void. I couldn't think of anything worse, and I've known two guys that were at the Pies. One's a friend, another one's a friend of a friend, and neither of them got games in their time, right? One of them just wasn't good enough. The other guy probably deserved a game, and we were rat shit as a team for the period of time he was there. And I feel for him, because I'm just like, fuck, imagine living the rest of your life and you know that you had at least one game, even though you were never going to, you probably weren't good enough to make it, but you just got that one game you could treasure. Like, imagine, what would we all give to play one game? I'd give anything just to have one game. You know, I feel bad a guy if he's been on the list for 4 years, never plays, and then gets cut. You know, which is Harry Dimitius staring down the barrel of that. You know, so yeah, I would love them to just play him, even though you know it's probably not part of the future. So yeah, I don't know. That's just me, and I know people will be like, "Oh, you've gone soft on it." No, it's not about that. It's also about giving them the opportunity, because you never know. There's lots of guys you think aren't up to it. You give them that game, and you're like, "Oh, hang on," you know. It's just it can work both ways.
I'll admit it. I'm a softie, so that's my nature. So like when I like an underdog story, I mean, I think a lot of people do, and nothing feels as good as winning as an underdog, but also just a player, like seeing it like a mid-season draftee, like seeing a guy that was playing in a suburban ground, a week earlier. Oh, that gives me a rush. I love seeing that stuff, and it's not everything's just team oriented to me. Sometimes it is. You just do feel happy for an individual who's just living their dream. If you're capable of being happy for someone, I know a lot of people it's not happening to me, so I don't care. But I actually do. I'm happy for other people when they're put in the work and they're living their dream. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's all because I mean, even in the VFL, like there are guys. I mean, it's in terms of getting a senior game, like I can accept the fact that we're gonna have players like over the years where they'll be a midfielder, they'll play in their VFL, and they won't get over 10 disposals in their VFL and they get cut and they don't get a senior game. Like those situations are going to happen, and you go, okay, well, he didn't deserve a game because he was a midfielder and he couldn't even get over 10 touches, right? But if you actually, no, sorry, here was actually the point I've forgotten now. I've remembered. Harry. So Harry ended up. So last year we had Tom Mitchell, right? And then the second Tom Mitchell was in that midfield, Harry was basically getting 25 disposals every week. But we had games towards the back end to where Tom Mitchell got games, but Harry didn't. So when it comes to also like selection integrity, that's when you could have. And again, Harry could have stunk it up. But at the end of the day, was the difference between playing Tom Mitchell and then a Harry, was that the difference between a win and a loss?
No.
And then on top of it too, you're also then giving him exposure. If he gets, say, 3-4 games, that's also confidence he then takes into the next season. So this season he's got, a massive, like basically like the carrots like sitting there dangling, to where he's also got some experience. So if he gets another opportunity, he's going to be ready for the second run. Like, because I keep harping. I was harping on about Steen and Cox last season, but I mean Harry and Tom Mitchell were probably in the same boat. Probably not as obvious, but like I mean, yeah, like what was so wrong with having Harry in the midfield? Because you had Tom Mitchell in there, and he was getting cut. So,
but we all know the reason, Sean. We all know the reason. I think Tom Mitchell was part of Team Fly, and then Harry wasn't. Look at the reason. Tom Mitchell
only got like 3 or 4 games in the back end,
every week.
So it's not. I mean, it's not like Tom Mitchell was playing every week. But the games that Tom Mitchell got, once you had Harry and Tom. No, but once you had Harry and Tom in the same field, that's when Harry was. Yeah, he was being average. He was averaging like 25 disposals. But the handful of games that Tom got, whether it was 4 to 6 games or whatever, scattered throughout the back half of the season, those are the games you could have played Harry.
I agree.
Even if you want to give extreme benefit of the doubt, like just to be extremely like unbelievably fair, I thought that there was only once since Fly's been there have we had a genuine dead rubber game, and it was in 2024 against the D's in the final round. He did bring Ed Allen in for his second game. Great. But see, because that was a dead rubber, I thought, oh, just like bounce about 6 of the senior players. Just bring a whole bunch of guys from the VFL in. Like, why not?
Mm.
You know, I mean, I can understand if you're in finals contention, right? I kind of get, no, you got to pick your best side, but that was the one chance where we didn't need to win, and we probably were going to win anyway, because Melbourne were pretty putrid at the time.
Yeah.
But I thought, I was hoping to see maybe 3 or 4 guys thrown in for a game that night. That didn't really matter. Ed actually had a fantastic game that night, but I forget who else was available that night that we could have picked that we didn't.
What's that? Is that the Ed Allen draft?
No, the Melbourne, the final round of 2024, the dead rubber. That was an opportunity to drop, well, not drop, but
I know what you mean. Play some of the kids.
6 or
I get what
7
you mean.
senior players, get them, put them on ice for the rest of the year, get them into surgery or whatever else.
Yeah.
Well, the question I was going to ask you, Sean, where's Cochrane at? Do you think he'll get another contract?
I mean, I'm definitely big on Cochrane for sure. I think he's going to come good. I've sort of laid off him a little bit just in recent times, just because he hasn't shown. It's not like he's shown nothing, but like, I think there was a difference between him and say Puncher. Like every time Puncher got near the ball, I'm thinking, okay, something's going to happen here. Where I think this may be what it is. I think Cochrane's a bit. Whenever he gets near the play, he's too like safe. He's too much of a safe player. Like, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think especially for his game, I think and also his body, he'll probably only need 1 more preseason, maybe 2. He probably might. You could probably even chuck him on a halfback flank even next year, depending on how much he bulks up. But no, I see him as like a really, well, when I say really good player, like I can see him potentially being like a 100 gamer. It's really only his injuries that are going to let him down. So they do need to keep a track on that, because he has had a few just like weird injuries as well. But no, like, I mean, yeah, he's kind of like a Blakely from Sydney. So yeah, if he can turn into that would be great. Probably not to that level, but if he can get as close as he can, then that'll be a pretty good result. But also as well, because I don't think with Blakey, I don't know if he's kind of won like a contest. I don't know if he's good in that department, where Cochrane's very good in that department. I'm struggling to remember the stat, but like he didn't. I think in his draft year, I want to say he didn't lose a 1-on-1 contest in his draft year, like in the like the TAC Cup and all that. So that was a pretty good stat that he had. So he could potentially be like maybe like a hybrid fullback and halfback, like first and second tall. But no, I think his best position is like centre halfback, being that Nick Blakey type, and but he's probably maybe another year away till the club can probably put some faith in him.
Well, Sean, if Cochrane does well in the last 3 games, do you think he could get a contract?
He already has one, doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know if he does.
Yeah, I think he's got another year, but check it. I think he does.
They're not going to cut him. He'll be fine.
Oh no, he's out of contract.
Yeah, no, I think he'll be fine. No
Yeah.
point having him for 2 years and
Mm.
yeah, just cutting him straight away. Think at very least he'll get another year. Yeah, like I said, there's going to be 6 or 7 list changes at the absolute minimum this year. And I think a big portion of that's going to be retirements or a couple of the older guys. It would make no sense to me getting rid of a kid, especially when he was pretty highly touted being drafted. Yeah, I'd be shocked. Put it this way: if he gets delisted, you just know that okay, he was way off it in some critical things, some critical metrics or whatever. But yeah, no, I expect him to be at the club next year.
Mm.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it might be one of those things like because he is out of contract, so he doesn't need one. But yeah, it could be one of those ones where he could maybe just get a 1-year contract because there hasn't been like in the last 2 years he hasn't shown like a ton in terms of like but I think that's just more the fact that he's more of a long-termer, like a long-term project. But yeah, I'm sure we could give him like a 1-year deal. He'd probably be happy with that, and then he can back himself in for next year, have a big year, and he can maybe get like a 2 or 3 year deal, hopefully, after that.
Yeah, I can't see him cutting him. He hasn't had a great run at it in the couple of years he's been there. And as an academy player, from the Swans, it's like Prindable. It's like these guys have pretty decent upside. They're just going to be a sort of slow grower.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even Harry is I know he's not an academy player, but he was through the cricket academy and stuff. So, and he's been on the list for how long now? So that's sort of like another one where, whenever they're under some form of an academy system, yeah, you're right. They do sort of tend to hold on to them a fair bit, and they give them a bit more of a extra leeway than others. Because even Murphy was like that too, and Murphy ended up coming good. So maybe like the same sort of like philosophy.
Yeah, Murphy didn't look up to it for a while. Key position player too. Key positions, they're gonna take a little bit longer. What's Cochrane 195?
Well, Murphy actually started on the wing, because I remember him and Tyler Brown and the VFL were basically on the wings at one point. And then I don't know, was he? I think he might have moved to defense in 22 from memory.
I know he got a game in the back line in the back end of 2018. He got in for 1 or 2 games right near the end of the year. And he sort of that's when we were pretty much down to nobody on the list to pick from. We had that many injuries.
Yeah.
And he looked way off it, and you just couldn't see like the potential even. It was just so early for him.
Yeah.
With
Oh yeah,
Cochrane,
he was definitely a backman in 21 because he took that mark for against Gold Coast. I remember that.
Yeah. Once they turn that corner, it looks like it's taking forever, and then they suddenly turn a sharp corner. That's what happens with these key position players. They don't the gradual sort of build up is so gradual, but then I think it just like accelerates very suddenly after a really slow period of nothing.
Also felt like Murphy wasn't on our list for that long either.
He was on their list for, I want to say, 5 years. Oh, if you count 2024, because he was kind of on the list but not on the list, but 5 years where he was actually like playing football.
I'll look it up.
Because I think we drafted him in 2017. You think he was in the Jaden Stevenson draft?
Now
Yeah.
Murphy slid, didn't he? He was touted originally to be a pretty high pick, but he slid, didn't he?
Yeah, they
'cause of
joked
his
about that though.
concussions? Ah, okay.
No, he never had concussions before. Or at least to my knowledge, he didn't have any. He was the 2017 draft. He was pick 39.
The knock on him, he couldn't kick when he was drafted.
Okay, I've got 18, 21, 22, 23. So for some reason 19, 2020 doesn't exist. I'm assuming he didn't get a game. And it said he had 2 games in 2018.
He was injured for, like, I know he was out for almost a whole season at one point. Forget what year it was, but he was basically out for the whole year.
Well, it would have been, because it says, there's 23 here where it said he had 24 games, and it doesn't have 24 listed here. So I'd imagine it's only, they're only listing years where he got a game. So I'd imagine 19 and 2020, he didn't get games.
Yeah. He was very
And that would
he was very injury prone early on.
Yeah. Because 2018, he had 2 games. And then, 21, 22, 23, he had 15, 16, and 24.
Yeah.
So that's probably why it did feel so short, because it was essentially 3 years in terms of senior games. Because especially if you take out 18.
I'm glad he's
that's probably why it just felt like such a short career. Like it was just once he was in, it just felt like it was so quick for him just to go back out.
Yeah, because he probably only really played 2 seasons where he was in the side every week.
Well, I know Bucks gave him a go in 21. Was it Bucks? Because he took that mark against Gold Coast. I remember in like the back line. Like it was like that, the courageous, like at the back of the flight. Sort of like the Brown and like a Greyvold-esque like mark, where you have like a ton of courage.
Yeah, I blocked out that season. I think I blocked
I was about
out
to say,
season.
Void.
Yeah.
That season I blocked out completely. And yeah, even when Robert Harvey took over, which it just nothing, mate. I don't remember any of those games.
All I remember is that we were every week we'd go watch the footy and all from home or wherever, and I just remember that it was like we were just sighing the whole time because it was so boring. It was like every week we're kicking like 3 goals, 3 goals, 20, something stuff like that.
It's just a horrible period of time, that. I remember a win against Richmond. We were like 5 goals down in the last quarter and we just stormed home. That's about the only game I remember of that year.
I remember Queen's birthday. That was our only game where we sort of played normal. While Bucks was there anyway. Then when Harvey came, we sort of stopped playing so defensive.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's terrible. Terrible couple of years there.
Because we even had Poulter played a good portion of that season as well. Pretty much like all those guys we drafted played a good 14, 15 games that season.
Yeah, spot on.
Do you think I could play the video of his highlights? And only just show the clip of his mark?
I reckon you'd be right. But what's probably good to do is you don't make it full screen. I think that's how a lot of people get caught out once you full screen it.
Yeah, okay. All right, are you guys happy to take the gamble?
Yeah, well, it's midnight, so.
Yeah.
All right. All right, let me get it up. Alright. I won't use the audio because that'll probably be a giveaway.
Yeah.
Alright. You guys able to see it?
Yeah.
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 It's just it's a few minutes. If only Lipinski could learn a thing or two out of that. No, it's not that. I know it was Gold Coast. It was definitely Gold Coast. Because that was like the Nathan Buckley game but I remember Bucks like had like a pre-game like sort of interview right before the game started, and he was saying, "Yeah, we're going to show a ton of fight. We're gonna take it up to him and all that stuff." And we showed no fight in that game, and we ended up losing to Gold Coast at the MCG.
Yeah, I was there live that day. That was a
Yeah.
fucking terrible game. I remember Degoe was full forward, and he just it looked like he didn't care. I remember thinking we were in such a hole as a footy club, and then to turn it around so quickly was remarkable. But yeah, that was a horrid season, mate. That was so bad. That's probably so. What am I now? 36. I've lived through a bit of the 90s. Lived through those middle years with Buckley, but geez, that 21 season is probably close to the worst I've ever seen us, and how low we were as a football club.
Yep, absolutely. The 90s was rough, especially with like we just took on any player who other clubs didn't want. That was our entire list.
Yeah.
We even had Ricky Renshaw at Collingwood at one point.
I know. It's funny because the little project I'm doing now, right? Like I've looked ahead and looked at some of those players. Like I'm just like, oh my fucking God. Some of the names you're gobsmacked. You're just like, he was on our fucking list. Oh my God. And you've just completely erased them from your memory. But it's just, God.
It was so bad. It was Fitzroy level, because you know how Fitzroy, like teams that they'd send all their players that were finished to Fitzroy, like Doug Hawkins or James Manson would go to Fitzroy. It was like that at Collingwood for about 3 or 4 years in the 90s, where we just could not afford a decent player.
No, exactly. Reminds me of like the years where Carlton would send all their finished players to St Kilda as a retirement plan, you know. We were like that team for a little while, where they'd be players with a bit of a name and a bit of a reputation, but they're just going there to finish off their career, essentially, and not give us anything.
We had Osborne as well, who I used to love when he was at Fitzroy.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, here it is.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah. I remember that now. I blanked that out until this moment.
Yeah.
Great mark.
Yeah, I remember this goal too. That was one of the best. That was probably the best win I probably saw all of that year in 21.
He just
So what
didn't
happened
know
to him?
how to protect himself when he went in for contests.
Concussion, Lucas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was unfortunately he was too brave for his own good.
But nobody ever taught him how to protect his body, and when he went in for contests, that's his issue.
Like Lucas, do you remember that grand final when he got injured?
22.
Yeah, 23 against Brisbane in the grand final. 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about with concussion.
So we're still up. We're still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still going.
Yep.
Looks like
Okay,
it.
good. We didn't get taken down. That's good.
Yeah, our club doesn't believe in concussions.
Yeah, it's interesting, Lucas, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's disgraceful at the same time because you see what's happening with Cameron, and then this shit comes out. Oh, it's just pathetic. It's just a
It
disgrace of pathetic.
It's also interesting the fact because I mean even like for me I would love for Murphy to come back, and I'm sure the club could convince him in some way to sign a waiver so that he's good. Like if he was to injure himself to the point where he's in a wheelchair or something, I'm sure he would sign that contract or sign the waiver or whatever it is. But then at the same time, it's like I don't think it's a good precedent to be setting because it's like these people do have lives at the end of the day. They do have families. Some of them probably even have kids to look after. And it's not fair on the kids to potentially be looking after said player if they're in a wheelchair or something, and because I don't know, has there been any of the concussion situations have they turned to the point where they've like been in a wheelchair or something to the point where they can't they don't have, well, obviously you got to have some brain function, but like has there been any really bad ones?
No, that would be more of a that would be more of a quad or paraplegic situation. So it'd be a little bit different. Concussion's more like your brain like function.
You had Shane Tuck, and that was
Shane Tuck was he impaired in any way or
just like he had brain function? Like if you get it's like it's more brain dead, not like anything where they end up in like incapacitated, like in a wheelchair. It's just like
like the choices they make can be a bit sort of rogue.
Like personality changes, mood swings, things like that.
Yeah, Max Rook suffers. Geelong Premiership player. He suffers from headaches, like really bad migraines and headaches. And he's the player part of that lawsuit.
Yeah,
I feel like there was, especially towards the end of Murphy's career, there was even at one point where I thought I had some concussion issues. Because it was just whenever you hear like headaches and stuff. Because I used to get really bad headaches when I was a kid, but I think that was just more the high functioning part of the autism that I have. So I don't think it's got anything to do with concussion.
No.
Paul Seedsman was the other notable one. For 2 years, I think he was just having constant headaches, and I think he couldn't go outside without sunglasses, even on like a gloomy day and stuff like that. Like that's the sort of stuff where it's like, okay, that's clearly the concussions, But unfortunately,
John Platt as well.
Yeah, Platt the rat. One, and look, I don't mean to be insensitive, but some guys, a concussion does absolutely nothing. They can have a million concussions, nothing happens, and then other guys, they could have one concussion and it completely alters their brain forever. So this is where it's a little bit tricky when it comes to like this subject, because it's like there's no two players are ever going to be the same, and sometimes you're not going to be able to protect the guys that just obviously aren't genetically able to cope with it. Sometimes that's where the issue is going to be in the future, because you can do all the great things to keep it under control, but there's just going to be those guys that the one concussion might do it for them,
Well, there was the kid at the Doggies, right? He had the one concussion. He was out.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he was only like fucking 20, wasn't he, or 19, and that was it.
Yeah, it was like his first year. He had I don't even think he even got to round one. Like I think he was like middle of preseason.
Yeah.
My view,
because I think he was the brother of was it Freo O'Driscoll? Was it O'Driscoll something? I can't remember his first name because I think the brother was Aiden O'Driscoll.
What I think the waiver thing, like I think I've been sort of saying it for a while, that it's something they're going to have to eventually implement anyway, the way
Absolutely.
American sports do, because you can't. It's not sustainable to be suspending players and to be trying to change the game to a point to sort of avoid litigation. There's going to be a
Yes.
point where you're going to have to put it back on the players to sort of accept the risk. Otherwise, the game just probably can't continue the way it is. And as much as what Geelong did was underhanded, sorry, not underhanded, I should say. What Geelong did was a bit slimy, just because that's not really something that's in place yet. They've tried to do something under the table with that waiver, which wouldn't be legally enforceable anyway with the current AFLPA.
That's how stupid they are. That's how stupid that fucking club is. After the week they had with that stupid theme song, and they come and do this, like, seriously.
Oh, look, it's
also
it is heading there. They just decided to jump the gun and try and go rogue with it.
Yeah. Also, Aiden O'Driscoll was the player that was concussed. Nathan O'Driscoll was the player at Freo.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I'll see if it says when he got concussed. But I could have sworn he didn't even make it to round one.
Yeah.
Oh no, it says Luke Cleary had a concussion in round 11.
Look up Jack Frost as well. There was an article on him a few years ago about how his partner reckons that he's really hard to live with since he's had his post-footy concussions. That she's like waking up next to a stranger. What's that, Lucas?
Is that the Hawthorn player, or did he play for Melbourne?
No, he played for us and for a little bit for Brisbane.
Oh, sorry.
He didn't play many games.
Sam Frost's older brother. He played probably 50 games at the Pies. I reckon it might have been. Yeah. Just
so
a
even
defender.
if you put everything in place to retire them early, they're still going to have the post-football issues anyway. So it's not really stopping them from getting those symptoms. It's just effectively stopping them from making them worse.
Yeah. All right, so here it is. So he got drafted in November. And then get this, he had a preseason training session in January. And then it was confirmed in May that he couldn't play anymore. Like, he was medically retired by when was the 13th of May they medically retired him. So dude was on the list for like what, 3 months? 3 months.
He must have had an issue in training. Like, what was the issue in training?
It would have been like we obviously got a knock.
Yeah. So where did the knock start? Was that it? Was that during like the early?
It was only one.
Round or pre?
Okay. It was only the one.
Only the one. Gee.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so stiff. Bloody hell.
So literally had his dream of like being drafted to the AFL, and like 2 months later had a training session, and then 4 months later had to give it up.
Yeah.
Didn't even play a game.
That's tough. That's really, really tough.
There's a study I'd heard about several months ago that they're working on a drug which would repair the brain to basically in the future would render concussions almost a non-issue for some people, even if they get them.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
Yep.
It's early, but like you could just imagine somebody being unretired if it's,
Oh yeah, Max Lynch also retired through concussion. I forgot about that. There you go. Aiden O'Driscoll showcased his speed at last year's AFL Draft Combine, where he recorded the year's best 20-meter sprint time with 2.87 seconds. And he ranked 6th in the 2K time trial. Yeah, right.
Well, I wonder how much longer will Libba play for, with the Dogs, because he's had a lot of concussions. He wouldn't want to have another one.
Yeah, so his pick, I think it was pick 55 he went at, but seemed like on paper he actually looked like he was going to be all right.
That's a good sprint time, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think Libba's on his last chance. I think if he gets one more, that's it. They're going to pull the pin, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you'd know, like in American sports, they even though they're aware of it and they've put things in place to try and mitigate the impacts.
Yeah.
They're still not putting it on the league or on the clubs or the teams, I should say. There, not really clubs. We have clubs.
Yeah. There's been a few horror stories in America about CTE and all that.
You could even go to pro wrestling as well.
That's true.
There's
That's
one
true.
name. Yeah.
I mean, I know in boxing, you're getting concussions, but the thing is, you're not fighting each week. So, if you've got a brain bleed or something like that, they'll lay off boxing for however many, 12 weeks or whatever it is.
Well, they banned that, didn't they, Sean? They banned that the move that Benoit did, the headbutt, the flying headbutt. They banned that, didn't they?
Yeah, I remember that.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, wrestlers have done it before because I know was it Santino was doing it for a little bit around like 2010.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't see it now.
No, that chair shots to the head. Like you rarely see that in WWE. So they fucking know. It's just a shame it took fucking someone fucking like Benoit to do what he did, and yeah,
we're pretty lucky, like in the sense that in AFL level football, I know it's happened in country footy a few times, but at AFL level, we haven't had any collisions where somebody's ended up in a wheelchair or anything like that, or dead. Certainly happened in some of the lower leagues.
I feel like those are happening more and more, like especially local level. I feel like there's so many players that are being put in wheelchairs now. Because it used to be like one in every 4 or 5 years, but I feel like we're getting a few players a year now. I don't know if it's just because it's just not been reported, but
I know there's a guy from Gippsland. You probably know Bo Vernon. Bo Vernon was like a famous one. Then one died a week or two ago. The guy from what club was it? Suburban club. I forget now.
Epping, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, when he hit his head on the cricket pitch.
Yeah, well, that was a bit different. I guess. That was just
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had I was actually more closer to his mum actually, because there was one of the guys. He got put in a wheelchair. I think it was can't remember how it happened. It was he was he basically put his head over the ball, and basically did a similar action to what Murphy had, like the Lincoln McCarthy to Nathan Murphy, but he hit him so hard that it destroyed his neck basically, so put him in a wheelchair.
Yeah, being concussed isn't fun. Like I've done it a couple of times. It's sort of like it's pretty scary, when because especially when it's a delayed one, because you're actually okay sometimes for the first 5-10 minutes, and then you start fainting and vomiting and
I'll see if I can look it up because it was one of those things. Like when I saw his name, it was just like straight away. I'm like, damn, I actually know that dude.
I think probably at local level as well. I think they spend so much time on technique at AFL level.
Yeah,
I think players are a little bit better at protecting themselves, whereas at lower level they don't have they probably don't have the tackling or the technique of entering a contest properly, and it's just a bit more kamikaze.
There's a lot of guys at local level as well, and this comes from experience playing as well. There's a lot of guys that they want to actually hurt people. There's a lot of football, and you got to think of the amount of clubs, the amount of players, the amount of, there's a lot of footballers at suburban level that their intention is to go out there and really hurt someone. Whereas I think at AFL level, that's not the case. I don't think there's guys out there at AFL level that think to themselves, okay, when I tackle this guy, I want to fucking kill him. I just don't think that exists in the AFL. Whereas at local level, there is people that are like that.
1,000%.
I've played with them. I've played with them. I've played against them. There are some people that say some fucked up things, and what they're going to do and stuff like that. Whereas if they were playing AFL football, number one, they wouldn't be able to have that mentality because it's just not acceptable. And secondly, you're at the worldwide stage, so it's a little bit different. You're not going to jeopardize yourself. But yeah, that's always that. Ultimately, that's why I didn't continue my career. I was never any fucking good. Although I remember getting a bit scared because I'd started my apprenticeship and working. I said, if I get really hurt, I'm really fucked here. And I remember thinking that I'm playing against some guys that just don't give a shit. They come from really fucking rough upbringings and they want to hurt people. Like that's their intention. There's only one umpire a lot of games. The umpire can't be across everything. You're behind the play. There's king hits going on. There's rough tackles and stuff. And I just said, nah, this ain't for me. So I'm actually amazed it doesn't happen more in country and lower levels of football. I'm amazed it doesn't happen more with some of the things I've seen on the field myself.
It's actually kind of ironic because I was actually talking about this yesterday about the cloaks. Both Jason and Cameron have been king hit multiple times on the footy field, but from some of the for some of the things that I've heard over the journey, let's just say that there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I sort of played a bit more when I started playing more basketball because I was, I'd hit a lot. I'm a smaller guy, so. And then I just, basketball I always liked as well and other stuff like that. Yeah, it is. When you're not at a professional level, it is hard, to maintain it because you do have to think about the rest of your life.
Yeah, because one of them, because I think you're roughly in my area. The Baroni footy ground that was either because both Cameron and Jason have gone down multiple times with king hits. I can't remember if it was Cameron or Jason, but one of them, it happened at the Baroni Hawks ground.
I don't remember. I think Cameron.
It was last year.
I think Cameron Cloak got hit in Greensboro, was it? Or was he playing for Greensboro?
One of them was definitely at Baronia, and I think if it wasn't last year, it was definitely the year before.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm blanking on that, Sean. You could probably AI search it and it'll give you something. But yeah, I'm not sure. Just to touch on the Cloaks, there's a few stories that floated around that I won't repeat here. But there's a few stories about Jason in particular. I'll just leave that there.
Yeah, because Cameron wasn't much better. Again,
Put it
anytime
this
I
way.
think of Cameron Cloak, I always think of Satenta Halpin's footy boot up his butt.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've heard the same sort of stuff. Yeah, they probably had that coming that day.
Yeah, Cameron Cloak, Templestowe, Baronia.
Okay, so it's Cameron Cloak. All right.
Yeah.
Was Jason Cloak for Greensboro then? Can you search that?
Yeah, all right. There was a Masters in Queensland for an over 30s game. Over 30.
That was
over 35s.
That was like last year, wasn't it, or the year before?
August of 25.
Yeah, I remember that one. There was one. Yeah, the one I'm thinking of was probably like 10 years ago. But yeah, you're right. The Masters one. Yeah, that was last year. Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what's coming up at the moment.
Yeah. Look, it just ties back into what I was saying before. There's some guys, like I said, there's some guys at local levels that are just absolute thugs. They go on the field with the intention to hurt others, and they don't care. So
Broadbeach,
Queensland. Yeah, I don't know. Something's telling me it was like Greensboro, and it would have been like 10 years ago. But yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Could just be one of those things lost to time. But yeah, my point is this stuff happens every week. It happens every week at local levels where there's guys that go out there to hurt people.
Well, there was that famous footage of it was sort of like a Williamstown sort of jumper. It was like sort of like a it was like a yellow, maybe gold jumper, number 35. It was like a really popular video, like easily a decade ago, maybe even longer. And it was just a dude that just he looked like the weirdest unit you could ever think of, and he was just like punching people just to punch people.
Yeah.
Because he was number 35, and all I remember was someone in the crowd being, "Oh, get off 35, you hero!" And he's just doing the whole he's doing the whole like the Matrix Neo sort of like the hand gesture. Yeah, come here. He's like, yeah, like I want a piece of you, and I want a piece of everybody.
Yeah.
And country,
and he just started swinging, and he didn't care who he hit.
Yeah,
country footy's a whole different thing as well, because in country, if you're from a small town, there'll be guys that have beefs at the pubs on Saturday nights, and then the next time they line someone up on the football field because they're all playing football as well. And that got really nasty. A lot of the king hits I saw growing up in country Victoria. And because it was a small town, nothing happened because nobody dobbed on anybody,
Correct. Yeah. Remember watching a country, I don't know where, I was somewhere for work, somewhere really fucking remote, and I was there for 2 weeks. I think it was it Morwell? I think it might have been Morwell. It was out that way anyway. Yeah, I reckon it was Morwell. Anyways, I was there over the weekend. I went to go watch the local footy, and I don't know who they were playing. It was Morwell versus someone, and it was obviously it's a fucking heated game. And I hadn't watched much country footy. I'd watched a lot of suburban Melbourne footy, but I hadn't watched much country footy. And I just remember the amount of fucking punch-ons, and the umpires did not give a shit. They just let it ride. They were like, yep, these guys they're going to duke it out, and that's it. The umpire just did not give a crap. And yeah, it was like quarter-time brawl. Halfway through the second quarter, brawl. Half-time brawl. Three-quarter time brawl. And it was just, I've never seen anything like it. And like I mentioned before, there was some guys out there that, and that's the thing with local footy. You got some guys that are just slender, thin dudes. You got other guys that are absolute behemoths. You've got all sorts playing, and you've got these absolute animal, big bloke gorillas punching up on like these 18-year-old kids. I'm just thinking this is fucked when you think about it. Like
Fuck,
this
yeah.
is
You don't do
really
that.
not right. But unfortunately, it's what happens.
Yeah, one guy got in trouble because he was much younger. He was a decent footballer. Then a couple of years older than me, there was a guy about twice his age who was like a brick shit house, And he was the guy who was always getting into punch-ons at the pub every weekend. He would just pick on somebody every weekend, and he was on the same team, and he fucking king hit him behind the plane, knocked his teeth.
Fucking hell.
I think he busted his jaw as well.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just a good, like, just a sore hit. It was like they put them in hospital.
Yeah. And nothing probably comes of it as well.
Nah, there's like a little country mafia where there's a little bit of commotion, but then pretty much don't say anything, because next time you go out, him and his mates, you're going to run into them again.
Exactly. Small town, you're going to run into these people.
Yeah, pretty brutal. But I think VFL levels very clean though. Like because I hear people say it a bit. Oh, we don't want the superstars to get lined up in the VFL, but I never see that happen in the VFL.
Never.
I've noticed anywhere where there's. So that's the thing with most of the like suburban Victorian games. There's cameras that pretty much are rolling at all suburban clubs in Melbourne. Pretty much all of them, they'll have cameras recording the games. Country towns, I'm not sure that's the same thing. Especially your out there country towns as well, like the ones really far away. I don't think that's happening at all. And you've got that code of silence that exists there that doesn't exist anywhere else, So, that
So you've
plays
either
a part
got the
too.
guys that would line people up, but then even just the football acts, like they would. I remember one time a guy took a specky over me in school footy, and this was back when they were using screw-ins.
Yeah.
And he actually stuck his boot in the back of my head.
Oh.
Going up for a specky.
Shit.
That was gory.
Yeah.
Just because fuck you. That's all.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
I looked over at him, and he was about 3 years older than me. I was like, "What the fuck did I do?" And it was just like, it's just fun to see how much you could hurt somebody. I wasn't ever that sort of player. I just played the ball, but some guys really went out to try and hurt you as much as possible.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That scared me off footy in the end. And I played my last game. I was 27, I reckon, 26, 27, and that was it. I said, no, I'm done. I can't. I was, once it started getting to the point where I was playing and thinking, shit, if I get hurt, I'm in real trouble here in terms of like my career. I said, nah, I'm done with this. And like I said, I was seeing it happen more and more. You get a bit older, you get a bit wiser. I'm like, nah. I'm seeing guys every week on opposition teams. They're coming out with the intention to hurt, and I just said, "No, I'm done." I go, no.
Because you're Italian like me, and I remember like growing up, the Italian families were really against letting their kids play football.
Absolutely.
It was a real thing. It's like, no, the Aussie parents weren't like that at all. But the Italians like, no. First it was you'll get dirty. Then it was you'll get hurt.
Yeah.
It's funny because my school's like my high school was it's a sport geared school, so it's like, yeah, academics is important, but
I found it.
Go,
I found it. Yeah.
What are you, school?
No, I found the footage I was talking about. Can I get the? No, I've literally been trying to look for it for like the past 5 minutes, and I'm now so happy because I haven't seen this footage in like ages. All right, here we go.
What were you
All right,
saying,
you guys
eh?
ready?
Yeah.
All right, it's a part of a compilation, but all right, I'll go back 5 seconds. But yeah, all right, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's just not on. And they lose complete control.
Yeah, so it's not 35. Yeah, here we go, right here.
Yeah, they're fuckwits. Big, absolute fuckwits.
Yeah.
I feel like this video
should be
goes
banned.
for a lot longer too. It
They all should be banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's one.
No,
you
that was a game. I reckon I saw that footage in like high school.
It's like when you're in the country as well, like or whatever. Like I grew up with guys that just loved to get into punch-ons, and they had assault charges, and then they get an assault charge dropped.
Yes.
And then they got into security because then they could do it with impunity.
Exactly.
Yep.
That was
they just were looking for trouble all the time, and they didn't care. They just wanted, they would. I remember when one of them got into security, they used to set people up to do shit so he could thump them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was probably 2021. I went out somewhere in the city. I was pissed. I got kicked out, which is fine, whatever. I didn't really do anything, but I got kicked out. The old fucking, throw you out the back door. And one of the bouncers, one of the security guys, thought, you beauty, fresh meat. And he just fucking hit me square in the fucking head with a punch. And I remember thinking, I said, yeah, that's what those guys are, some of those security guys. They're those guys that they're looking just to be able to punch someone with impunity.
Yeah.
And they exist. They exist, mate. They're out there. And a
I
lot of them are playing footy.
That. Yep. I know that. It's like
it's ridiculous.
Should be just fucking banned. Just ban them. There was one in fucking Adelaide, in South Australia that was really bad. Sean, you can probably look up on this, and play the footage.
Yeah.
Look up what was the football club? Salisbury Football Club kneeing incident. So during the play, this guy was on the ground, and then an opposition player just kneed him right in the fucking jaw. He got a 27-week ban, which is a lifetime ban. Got charged with assault. I actually think this one actually stood up. It wasn't that long ago. I think it was probably a couple of years ago. Just absolutely kneed him right in the jaw, broke his jaw into absolute pieces.
And it's called what? What's the football club?
The Salisbury Football Club.
How do you spell that?
SAULS, then Berry. BERY.
Yeah. there's this common belief out there that like, oh well, if it happens on the football field, like the law doesn't apply, sort of thing, you know. Which I think if more players got charged with actual criminal offences for acts like that, you watch how quickly things will turn around. Some people think they walk on a football field, oh, the worst that's going to happen is I'm going to get 8 weeks, you know? That's the worst.
Yeah.
No. If you have the police knocking on their door, mate, the Monday morning after the game, and you start charging people, then you'll see how quickly you'll clean things up. But there seems to be this thing of, oh, no, it happened on a footy field. It's a different set of rules, you know? Because, you know, those fights in the street, if you have those fights in the street, there's going to be consequences. Whereas on a football field, it seems to be nothing to see here, you know? But, yeah, I think if you started charging people, things would change real quick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they don't, or when they do get charged, they get dropped.
Yeah,
because some of the guys that were kind of friends with us or friends of the family, older guys, you know, they were like, you know, always brawling as well. They were, one night guy got thrown through a window in the main street.
Yeah, wow.
So then every every Sunday you'd drive through the main street and there'd be broken fucking windows and blood. Street. It was, or what was another one I saw? Oh, one night was pretty bad because we used to go to different pubs or there weren't really any nightclubs down there. We went to different pubs in different towns, 10 minutes apart. And then on the third stop, we get down to one, and there's a guy in the middle of the road, knocked out, and just like the biggest pool of blood running out of his head.
Oh wow!
And you just see that every week down there.
Wow!
And everyone knew who did it, and no one said anything.
No one says anything. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And no one ever said that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is about people, whether it's boredom or what, but especially in the because it's funny. Whenever those country tough guys, whenever they'd go to the city and go out in the city, they'll get scared shitless to start any trouble.
Yeah.
And in the country, they were very confident.
Yeah.
One of them, I remember a story where one of the thugs from my town, he did go to the city, and they thought they could try that shit on in the city. And they were picking on, I forget who it was. It might have been, I think he was picking on, might have been a Vietnamese guy or something. And then before they knew it, there were 40 of his friends chasing them.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, good. No, I mean, it was just so funny. They get away with that shit in the country, and it's just hilarious because Melbourne, you know, in the country you get punched, in Melbourne you get stabbed.
Machete nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were all hiding in alleys and everything. There was this mob that was chasing them. I thought, good. Too bad they didn't catch up with them.
Yeah. That's the thing. You can rise to the top in a country town, you know, you can be the King Dick, but you go to the big city, mate, you're never going to reach the top. Yeah. No. There's always going to be someone bigger and stronger and more scary than you are, even if you're King Dick from your town or wherever, you know.
Yeah, I hated that bully mentality growing up.
Oh yeah. Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shocking. I'll just go back to what I was saying before about the school and the whole Italian thing, because it's like my school was a Catholic all boys school, so you're either Italian or Irish if you went there, you know. And it's funny because like the football program is produced every year. It produces like 2 AFL footballs every year without question, you know. So it's a super successful football program, and most of them are bloody Italians and that, and the ones that aren't are fucking Irish. But yeah, it's funny because I remember you'd have these gun footballers, and the parents are still like, "No, we don't want you to play. No, go play soccer, play basketball." And it's like your son's gonna be fucking top 20 pick in the fucking AFL, like. And you still have the mothers being like, "No, I don't want him playing that. No, no, no," And the school would pretty much force him and be like, "No, he's fucking playing." Like, it's just funny because that mentality's always lived on, Doesn't, and yeah, it's just, why don't you just play soccer? It's always existed.
That's why they signed me up. They signed me up for basketball before I was ever playing football.
Yeah, smart.
They
Your
just
parents are smart, mate.
tried anything they could. I said, no, basketball, you don't get dirty.
Yeah, it only goes for fucking an hour.
That was the primary concern ahead of getting hurt was, then
Yeah.
I got to wash your clothes.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, my
How
my
you doing
dad
with
used
that,
to.
Sean?
What's that? Sorry.
How you doing with that, mate? You're still looking it up.
Oh, I sent you a message if you could just type it in because my spelling's shocking tonight.
My dad used to make me clean my own boots, Floyd. He said, "Fucking, you'll clean your own fucking boots, mate." Where I would play, one of the grounds we would play at was a fucking mud pit. It could be sunny for like 5 days straight, but it didn't matter. It was still a fucking absolute mud pit. So by the end of the game, both the teams' jerseys would look the fucking same, and your shoes would be caked in mud. And Dad used to be like, "You clean your own fucking boots." So you'd be there for an hour just cleaning these fucking things,
And then when they got you a nice new pair of footy boots, you'd get in trouble because it's like, these cost this much. Look,
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
full of grass. They're full of
Yep.
European families have that thing about that was funny is when Aussie friends would come over, they were always shocked because the house was like it was a humble house, but it was spotless.
Oh yeah.
My mum would be watching them like a hawk if they put their feet up or if they did anything.
Oh yeah. Oh, I couldn't invite people over to our house because all my mates were fucking Italian, so it didn't matter. But you'd have that Aussie friend or whatever, and the parents would always be suspicious of them. Fuck hell.
It used to get so uncomfortable. Yeah, you just stop inviting people.
Yeah, no, I couldn't invite certain people over anymore because I'm just like, I know my parents don't like him, and it's just like he's done nothing wrong. He's just fucking. He's not one of us. I'm like, oh fucking hell.
That's why
talk about racist, reverse racism.
When my parents separated and I was still young, that's when things got looser, and then there were always 15, 20 people that I had hanging around the house.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
It was a tale of it was like two halves. Like the first half of your life, it's like very, very sheltered and strict, and then suddenly no limits.
Yeah, floodgates open.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember I used to look at my because I didn't have a lot of Italian friends. Mainly just hung out with just other kids at school or all Aussie and whatnot. But geez, going to their houses, I was like, wow, you just get to do anything you like.
Oh yeah, crazy. Yeah.
Wait, you don't have to use a coaster?
Yeah. Crazy, mate. The good room. Did you guys have a good room?
Yeah, well, we had a lounge, we had a family room and a lounge.
Yeah.
And the family room was the one that got used.
Yeah.
And the lounge was the one that just had to be observed from a safe distance.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy,
those chairs were brand new, but 30 years old.
Crazy. My nonny's house, right? They lived around the corner. They didn't even use their kitchen. They used the fucking under the house fucking stove. Did not even use. My nonna would cook underneath the house, middle of fucking winter, on that stove rather than the kitchen stove to avoid mess.
Yep. I've got
So they had
plenty
this
in my
stove.
family would do the same thing. Yeah, they'd
had
end
this
up
stove
building
in
a
the
second
kitchen.
house on the
Yeah.
same block, basically, which they could use. Like, I used to build like a little outhouse shed thing.
Yeah.
That's where all the cooking would happen.
Yeah. That's just crazy. She never cooked in the kitchen. Never did anything in the kitchen. The kitchen was pristine, not used, but would use the fucking under the house fucking kitchen. Dust, cobwebs, freezing cold, middle of winter, didn't matter. Pitch black, that's the one they used. Just just to avoid mess and like wearing things out. Just demented fucking attitude, mate. Just craziness.
I think it's because of where they came from. Like, I think with my grandparents, because they were the ones that came over. I think that they grew up basically like with not even a pot to piss in.
Yeah.
And I think when they finally got stuff, when they finally had a house and everything, and then they just like really, really looked after it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because even my grandmother was so bad at this. She used to save shit like that you don't ever need to save.
Oh no, they never threw things out. Threw nothing out.
She kept soap. You know the industrial soap? They don't make it. I don't think they even make it anymore. People used to hand wash in the sink, not like with their clothes, like the old detergent bars of soap.
Yeah.
She had in the shed all the cupboards, because basically their old cabinetry from the house ended up getting moved into the shed when they upgraded the kitchen. The cabinetry in the shed was lined with hundreds upon hundreds of those bars of soap detergent.
Yeah.
It's a Depression era thing probably as well, where they save this stuff, their mentality of, they would have been perfect for COVID.
Yeah. Nothing goes to waste. That's the thing. Like when my grandparents passed away and you start clearing out the house, right? Some of the shit that you found that was just like ancient, and you're just like, holy fuck, this has been sitting here for 60 fucking years, you know, like it's just madness. And yeah, you find all that sort of stuff, you know, like even empty beer bottles. Like my grandfather didn't even throw out empty beer bottles. He had a collection of probably 3,000-4,000 beer bottles, you know, because one day you might need a empty beer bottle. Like it's just crazy.
It is. Jeez. And did they use too much starch on the?
Of course, mate.
And then I'd go to get a tea towel out of the cupboard. It was like a slab of wood. There was so much starch in it. You'd have, even if you ran it in water, it just didn't soften.
Oh no, you could chuck it on the side of a spaceship, and I reckon it'll survive, mate. It's crazy.
Oh man. So I don't know, because like I didn't grow up around. There weren't a ton of Greek families, in my town. Mainly the only Europeans were mainly just Italians, and but I gather the Greek families had a similar type of upbringing too.
think they're a little bit more. Cause I got a lot of Greek friends as well. They're a little bit more loose than us, but still really uptight when you compare it to normal fucking people. But yeah, because I used to think my family was extreme, right? You always think that your family's, but then you go to others and you're like, oh my god, they're even worse,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I remember a lot of the Greek families are a little bit more chill, they're a little bit more, yeah. They came to Australia for different reasons, a lot of them, whereas most of the Italians came earlier, and they came because they were, especially my family, they were escaping like horrendous war conditions, and their towns being completely leveled by, like there's just nothing left of their town, so they're coming with nothing. Whereas a lot of the Greeks, they came more for financial reasons, so they didn't have the same sort of suffering as what a lot of those Italians did. But yeah, I remember like they would show photos of like their town after the war, and it's like half a church is all that's left. Everything else has been leveled, and there's like half a church left, and that's it. That's the town, and you're just like, fucking hell. And then they've come here and they're like 19 years old. And it's like, fuck, no wonder you didn't throw out those beer bottles, because everything is just survival at that point. And you never escape that mentality, You've seen it since you're like 10 years old, and you just never grow out of that mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I heard there were some pretty horrific stories that they didn't talk much about
Never.
it. Like whenever someone did, the stuff that the people getting murdered in front of them and things like that.
Oh yeah, my grandfather was in a lineup of 10 others, and 8 got shot, and he was just lucky. For whatever reason, they spared him. And then it was not long after, just got to get out of here. And most of them had the choice. Yeah. So at the end of the war, so my mother's side's from the north of Italy, right? And what happened was the end of the war happened, and then a lot of the soldiers started leaving Italy, and they started heading back north to wherever they were from. And they were going through these little towns, a lot of these little towns in the Alps, to get back up to, bloody Germany, Austria, wherever they were coming from. And a lot of these soldiers had a lot of resentment for what had happened and stuff like that. So they would go through these towns, and they would pillage, right? Like they would rape women, they would steal things on the way through, because they're soldiers. They got guns, they got, and they got power. And you only need one egg, only need 1 or 2 bad eggs, and these things happen. So they would go through these towns, and they would just rape, pillage, you name it. That's just what happened. So so they had horrific experiences they never spoke about. And then, most of them carried that trauma for their whole life. However, they came to Australia for a new opportunity and made things work, And that's why I'm critical with some of the people that come to Australia these days, because I don't think they've got the same intentions. My grandparents came with the intentions to better their life and to work. Yeah. Whereas I don't think a lot of people these days, it doesn't seem like they've got the same values. But again, I'm just generalizing. But I just look at my grandparents, I'm just like, fucking, you had a hard, tough life.
But
But
you see that, I said this to Mick stream like 2 weeks ago. Like you go through markets in the 90s, early 2000s, and like it just, like the fish markets that were owned by Greeks and fucking Italians, like, it was one of the best things, fruit and veg, just the smell of the produce. And now you go to the same markets, and it's fucking different ethnic have taken over, and it's nowhere near the fucking same. Nowhere even near it. The fish they get is frozen, and they charge and they charge it. They charge you more expensively than what you would do if it was fresh. So, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah. I think the country was a lot better when you had those Greeks, Italians owning fish markets and fruit and veg shops and all that. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's just
pretty much
one of those
where I
things.
go. They're all Italian.
Yeah.
All the fruit shops I go to are all Greek or Italian, pretty much.
Yeah, and the country towns are still a lot like that, but the cities, it's just gone forever.
Oh, the country. We got a. There's a couple country towns where I am, and they do fantastic fruit and veg and bakeries and that. And you go to the city ones and different backgrounds and it's just fucking just not the same, not even close. And that's where I think as a society we've just let ourselves down. But hey, that's the way it is, isn't it? What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's a worldwide issue. That's the thing. It's not an Australia issue. It's a worldwide issue. It's become a world economy and whatnot, and that's just the reality, unfortunately. But yeah, I think we lost something as a country along the way. And it's not to say every fucking Greek and Italian and every European's fucking perfect. Of course not.
No.
A lot of bad eggs there too. However, the culture that they brought was very rich.
Yes.
Like where I live, like I'm dying to. So where my family used to holiday on the Mornington Peninsula, right? There was this little Greek family that owned this fish and chip shop for fucking like 50 years, and it was just fucking amazing. And it's just things like that you miss, I miss things like that. I miss going to a good. I miss going to a good deli, and they've just got fucking this amazing meats and amazing cheeses and stuff like that. And look, they still exist, but it's just not the same. It's not like how it used to be, Something's lost along the way. And yeah, it's good that it still happens in country towns because that's where you find the best bakeries. That's where you find the best fruit shops, the best butchers. They're all in the country towns, mate. They're not in the city. I'll tell you now. They're not in the city. They're all in the country towns, mate.
Yeah.
And they've been there for 50 years. The families run the shop for 50 years. And then his son runs the shop. And then his son runs the shop.
Generation.
Yes. It just doesn't happen in the cities anymore.
No.
If you want good sort of produce, I mean, where I in the suburbs, like probably towards sort of Bayside, there's a lot of really good little fruit shops and butchers and things like that. I mean, there'll be more elsewhere. That's just what I'm familiar with in the southeastern suburbs.
Yeah.
So the one thing I do like, because I'm a bit of a foodie. I love like things like Ethiopian. Like I like Ethiopian food and love Japanese and stuff like that. That's all stuff I didn't get to have when I was a kid.
Yeah.
The thing you did lose as a kid, though, I do miss the sort of probably the simplicity of eating. Like as nice as once it got sophisticated, which I do like as well. What was lost in the process is that it probably got a little bit too pretentious.
Agreed.
And when you do sort of think back to the days where you went to when you had like a meal and like, because I remember as a real little kid, fancy meal was once a year, and now it's probably a little bit more often than that.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the best recipes in the history of the world are like 4-ingredient recipes, mate.
Yeah.
And a bit of fucking salt, and they're some of the best recipes out there across all cultures. But then you go to like these days, it's like this. It's 17 fucking different ingredients and 7 different ways of cooking it, and you're just like, mate, sometimes all you need is fucking 4 or 5 fucking ingredients and a couple of spices and herbs, and that's that's the greatest meal you can eat.
Indeed.
I'll tell you something funny. There's a when I was because I was always the cook. Even when I was a little bit younger, I'd wanted to sort of have control over what we're eating, and if nobody else could be bothered cooking, I'd always want to cook. And I remember for my stepfather, I remember once we cooked just a traditional, spaghetti with just garlic and oil and cheese. And I served it up. He turns to my mum, "Where's the sauce?"
Oh fuck!
He just thought we forgot to put sauce on mine. It's like, no, that's how it's served. My grandmother, even if she had nothing in the house, what was served, it'd be pasta with butter and cheese, or it'd be something like that.
I was about to say even a risotto with just like cheese and a bit of butter, and it was delicious. And you're like, it's
Absolutely.
3 fucking ingredients, and it's beautiful, and it's just like, yeah.
I'm actually I actually made a because I've got like a ice cream machine at home, and I just watched a YouTube video the other day, and apparently because I haven't had it yet, so I can't confirm if it's good or not. But the flavored milk drinks, like the oat, apparently there's an oat where it's like a 30 grams of protein. If you put that into like a container and freeze that over for 24 hours, put it in the ice cream machine that I have. I've also got some like Oreos and M&Ms, and so it'll just depend on whatever I decide to put in there. That basically turns it into like protein ice cream. And I think it's 30 grams of protein for 295 calories. And then plus whatever I put on in terms of extra, whether if it's M&Ms or Oreos, or can basically turn into anything I want, really.
Nice.
Is Ray Italian like yourself?
No, she's whatever combination of the British Isles and England and Scottish, Irish, English combo. But she's a foodie. She's always been a foodie. Like before I met her, actually, she was a foodie. So that was good, because when I used to take her out when we were first, seeing each other, it was, that was like I used to take different people out, and it was always like if they didn't like food, I'm like, oh, I don't think we're going to get along. Especially good food, like not gorging and eating tons of food, but just like appreciation of good food.
Yeah.
I remember I had a date with one girl once. It was like, took her out, and she's like the whole time looking at the menu with this really sour look on her face. I'm like, oh nah, we're probably never going to see you again.
Yeah, jeez.
Oh, you've got it. It's funny, because when I was growing up, I was never like looks were just sort of not. It wasn't the primary thing. If you can't sit across from someone and enjoy a good time, then it didn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the older you get, the more you realize that that's the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a certain type of like attitude that used to come, like probably from, definitely from my my family, where it's the Italians are so confident in their cuisine that when my dad, like, he'd always it's funny as a kid how much it influences you, and even though now I would never ever think that way, but as a kid, he'd be looking at like an Aussie friend or something to be like, oh, look, they don't fucking look at them. They think that this is good food, and then they get really like snooty about it.
Yeah, crazy.
And then I'd be the same. I'd be like just so influenced by the way they would think, and
yeah.
And if somebody ordered a certain pizza with like certain, I'd be like, I'd be thinking this person's like uncultured.
Yeah.
It's not right to think like it was just the way they thought. Like, it's like that'd work in the pizza shop, a little bit as well, and so did I, for a friend. And just funny, like be like, oh yeah, the Aussies order this flavor. Yeah, this is garbage.
Yeah.
One night I made them one. I made them one that we would eat, and they loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah, Stefanos, that's a great
I love
point.
British food, though. I've grown up to love Yorkshire pudding and stuff like that.
Oh, mate, there's nothing. So my partner's, her father's side's Czech, but her mother's side's all Scottish and Welsh and that.
Yep.
My God, you cannot beat when they make a nice, beautiful Sunday roast with the trimmings, mate. Cannot beat it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've been doing it every Sunday. So both her grandparents are still alive, and they're both in their 90s. And her grandfather's actually a Collingwood Life member. He's still going. He's the oldest Life member still alive. But every Sunday, religiously, Sunday roast with all the trimmings, and it's perfection. And we're not going there every Sunday, obviously, but they do it religiously every Sunday, and you just can't beat it, mate. So it's like and again, it comes back to the simplicity, roasting it correctly, preparing it correctly, everything about it is just perfection.
See, I love Scandinavian food as well, with and those sorts of, like, whether it's Germany or Polish, and then Hungarian as well, Russian. I love all that stuff. It's very all comfort food, not presented prettily or anything, but just like, yeah, hits the spot. I used to always frequent a Polish restaurant not far from where I used to live, and yeah, I love that stuff, pierogies and things like that.
All right, lads, I'm going to call it a night. I've got work in the morning. I shall see you all when I see yous.
All right, see you later, mate.
See ya.
Good night.
I was actually thinking of calling it a night myself, actually, because we've been going for 5.5 hours. I'm absolutely cooked.
I was just going to ask Lucas, when's his watch on for Geelong's game?
When's Essendon playing this week? Oh, Saturday. Is it Saturday, boy?
I think it's Saturday at 4 or something.
Yeah.
Are you doing that by yourself, Lucas, or are you going to do it with Ray?
I think Ray and you, Void, are going to come in, aren't you?
Oh, that'll be funny.
It'll be funny. It'd be fucking funny when Essendon's up at half time and I'm losing my absolute shit.
Yes, it will be funny because of one reason. You know the reason?
I don't think
we all said it on the jumper punch.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
I'll put
that'll
you
be because he holds his nerve for the neutral games. This will be harder. This will be a weird dynamic, won't it?
No, for the neutral game, I'll just let you two take over, and I'll just like during the Crows game that you two did, I just put Ray's profile on the screen, minimize it, and just let you two take over. I didn't really do much, so
you're a good sport.
I was backstage.
Yeah, you are a good sport, Lucas.
You're a good sport.
Yeah, no,
through some of those floggings.
Yeah, well.
Like as a neutral, it can't be that exciting to watch.
This is the time I'm going for Essendon because I really want to see what Lucas is doing this on the jumper punch.
Oh, gee. No, but no, when the Crows game, I was just backstage, like I was there and I'd chip in whenever I want, but I was just doing like stuff, like work. So like it was okay, just because I knew like Ray and you knew what you're talking about, so I just they can just do the whole thing and that's fine. But no, I'll be taking over a little bit more this one.
You're going to be stressed, Lucas? You're going to be stressed because of what's on the line?
Apologies, apologies that big one. I don't think you two, if it gets close in the fourth quarter, I don't think you two want to be there with all due respect.
Oh yes, I do. Yes, I do.
What I'm going to do is I'll have to send someone to a welfare check.
Send it to Lucas.
Yeah, I don't want to put you two through that, so we'll see how we go.
Everyone wants this to happen. Everyone wants Essendon to win this week because of one reason. You made that bet. So you said you're going naked on the jumper punch.
Yeah, I did say that exactly. That's how confident I was. It wasn't going to happen.
Do you still have that confidence?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because Geelong would have to be fucking stupid to lose that game. But then again, to see the week that they've had, so I'm a bit nervous now.
Lucas, don't you remember you made a bet once with Carlton and then you had to sing their theme? So why would you make a bet?
Yeah, see, that was because, again, I thought, this was a sugar hit with Josh Fraser. We're going to smack him back into reality. And then Geelong stinked up the joint. That got me really angry. That got me more upset than any other game. We've had some building.
You guys won't drop it. You won't drop the game.
No.
Might get.
It's the undroppable game.
I've got to look up that episode. I've got to look up that episode of Lucas singing the Carlton theme song.
Yeah.
They played you last year when they had like all their injuries and they were playing all their mid-season recruits, and they actually put up a decent fight, but like even a decent fight was still like 40-point wins.
Yeah. That's good. But Bombers they had Kako McGrath in the midfield that day. And they actually did frustrate me because I remember the watch along. They were just like in the third quarter, they're just like walking it out. And it got me really frustrated. And I think I said, how the fuck are you going to do this against Brisbane when you can't even do it against Essendon, you dumb fucks? I was getting
really feel.
Like you were saying,
I was getting like the margin was like 50, 60 points, but the way Essendon was walking out of the midfield in that third quarter, I just couldn't believe what was happening. But no, well, Cameron's not there to kick 7, so I guess that's a positive for Essendon.
Are you getting Dangerfield back?
No, he's got a hamstring strain. He came back this week. Thank God for that.
It's only Edwards out for
De Koning, who sucked in the VFL last week. Absolutely sucked. So I don't know why they brought him back, but anyway.
Is it just me, or does this season feel weird?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
What is it? Why does it feel like it's really strange? It's like it feels like it hasn't happened.
It's just more the fact that I think Collingwood have just been that incompetent to the point where it's even been out of character. It's probably also maybe a season where normally we're used to making top 4 every year, and where it's obvious at this point top 4 is not going to happen.
Yeah, same with Geelong. Top 4 is not going to happen.
Well, who would have picked that at the start of the year? That Collingwood and Geelong both wouldn't be in top 4. Who would have picked that?
Yeah. No, I predicted that. Well, Geelong anyway. I thought Geelong would finish 6th.
I didn't. I thought you'd be top 4.
Yeah, I thought because you lose the grand final and some of their blokes might be retiring. So I thought, they're not going to make top 4, maybe 6th. And that's probably where they're going to finish up, to be fair. So, But yeah, it's been a meh. It's been had chances to make top 4, but I know there's better teams.
Are
in
you
the comp,
confident
so-
about next week, Lucas? You're playing North Melbourne. You saw what they did tonight to Footscray.
Oh, I would be all right with them. Nah, I'm
Are
not
you
worried
sure?
about that.
They just bet Footscray.
Yeah, but so did we. That's not. No, I'm not worried about it. North can't beat top teams. They can't beat quality teams. Never have. They haven't done that in 4 years. So I think
you have to worry about them just because they don't know how to win, but they are getting within 2 goals of a lot of teams.
Yeah, I agree.
And they're going to have that. They're going to have that breakthrough game at some stage where they figure out how to win one.
And they're playing better this year. They're playing better this year.
I think Footscray is the worst team in the 8, in my opinion. The worst team.
For sure.
Yeah.
They haven't got a defense. They haven't got a forward line.
I
think it was
at the
there.
start of the year when everyone was raving about them when they looked dangerous. I said, "No, you watch it. By the middle of the year, they're going to start to crumble because they're just it doesn't hold up the way they play."
Yeah, no, I don't rate them. So yeah,
Well, that's why
technically
Beveridge is a
finally
crap
better.
coach. That's why Beveridge is a crap coach. He's got a good team and he can't coach it.
Look, at the end of the day, statistically, yep, North Melbourne are finally better top 8 team, but it's the worst top 8 team. So I'm not. They still can't play 4 quarters. So like the third quarter, Footscray got them a little bit, or the Dogs got them a little bit, and they should have won the game against Hawthorn, but they couldn't play in that fourth quarter. Hawthorn jumped them, so no, I'm not really worried about that. If they played 4 quarters, I'd probably be more worried. But I know there's a quarter where we're just going to kick probably 8 goals in 1 quarter and just blow them out. And that'll be the end of that.
I thought Simkin played pretty well tonight.
Yeah, he did.
I thought he did. I couldn't believe that. I thought, gee, it must be a legacy game. He never plays well.
No.
So they've got a lot of spuds at Kangaroos and got a lot of spuds at Footscray as well, especially that lob. My goodness, he was a liability tonight or last night. But no, Sean, I'll let you wrap it up, Sean. But anyway, I'm doing a late night stream tomorrow. If you guys are interested in joining that.
Yeah, of course. And then we'll see if you watch one.
Yeah, well, yeah. So if that's
Well,
something
like you said,
really...
you do the best watch-alongs in the world. We like to see people get angry.
It's a bit weird playing on a Saturday and Sunday because there's not much. It's a long wait, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, look at us. We have to wait until fucking Sunday.
Yeah. There's no it's in between videos and like you're taking breaks and I don't like doing that. So I'm making a stream tomorrow. I've already made it, the late night show. And if you want to join that, you can. It starts at 11:30 Melbourne time or 11 o'clock South Australian time. So go for a couple
Sean,
of hours.
Sorry, I was just going to ask Sean this question. Sorry, Lucas. Are you doing the watch along with Mick, Sean? The VFL?
I think Sean fell asleep.
Oh, it actually helps when you're actually not muted. That's fantastic. I was just literally just talking just then, and like no one was responding. But yeah, that's fantastic.
I said, are you doing the VFL with Mick? The VFL?
Yeah, no. So I heard what you said. I just I was just an idiot to the point where I had my microphone switched off. I'm definitely doing it. I don't know the specifics just yet, but I'll figure that out. I believe it's Sunday, isn't it? It's all.
Yeah, against
AFL Saturday and no, it's all Sunday. I think AFL and VFL are both Sunday. Yeah, so I'll figure it out. What time is the VFL on?
I'll look it up now because we're playing. They're playing We're playing
That's going to be grim. That's going to be grim. Essendon's playing their VFL
they
sides
are. They're
in peak
playing
form,
really
and where ours is going to be pillaged with all the injuries.
Bet Geelong in Geelong. What are you talking about?
No, but the thing is, but Lucas, but what they're saying is Essendon's VFL team, they're playing really good.
No, it's just that ours. It's just because we've got five. We're going to have to take 5 guys out of our VFL side.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
Sean,
no,
it's
well, you
our
like
12.
we
It's our 12:05.
like
Oh,
what we did against.
I might not be able
Yeah.
to do that because I'm playing at 12:30.
Well, 12:05
Alright,
Sunday.
I'll have to
Talk
tell
to
Mick
Mick.
I'm not available then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 12:05
Alright,
Sunday.
I'll have to follow that up with him then.
Yeah. So we're playing Geelong. So I'll do the hot seat with you, Sean. But no, VFL doesn't. No, don't watch the VFL. So
Well, maybe he'll get Benny or Voidoid to help him.
yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely get someone. I'll let him know tomorrow. And we'll go from there.
All right. Yeah. So do you still want to do the late night stream tomorrow, Sean?
Yeah, I'll see how I go. I don't want to organise anything too far ahead, but yeah, it looks like I'm probably a good chance.
Yeah. But I've made the stream. We'll see who comes, and I'll tell Matt about it. But no, anyway, Sean, thanks for the stream tonight, and
Yeah, thanks for tonight, Sean.
Good. It's been good.
It has been good. You did a great job for Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just well, yeah. I mean, I was just here for the vibes and had some things that I wanted to discuss, and I'm sure everyone got off what they needed to get off as well. So yeah, it's a win-win for everybody.
I was surprised we didn't see Matt tonight.
He was in for a bit.
I
Wasn't
mean, he's definitely around.
Yeah, he let me in. He let me in, like in the stream, because I said post the link, and yeah, he posted the link. So he's been listening.
No, that was me.
That was Shawnee.
That was hilarious.
That
when he did
was Shawnee.
that. Yeah.
Lucas.
Oh,
That was
so
Shawnee.
you were the wall. Oh, shit. I was
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean's at $12 stream tonight. He's in.
I mean, technically, yeah. No. So when it comes, I don't know what it is, but because I'm like an admin on his channel,
Yeah.
I guess because it's his channel, I'm speaking on his behalf, so I'm using his. Well, it's still my account and everything, but I use his profile picture. It's weird, but I basically use his profile picture to then speak.
Mine. Oh.
I like Lucas and Voidoid's.
But no, any time there was a link, that was me giving you a link.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was just under Matt's profile picture.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That's what I thought. I thought, no, Matt, I guess he wasn't then. What's your profile picture there, Void?
Oh, it's an album cover from Funkadelic's first album.
Funkadelic.
1970.
What about you, Lucas? What's yours?
My profile photo? Oh, this is a great profile photo. Void might know it.
I've been looking at it for a while, trying to figure out what movie that's
what
from.
I was thinking too.
Yes, that is from. I'll give you a hint, Void. I think horror. I think 80. Oh, hang on. When was this one? This might have been late 80s horror.
Oh.
What year exactly? Just give us a year.
Is it a TV show? Or is it it's a TV show?
It's a movie. It's not a TV show. It's a movie. I think 88.
Or 88. It's probably one. It's like the Nightmare on Elm Street 5 or something.
Very good. You're close enough. I'll give you that. Not Nightmare on Elm Street 4. That is Tuesday Night. I love the 80s. I love the 80s, like the 80s horror women that do that. I got one of Lisa Wilcox as well.
I was thinking that was Prisoner.
No, that was Tuesday Night, and the other girl that I have is Alice Lisa Wilcox. So there we go. I think it's good. I've got that. Because I made my stream to my late night show. I've actually used that profile as well. So I like it.
Yeah, I remember. The reason I thought of it is because I knew that I knew it wasn't number 3, but 4 or 5, I knew it was one of those two because I knew there was a blonde girl in one of those.
Yeah, I used to watch them religiously. I actually still do. I finished the whole set again probably about 2 weeks ago. So Yeah, I watch them every now and then. So pretty good.
You have
Pretty
to watch
good.
it.
Pretty good.
Watch one. Watch a mid '80s one. Like some of the Italian horror films from that period.
Sorcerer.
All Sorcerer is that's like a real movie, like a classy movie.
Yeah.
But
I still
if
remember
you
it.
want
I
a
still
some
remember
down and dirty horror, well, look up Demons from 1985.
Ooh. Okay.
And Demons 2 from 1987 or 6. They're both kind of campy, fun sort of Italian gross horror movies. Like the first Demons, they're locked in they basically go to a cinema screening, and then they get locked in the cinema, and the demons are unleashed, and they're all locked inside the building with them.
Gee, it reminds me a bit like Last Action Hero. Did they come out of the screen? Do they?
The screen. It's not really explained because it's kind of like it's just a shitty sort of movie, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Does that remind you of the Last Action Hero?
They watch a movie about demons, and basically what happens on the screen happens in like to one of the patrons in the cinema at the same time as they're watching it. There's this mask in the movie, like the movie within the movie. There's this mask someone puts on. They get this little cut under their eye, and that infects them with the demon strain.
That's Last Action Hero, I swear.
Well,
is that the movie with Arnold?
Before that. Yeah.
No, the reason I got that from like Last Action Hero is like the kid watches. He's got a golden ticket, and he watches the movie in the cinema, and all of a sudden, like what's it called? A TNT dynamite is all of a sudden thrown from the screen and onto the floor where he's sitting, and then he jumps into the screen. So I thought that's where I got it from, Sean. That's where I was. Is it a bit like that? They come through the screen, but yeah.
They don't come through. It's in this one. They basically it's not really explained. It's just kind of what happens in the foyer of the cinema. There's memorabilia from this movie they're watching, and this pimp shows up with two hookers to watch the movie, as they do in an Italian horror movie. And one of the hookers just tries on the mask, goofing around, and she gets this cut on her cheek, and then she goes to the toilet, and while she's in the toilet, on screen, the same things happen to one of the characters as she transforms into a demon in the toilet, and then starts fucking ripping throats out of people. Then they turn into demons, and everyone turns into demons.
Bloody hell!
It's carnage.
The late night stream tomorrow. We'll talk about movies and TV shows. I think we'll go away from the footy chat. We'll talk more movies.
Absolutely.
How are you good with movies, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some movies before. I wouldn't call myself like a movie sort of connoisseur, but I've seen one or two.
Okay, well, we can talk about that. We can talk about some gaming. You're into your gaming, Sean, so...
Do you guys have Tubi? Because if you don't have it, download the Tubi app. It's free streaming service, and it's got lots of really cool old... Like, I rewatched The Three Amigos on there a couple of nights ago, and I haven't seen that in a long time. It was like a film I grew up with. Finding a lot of good John Candy and Steve Martin and Chevy Chase movies on there as well at the moment.
Do you watch a lot of westerns or older movies like Elvis Presley and that? John Wayne?
Oh, I watch movies like going all the way back to like the 1920s. Silent movies. I like everything really. I like artsy sort of films as well. I like trash. I like everything. It's like what westerns.
You like the silent movie one?
Silent movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, comedies, and what else? I like the German expressionist stuff from the late 20s, like Metropolis and stuff like that. And M. Yeah. M's another good. Well, that's not silent. That's actually a talkie, but it's an early talkie.
Oh, there you go. We started talking movies, and Matt's came in now. Bang.
There he is.
What's going on?
Hey, mate.
Oh,
Hey, Matt.
Not much.
Good.
Just a bit of movie talk.
Yeah.
Good,
Any
Well,
movies
job,
you like,
Sean.
Matt?
Good job, Sean and co. Do you
Doing
guys
a great job, Sean.
do you guys want to keep going?
No, he was about to wrap it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Too
But-
easy.
But Matt, I'm doing a late night stream tomorrow if you're interested.
Well, just start now.
Yeah, starting now, Lucas.
No, the rest want to go to bed.
Starting
No,
now,
we're gonna-
Lucas.
Yeah, we're gonna.
The
we're
option
gonna,
the option is there.
Yes, the
no,
option is
that's
there.
right. No,
Chris is
I
Chris
agree
is
with
keen.
that.
Oh yeah,
be
no,
like
I'll do one tomorrow because it's going into the weekend, and Sean and Boy can stay up longer, and yeah, no, that's all right. They're tired as it is. They're spent. But I hate it. I said to Sean, I hate it when I hate Thursday night footy because if you lose, it's really shit. But I hate fucking playing on a Sunday or Saturday because you have to wait and there's nothing you can do. Like you have to make a stream or two, just to wait in the meantime. So it's a double-edged sword. That.
Yeah, I feel cheated this weekend because
Well,
we've been
how about-
relegated to West Coast.
How
time
about
slot.
I just hand it back to Sean? He's done such a magnificent job. I've probably listened to about 10 minutes of it over the last 6 hours, but what I heard was awesome. So I hand it back to Sean. He can shut it down. And if you guys want to hang backstage, you're welcome.
Yep.
So I'm going to drop
Alright.
out.
Well, I'll see you on the stream tomorrow then, Matt, on the late night show. We can talk movies, gaming. We can go away from our sport talk.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, we'll finish it up here. Thanks everyone for tuning into the stream. Yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Obviously, yeah, awesome content all around, and yeah, my brain is not working right now, so this will be the
5 more
outro.
seconds.
Yeah, I'll make sure to cover that. But yeah, we're out. See you guys. Go Pies, and yeah, we'll see you guys whenever we see you guys next. See ya.
Cheers.
Go Pies.
Go Pies.
6 hour stream.
Void.